let me? Am I gonna be able to go live? Ah, hey, I'm live. Let me, alrighty. We'll be going on Paramount Tactical here in 2 hours. So there will be a point in time where the screen goes probably completely black for a bit. So I'll have to have you guys let everyone else know not to leave yet. You know what I mean? So we'll get there though. That'll be a while from now. Hey everybody, how's it going though? We have Alicia, we have Jay Fortman, we have Mama Owlbear, we got Diana, we got Jackie, we have Anna Howard, we have Avenge, got Mister, we got Grits, and we got Madness, we got Nocturne, we got Boggs, we got Vone, or Vone, I think somewhere around there. Emma Richards, Narissa, Lizzie, the Chad USA, Karen Isaac, Ginger Osloy, I think, Aaron Boost, Gary Spry, Mama Carey. How's it going, guys? It's great to see y'all here. We got a little bit of a Candace problem here. Look at that. That just came out of nowhere. I was like a freaking ghost. Bet y'all didn't expect it to just fade right on in, did you? Now, you thought that was a blank screen. It was Candace the whole time. Just like this. No, that'd be so funny. That'd be so stupid. And there he goes. One of these days, I'm just going to pull my mask off, and you're going to see it's Candace Owens in a wig. It's going to blow your mind. Hey, Sunshine. Hey, Rabbits. Hey, Alicia. Hey, J-Town Queen of Halloween. Hey, Tristan Lewis. Yeah, I'll be on Paramount Tactical. Don't worry, the screen will go right to Paramount Tactical. I'll be live streaming it. I ought to just pull up his YouTube video. And I could just stream that directly live, so that way I can... Maybe not. Maybe I will. I don't know how I'll do it. Because I sometimes will show it here in the live room, but I don't think that looks as good. I think if I just pull up his video and show it from that perspective, it'll just be the same thing. So we could do that. There's that. Yeah, please don't. That would scare everyone. Just rip my mask off. No, if I did that, you'd just see meat. That would be so brutal. Just rip my own face off. Haha, but it would all be for the laughs. No one would see it coming. No one would see it coming. At least it would be, well, I guess it wouldn't be all original. SpongeBob does that in every episode, so there's that. But it'd be real life. Hey, Kansas City Jayhawks. Hey, my favorite artist. Hello, Leanne Black. Hey, Observing Chaos. Hello, Heather. Hello, Donna. Great to see you guys here. Madness, always good to see you here, man. We're not going to be doing an Intoxigaming this week, Madness, so I don't know if more episodes will drop or not. That's all on Kai's schedule. He does all the editing and video uploading and stuff. But we are this Saturday going to create a Candace Owens character in Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm going to stream it here on this channel. What do you guys think of that? Plus, I'll bring up Candace Owens tweets. I'll bring up some news throughout the day, too. It won't just be a video game stream. It'll be a mix of both. That way, you know, be able to diversify the audience a bit, bring in some new people that normally wouldn't see this Candace Owens stuff. Because there's nothing like bringing in a bunch of new people and making them aware of what's going on. That would be the ultimate way to get back at Candace right there. See, instead of just curating an audience that already kind of knows about the situation, I could play some video games, some Final Fantasy XIV fans and whatnot. They come in because they're like, oh, I've heard of Candace Owens before. And then as I'm kind of trashing her and showing, you know, what Candace Owens is doing, it's a whole new person. A whole new fresh mind, you know what I mean? That'll come here, start looking at stuff. And by all means, it could be that I transfer, you know, accidentally pull in some people that are going to go to Candace Owens' side. It's always a double-edged sword. But the trick is to make people think for themselves. Yeah, at least that's what I'm going to try to do. You never know. People are biased in all sorts of weird, crazy ways. And if I could try and help bring some people over to the side, some fresh faces, I'm going to do that. So anyway, I have to be fast. We have to get through this whole Candace Owens video very, very, very quick. So I will not be able to make as many pauses and comments and stuff like that as I normally would. So I'm going to try and prioritize super chats and whatnot. Sorry about it. I just have to get through because at 7 o'clock sharp Central Time, which is an hour and 20 minutes away, I'll have to jump right onto Paramount Tactical. And I really want to try and get through this full video before I go on to there. I might end up having to stop this video short. I might not have enough time to get through this whole thing anyway. So we'll see how this goes tonight. I'm terribly sorry. I feel super guilty when I don't interact with normal chat because once I hit like 100,000 or something like that, it's going to be really difficult to talk to people in chat because of how fast it'll probably be going. And for all I know, I don't hit 100,000, though, for like another 5 years or so. And if that's the case, then I'm worrying over nothing. But I want to spend as much time with you guys as I possibly can in chat because I know these days, these good days right here, where interacting with every one of your chats it'll eventually get more difficult, you know? And I want to enjoy the time with you guys that I can because I'm never going to get this back. Once you get up to a certain point, unless I start a whole new channel, you don't really get back to having chat this easy to read. You know what I mean? So we gotta enjoy our time together. Hey, Sky Cutie. Thank you for being here. Hey, Personal Shell. How you doing? Hey, Asmodeus. So Asmodeus? Is that like an Amadeus or whatever song reference? Hello, Alicia. Let's see. Hey, Doug. Hey, Tanya. Good evening from Kentucky. Heck yeah. Hey, Sierra. Good to see you, too. I missed you somehow. I'm sorry about that. Sierra Lord. I am Lord. Yeah. Heck yeah. It's great to see you guys here. So, anyway, I'm going to fly through this now. Terribly, terribly sorry. I will prioritize super chats. I will read them during the video, but I'm going to try and just get through this. Again, I'm terribly sorry. And I'm going to put this playback speed at about 1.5, okay? GN, $25. Thank you so much. Says, sounds good. You made that easy on me, man. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you all so, so much. John Adams. Hi, Nick from Livonia, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. Heck yeah. All the way up there. Still, we're in the same time zone, though, aren't we? I think, anyway. Is Michigan on the east side, or is it right there in central? I think it is central. I think it's still central. I think the whole state's central, right? Is all of Michigan central? In central time. No, only 4 counties in Michigan. Wow, are in central time. Okay, so the majority of it's in Eastern. Crazy. Okay. Do I play Sims? I actually don't play Sims, but I could play Sims if you all if you all want that. I could play some Sims on here every now and then too. I could make a Candace a character in Sims, although Sims is more of a girl's game. But my wife would absolutely love to. She would probably play too. So that could be fun. We could have a couples couples game play. Hey, Betsy. Hey, SK. Hello from Helsinki, Finland. Man, so cool to have you here, man. I'm going to use you one of these days to talk to Yari, because all you Finnish people know each other, right? Such a small area up there in the frozen tundra. Beautiful forest, too, though. And you get to see the Northern Lights probably often. I'm jealous of that. Hello, Skyle Dog. And, alrighty, guys. Let's jump right on in. Let's watch this. Please let people know if I'm not interacting with chat as much. Please let them know I got to get through this fast to get onto Paramount Tacticals. Thank you guys so much for understanding. Donna from Scotland also. Oh, man. That's awesome. I'm so glad to have a sane Scottish person here. A lot of Scottish people are very woke. Hey, Samantha Gluck. Oh, man. Alrighty, been playing Sims since you were 11? I bet. It's a good game. It is a good game. It's a very funny game, too. All right, guys, let's get on here.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday, end of our week at least. And as promised today, we received information regarding who Ben Shapiro was with when Charlie Kirk was hit. Ben claims he was at a breakfast or a lunch. Now, we were unable to confirm that little bit, but we were able to get solid information on who is telling people that he was with Ben Shapiro. So we're going to discuss that. Also, we got an absolutely wild comment yesterday from one of you at home, and I have to share it. I will preface this by saying that I'm not going down the rabbit hole totally, but somebody else might be. I'm just going to sort of stir the pot on this one because my jaw was on the floor reading this comment and doing a little bit of research and realizing it was accurate. And it is regarding another mysterious and untimely death in Hollywood. So welcome back to Candace.
Oh. Was it because I brought up the whole Courtney Love thing? Maybe?
Because they are fascinating little organisms.
Let's go there.
All right, you guys, I want to talk about parasites because they are fascinating little organisms. They're creepy, but they are fascinating in part because their survival depends on feeding off of a host and causing it harm. I mean, really think about that existence, not being able to live unless you are causing destruction. Okay. I'm one of those people that really loved watching Animal Planet and Discovery growing up, and I still do, by the way. And what's especially interesting about parasites is the manner in which they infect their host. As you probably know, there are many different kinds of mind-controlling parasites. Literally, they infect the mind of healthy organisms, and they pervert their worldview, causing the host to do things that are ultimately harmful to and sometimes plainly suicidal to themselves.
Is this what's happening with the left? Maybe?
Ants, as just one example, can have their minds invaded by parasites that convince the ants to climb up onto grass blades and to position themselves to be eaten by predators. Think about
that can
they
happen.
become actual zombie ants. And you've also maybe heard the same thing regarding the parasites that house cats carry. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. If you're a woman and you're pregnant, they always warn you about Toxoplasmosis gondii, or T. gondii for short. Because if humans are overexposed to it, they can become convinced, I'm not kidding, that they are in love with their cats. There have been cases where people have wanted to quit their jobs and stay home with their cats, and the doctor has to let them know you're actually carrying a parasite. That's actually one of the components of how cats are able to catch mice. They're able to convince the mice that they're safe, that they're in love with them. It's totally bizarre and wacky. You should read up on it. If you're like me, you'll be very interested. Then there are the type of parasites that rather than taking over the mind of the host, they can take over the tongue. I'm not kidding. They are called tongue-snatching isopods, and they can invade a fish through its gills and attach to the base of its tongue until it causes the tongue. They can just take it over completely, replace the tongue of its host, and control the organ entirely, which is crazy to think about, a parasite just controlling your tongue. And it's astonishing to me that there are entire groups of people, human beings, who emulate this exact behavior. I always say that. I look at people and I'm like, what animal in the kingdom are you? And sometimes you come across an insect, and there are these people who seek to control and dominate what other people think, just like a parasite. What other people say, just like a parasite, to invade very much like parasites in this sort of effort to drive people crazy. They behave as though they're going to die unless they can take and infect others. I've come across these people, of course, a lot in the last 3 years. And sometimes I'm like, hey, could you just move on? Is it cool if I just disagree with you on that topic? Can I think my own thoughts?
Candace, you are the queen of not moving on from a dang thing. And you hold on to every grudge. What are you smoking?
And I feel like their response is, no, I will die if you do that. I have to keep focusing on this and trying to weigh you down. That obviously has been my experience in recent years with Zionists. Like, they just cannot let it go. But there's also a spiritual component to it as well. We showed you yesterday Canaanites, literal Baal worshipers, modeling themselves after Nimrod.
No, you actually have not. You said that that's what happened, but you didn't show us that.
Meaning that they are permanently at war with the Creator. There is a damnation to being at war with the Creator. It means that you can't create. If you give yourself over to these sorts of demons, you can no longer create. You don't have a way back to the source. So you have to model yourself after.
The only thing you create is drama.
For a parasite, you have to steal.
Wild.
You have to deceive. You have to manipulate. You have to entrap people via contracts. Entrap people who do have the creative force, because you can't produce that within yourself. Charlie Kirk had the creative force within him. You could see that, the lightness in his eyes, the joy. He's a happy warrior. He wanted to build, not destroy. Michael Jackson had that creative spark. And then people surrounded him. Justin Bieber, I will say, finally looks like he has his creative spark back. He's simplified things after breaking free from contracts that were costing him his soul. That's the moment that we're in right now in society. I really believe that. Now, on a personal level, I've told you guys over and over again, and I will stand by this fact, that Ben Shapiro behaves like a parasite. It's just a fact. If you just look at his history, it's been my experience with him, and I'm not the only one. Steve Bannon, the once executive chairman to Breitbart News, Ben's former employer, explained this, how after Andrew Breitbart died, I should mention.
Steve Bannon, like, directly connected to Epstein now or something like that? Is that right? Am I correct on that? Am I confusing him with someone else?
Young and under very suspicious circumstances, Ben attempted to take over Andrew's company. And when that failed, he plotted to take down the company, because why can't he have it? Doesn't matter if he built it, it should be his. So take a listen to what Steve Bannon said at AmFest last December about Ben.
Okay. Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point, because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
I've marked those words. And what has become alarming is that Ben fixates. He does. He fixates. He cannot move on. He was fixated on Charlie Kirk.
You should show some proof, though.
All throughout his career. He is
Wouldn't
similarly
be hard,
fixated
right?
on Tucker Carlson. I mean, I worked at the Daily Wire, and it was totally bizarre to me how focused the executives were on Tucker. Like they were
Really? And Tucker's not talking about it? Why?
in some competition. Tucker never spoke about Ben. And yet it was constantly this topic. Ben tried to stop Charlie's rise. I have said that repeatedly, and he gave him trouble all throughout his career. That is a fact.
Prove it. I've never seen any evidence to back that claim whatsoever. Can you prove it to us? Like, I'm not going to sit here and defend Ben. Ben's a big boy. He can defend himself. I'm not the biggest Ben Shapiro fan per se. I've never had an issue with Ben, though. I've never seen, I have seen a few things I've disagreed with Ben about pretty heavily, especially regarding Donald Trump. And during Donald Trump's first term, I didn't exactly get along with Ben Shapiro's views. But even Ben Shapiro had to come around to Donald Trump. Now, here's the deal. I want proof. If you're gonna make a claim about Ben, just like if Ben Shapiro made a claim about you, Candace, I would ask for proof. I want you to back your claim. I don't know why that's so hard. You just say things, and then you expect people to believe you, and that's a little silly.
Charlie first thought he looked up to Ben, and then in 2018, as soon as Ben got envious, so Ben, exactly what Ben is referring to, it switched, and he began doing the stuff that he does behind the scenes because...
What did he do behind the scenes? Can you show proof?
Well, he just thinks it's supposed to be his, and he's looking for a host.
Okay, so he thinks it's his.
Now, I tried to execute, believe it or not, a lot of restraint in sharing things that I know, and it has been very difficult for me to straddle knowing the things that I know about Charlie and his shifting opinions and what began the shift in those opinions, and then having to watch at the same time the very people that he was fighting toward the end of his life lie. Just lie without any recourse, like they don't have souls.
Prove he
And
lied.
the most shocking has been Andrew Colvett, his attempts to pretend that Charlie and me were never friends, that Charlie and me had some imaginary falling out, and
he never said you were never friends. He said you were not friends. He never said never. He said you and Charlie were never friends. No. That one, I don't believe those were his words. If those were his words, they were wrong. You and Charlie had a major falling out in late 2024, early 2025. A major falling out. I would definitely say that's when you all stopped being friends. Now, Charlie probably stopped being friends with you before that. He was probably distancing himself a lot more. But I can tell you this, your friendship was definitely null and void all of 2025. So I would like to know exactly why you're pretending like that didn't happen. It was news when you and Charlie Kirk stopped following each other on X. It was news. A lot of people paid attention and saw that happen. But you want to play it off like it didn't, and that's disturbing.
We just did not have each other's back since 2019. Worst of all, I think, is then him just inverting reality and claiming that Charlie and Ben were friends. I want to be very clear. That is diabolical.
Is it? Because I don't think they said that they were like friends. I mean, they said they were friends, but I don't think they were like besties or anything like that. They were cordial. I don't think they were enemies at all. I have no evidence that they were enemies or that they didn't even like each other. But they didn't hang out. I guess you could say they weren't like friends in a sense where they were like, hey, you want to go grab a beer? Yeah, sure thing, man. I'll meet you at the bar. I don't think that ever happened. That probably never was going to happen. I don't think they liked each other in that way. But they were friendly. I don't think they hated each other at all. And you've never shown proof.
Diabolical. I actually was sitting in Spain next to Carrie Prijad Baller, and I was just showing her all of these messages, and her jaw was on the floor. She was like, I can't even believe this, because we were watching.
But you won't show us.
Andrew tweet this narrative. Candace wasn't friends with Charlie, and Ben was. Charlie was the single person, just so you guys know, who provided me with the most emotional support when the Zionist thugs came for me. Like that began, as you guys know, in earnest at the end of 2023.
Yeah, we know Charlie was a good guy.
With the Christ is King scandal, then me getting fired, and Charlie talked me through all of that. He kept me clear-minded, focused, told me how I should react, and I believe that the treatment of me, which he predicted and told me what was going to happen next, served as a major point of him recognizing what he and I had arrived in suddenly, where people were trying to control us. And at the same time, because this was post-October 7th, of course, where the thugs just started thugging a bit harder and demanding that people...
Yeah, the thugs. So October 7th happens and you're calling them thugs. It's a pretty messed up thing to do. What do you think happened to what happened to Israel on October 7th, Candace? It was a pretty bad situation. But you don't have no sympathy for those people, do you?
I don't say what they were supposed to say, or else they also attacked Charlie. Then they called him anti-Semitic. So I'm going to show you this text message thread. Now that Andrew Kova is out the gate saying Charlie was terrified of me and we weren't friends since 2019 and he was just mad at Jigby in our relationship, I'm going to show you a snippet of our thread. This one dated November 15th, 2023, when Ben Shapiro began his attacks against me. And you are going to be able to judge for yourself what kind of relationship we had. Shockingly, just to be clear, I was working for Ben Shapiro, who's a part owner of Daily Wire, for that company when this was going down. And it was obvious that there was a coordinated effort from the inside post-October 7th to begin privately pressuring and smearing anybody who wasn't repeating the narrative that Israel were the only victims, that everything began on October 7th and they had a right to do whatever they wanted. The beginning of the infamous Christ is King and genocide is always wrong scandal when they started swarming. Let's only describe it. It's a swarm, infestation.
Now, if Charlie Kirk is monotone here, and if there are no timestamps, you know what this means. It's going to be fake and gay. According to you, Candace.
Charlie sent me his tweet defending me. I am genuinely confused why asking questions and quoting Bible verses about peace warrants a call to resign from the Daily Wire. There should be more room in the conservative movement for disagreement. We can do better than this. Charlie then wrote to me, don't resign because it's what they want. I said, I won't. I know. Charlie wrote, Jeremy, boring. He knew exactly what Jeremy was. 100% workshopped this. This is not Ben acting alone. This is a hit. I said, I believe it. I believe that 100%. Also, they are idiots. Charlie then came.
Notice how there's no timestamps on any of them. Now, I didn't make the rules. Candace Owens made the rules. She said if there's no timestamps and no dates, then it's fake and gay. And she gave the same rules for the Tyler Robinson case, which had timestamps and dates, but the clock was hidden. Do you guys see a clock here? Oh, that's so weird. Do you all see time anywhere? Oh, no time whatsoever. No dates, nothing? So you mean to tell me
and said, this is
that, hold on. First here, no dates, no times, nothing. No dates, no times, nothing. Wow, they must be fake and gay, according to Candace Owens' own logic. I didn't make the rules. Candace Owens made the rules. So, tough. And then, this is a sea-level hit against you? Okay. Because they think they can provoke you. Yes, that's why. It's all coordinated. Also, Marissa involved, I suspect. They always send her out last to talk sense to me. They want you to do a video. OMG, I'm out. I won't work for him. I believe it. Marissa Straight, she's part of the tribe. Don't listen to her. I know she is. I always know when they roll her out. It's like programming. And this time I stood up to her. Good.
A C-level hit against you.
Yeah, we'll see
because
about
they think
that.
they can provoke you, which was what was happening. They were trying to provoke me to quit. I wrote back, yes.
Sorry.
And he said, that's why this is
your
all
rules,
coordinated.
Candace. These texts are
I came
fake
back and
by
I said,
your
also
definition.
Marissa, and I was referring to Marissa Straight of Prager University, is involved, I suspect. They always send her out last to talk.
Charlie Kirk knew, yeah. I wonder what
he
that's
said,
about.
They want you to do a video.
Why does his profile picture keep changing on this too?
Oh my God, I'm out. I'm not going to
I've
work
never
for him.
changed
I
the
said,
profile picture in a
I said,
text
Marissa Straight,
group in my
she's
life.
part of the tribe. Do not listen to her. I said, I know she is. I always know when they roll her out, it's like programming. And this time, I stood up to her because I did. That time.
Icon even?
Did not apologize
I
for
don't
saying
think I have
genocide
an
was
icon.
wrong. Charlie said, good. He continues. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop.
Yeah,
I said,
no.
it's unreal. It's an implicit
Just
threat.
blue
He said,
face.
BW did a flight workout, okay? I was 40 weeks pregnant. He was helping me to find
like
a plane
the
last second.
Facebook.
And I said, by the way, you are featured in.
Okay, so it says, good. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell. Yeah, I'm sure Charlie Kirk said that he told all the Jews to go to hell in 2023. In 2023. And then he continued to say, I am a pro-Israel guy all the way till 2025. Is that not insane? So you're telling me Charlie Kirk was anti-Israel in 2023 now? Did y'all catch that? In 2023, Charlie Kirk was anti-Jew and anti-Israel now. I thought Charlie Kirk was becoming anti-Israel and asking questions in September of 2025, and that's why he died. But now she's changed the narrative to he's been questioning the Jewish narrative and has been anti-Israel since 2023. These are fake. These are fake. Candace Owens has absolutely changed it. She has changed what Charlie Kirk believed in now. Why didn't she say this from the beginning that he's actually been anti-Israel since 2023? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So you mean to tell me, now all of a sudden Charlie Kirk was anti-Israel in 2023 and this is the first time we're hearing about it? She couldn't have mentioned this over the past 10 months? Remember how she magically forgot that Erica was also anti-Israel during this time? But for some reason, Charlie Kirk was not the man we knew him to be. The whole time from 2023 to 2025, Charlie Kirk kept saying he was pro-Israel and kept defending Israel. But behind the scenes, he was secretly an anti-Israeli for 2 years. Does that sound like Charlie Kirk? Is she saying that Charlie Kirk on stage was a different man than Charlie Kirk behind the scenes? Do you realize that? So are we supposed to believe that? Are we supposed to believe that Charlie Kirk was lying to us the whole time? Because that's what Candace Owens just said. She just said Charlie Kirk has been lying to us this whole time for 2 years now. I want you all to think about that.
My Tucker interview that just dropped, I defended you hardcore. I forgot to mention that he just dropped it.
I'll read this. Good. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop. Yeah. It's unreal. It's an implicit threat. By the way, did the flight work out okay? By the way, you are featured in my Tucker interview that just dropped. Defended you hardcore. Forgot to mention he just dropped it. Thank you. We are on the same team. Screw these people. Around 20-minute mark. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us willing to stand up to the cabal right now.
We are on the same
Candace,
team.
why didn't you tell us Charlie was
anti-Zionist
in
thank you for doing
2023?
that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us are willing to stand up to the cabal right now. I said, thank you so much for having my back. You know, I have yours. I'm really so disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the pro-Israel cause, and no one cares, treating you like you are only as good as what you can do to them. The plane worked out great today. Thank you so much. It made all the difference. This pregnant LOL, literally 40 weeks. And he wrote, absolutely, we are on the same team. People are waking up and it is finally happening. He continued, it is so transactional. I am repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill. And now they say I am a Hamas agent. Screw them. The game has changed.
The game changed in 2023, huh? Now there's a date and a time. Finally. So the game changed, huh? November 16th, day before my birthday, 2023. He's like, game has changed. Excellent. I'm against them all now. And then for the next 2 years, Charlie would sit behind a booth and defend Israel. Like, I am not even kidding. That is so insulting, Candace. You're telling me that Charlie Kirk was scamming us the whole time. Charlie Kirk defends Israel 2025. Let's see here. Charlie Kirk effortlessly defends Israel's right to exist 1 year ago. That means that had to happen at least 2024, right? It was probably 2025, though. Let's see. February 28th, 2025. Charlie Kirk defends Israel. Just crazy. That's just so crazy. I don't buy it, Candace. I don't buy it. I don't think Charlie Kirk would have kept doing everything for the Jews if he didn't like the Jews. Doesn't seem like that would be a smart idea for him to do. And then he was still trashing Nick Fuentes as well. Why wouldn't he hop on board with Nick Fuentes at that point? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for him to say this and then be so openly against Nick Fuentes. You'd think that he would be in line with Nick Fuentes at that point. Mama Owlbear for the $20 says Ben S was also headliner at the, or Ben Shapiro was also headliner at the 2024 Amfest. So her thing that she keeps saying that Ben bought his way onto the stage in 2025 is a lie. Well, why would Charlie Kirk sell out so hard and allow Ben Shapiro to do that anyway? That doesn't seem like a very Charlie Kirk thing to do. So I don't know about that anyway. I wouldn't even be able to give that like any credence that he bought his way onto stage. That doesn't seem like a Charlie Kirk thing to do. I don't think Charlie Kirk could have been bought unless Candace is exposing Charlie Kirk as a fraud. That would be a very dangerous move for Candace Owens to make. It would show that Candace Owens didn't really like Charlie, wouldn't it? It's almost like she slowly is sprinkling in little inklings of how she didn't like Charlie Kirk. It's funny how that works. Then you say, Ben was booked onto the 2025 Amfest before Charlie passed. These texts are fake. I absolutely agree with you, Mama Owlbear, 100%. Thank you so, so much for that. But yeah, anyway, Charlie Kirk defending Israel here in February of 2025, and Candace Owens has this. Let's see.
So that's a snippet into what began conversations between me and Charlie over the course of, I guess only a year and a half later he would be dead. So over a year and a half later he would be murdered, about Zionism and how they were moving in on speech, how they were bullying us. We have conversations about Seth Dillon, all the players who we were involved, and trying to gaslight us by name calling us, and very clearly we're coordinating with one another. And I've always told you guys the truth from the beginning that after that, when I got fired, you can go watch the clips of Charlie saying, we have her back, we're on her side. And those conversations.
Yeah, and then he is also defending clips of him defending Israel openly.
negotiations were happening. Again, he was telling
me
what the best moves were to make, providing the advice and guidance as he always did. When I went and spoke at YWLS, he and I sat in a room and chatted about what was happening behind the scenes of Daily Wire, what they were doing, legally speaking, opened up to him about that. I believe Andrew Colbert was actually present for that discussion, if I recall, before I went on stage. And so then I was told through messages, actually text messages that I have with Andrew, that Ben Shapiro was squeezing their donors and trying to get them to say that I couldn't speak at AmFest. At the end of 2024. And I said, Charlie, I don't even care about that. Like, don't let them now. I know you're under attack. I don't care about any of that. Literally, I'm under so much pressure right now. I have to now rebuild my podcast. Like, who cares? Like, let's take a beat.
And Charlie Kirk decided to never call them out ever.
I'm sharing this with you because I want you to really
You both could have teamed up and taken out
shock, but also
Daily Wire
my
together.
Internal and what will now be my eternal disgust.
But they didn't. Why?
Experiencing his quote-unquote friends completely lie about this. Okay. This is, by the way, not new. Everyone who knew Charlie, as I told you many times, they knew that not only that Charlie and I were close. Of course, the President of the United States comes to you and asks you to call Candace about Brigitte Macron. It's because everyone knows that you and Candace are close. But everyone also knew that he was under pressure from pro-Israel donors since October 7th, 2023.
Hey, guys, hold on 1 second. I think I got pizza here, and I don't think my wife here. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, sure. Alrighty. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Oh, okay. Settle. Grab stuff here. Snag that if I let him out of his box. I got pizza over here, so. Ooh, sorry about that, guys. The wife could not hear the door from where she was at. And I heard him hit the door, or like knock on the door once. Then I heard some really loud knocks like 2 minutes later, and I was like, oh, she can't hear. I got to get down there and get it. So sorry about that, guys. Anyway, let's continue.
Everyone also knew that he has never liked and was always disgusted by the way Ben behaved, by the way Ben treats his friends and his enemies. He doesn't care if you're a friend, as you saw with Megyn Kelly. He will throw you under the bus in 4 seconds if it's about Israel. And in the end, less than 24 hours before he died, Charlie snapped. He did abandon the pro-Israel cause. He was not joking in those messages, as some people
prove it.
have tried to say.
Prove it.
He put his foot
Show
down.
the full messages.
And he texted multiple people.
Full things.
He was done, and that he wanted to bring me back. That was the sign of how they were squeezing him the year before. Yet immediately after his death, the person who...
Sorry, what's the takeaway?
I could show you text messages over the course of every single year up until he died. The one person that Charlie made it perfectly clear from our early days that he was at war with. Okay, here's another.
Then show us all the text messages. Show us every single text message that Charlie Kirk was ever anti-Semitic about or something like that. Or anti-Israel, not necessarily anti-Semitic. If he was really fighting this full battle and these, all these Jewish people are actually really really evil people and all that. Why don't you release all of the info and show proof? Stop dragging this out for 10 months, nearly a year now. You're barely giving us anything at all. And as far as I can tell, it's all made up. It's all made up.
Throwback, this one older.
It doesn't make
Charlie
sense.
saying just that he was at war. She's close with Ben. Yup, the war is on. Snakes in the garden. They are not our friends. Time to fight. Back when he was just trying to stop Charlie from rising because he is naturally envious. He doesn't want anyone to be bigger than him.
Show proof, though. Show proof. What was that text? Like, what was that? The war is on. Plus, she's close with Ben. Yep, the war is on. Snakes in the garden. They are not our friends. Time to fight. Yep. No timestamps. It's fake and gay, according to your rules. No. It's not doing it very fast.
And sees it as his right to sue, steal, take. I don't know. It truly is the non-spirit of a parasite. But you have to imagine how I felt. Suddenly,
the first
almost
time you're showing us any of this, Candace. I don't believe
this. Charlie's assassination, that Ben, of all people, is sitting in his studio, in Charlie's studio, with $1 million in hand, attempting to buy his legacy. And I shouldn't say attempt, right? Because they allowed it. Andrew then lied. He lied. Didn't feel anything when he did it. Said Ben and Charlie were friends.
They lied, but you won't show proof.
Allowed him to open at his event. His wife as well allowed that, right? She came out first and then Ben came out. And not only that, he had to have pre-submitted his speech. That's usually how it goes. They knew he was going to go on the attack against Charlie's actual friends. Me, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly.
Prove it.
And now we fast forward.
They didn't attack you at all. You attacked them, and then they responded. They have always responded to you, Candace. They are not launching attacks. They have not dug up your past. They have not made hit pieces on you. They have not done any of this stuff. None of them have done that. Only you have done that. Like, it's like, you realize we're watching this, right? You make claim, they respond. You make claim, they respond. That's been the whole thing. When have they made a claim on you and you had to respond? How often does that ever happen, Candace?
And we learn that Ben claims that his security, who consists of former Israeli IDF members, were on the phone with Charlie's security during the critical 7 minutes that Charlie was fighting for his life, while Charlie was dying in the back seat of an SUV. His enemy was receiving updates.
Okay, so here's the thing. First and foremost, I can't say any information about this yet. But things may be different than what they appear. Second of all, you have no idea how that would have ever happened at all. He never once said, somebody in the car called him. That was never a word that left Ben Shapiro's mouth. He never once ever said that they called him while they were in the car. Never once was that ever uttered out of Ben Shapiro's mouth. And you're not ever bringing up Tim Pool, the fact that he also said the same thing. I don't know why, but it's weird that Ben Shapiro was getting updates, but it wasn't weird that Tim Pool was getting updates. Why is that not weird? Do y'all understand that is a big issue? Tim Pool can receive updates at the time. But if Ben Shapiro receives updates, then it's weird. All right.
How sinister is that? Let's comprehend how sinister that is. And let's take a listen to Ben state this so you can fully appreciate how deeply evil it feels. Take a listen.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch.
I'm telling you this right now, though. Be prepared. Statements are going to be made probably in the next coming weeks. The story that things may change on this subject. That's all I'm going to say. Things may actually have a little bit different of an explanation that may make a little bit more sense coming up. That's all I can say for now. So we'll wait for that. But again, Ben Shapiro never said they were in the car.
Meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on, while Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. There's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being...
Now, where did Ben say that the security was in the car that called him, that gave updates? Now, Ben was correct. He was getting updates, but he didn't say he was getting play-by-play, minute-by-minute updates either. He said he got updates.
Carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
My security was talking to his security in the car. Well, maybe he did say it like that. My security was talking to his security in the car. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, maybe he did misspeak there. Maybe he, I don't know. Maybe he is alluding to that thing. Maybe I missed it. But again, there's some developing stuff coming out. We'll just have to wait and see.
I hate that. I hate that. I hope
Why?
Charlie couldn't hear. Everything about his demeanor there does not pass the vibe check for me.
I don't give a crap about your vibes, Candace. That's so stupid.
Everything about his aggressive position and demeanor since Charlie's passing has signaled to me that something is very awry.
How was he aggressive in
So
that?
what did we do? We put out a bounty. I said, who was Benny Boy with at breakfast or lunch? He doesn't remember breakfast or lunch. And we instantly heard back, and we took our time to verify the person that we were speaking with, that person was authentic. We did everything possible to fact check the information. Regardless, I will still say allegedly, because of course there was always room for misunderstanding. But the person that Ben was with has allegedly told various other people that he was with Ben when Charlie Kirk was shot. Now,
Okay, let's hear it.
were not able to confirm that they were at breakfast or lunch. Only what came to us was that they were together. And that person is a man named Gary Javich. Ben was allegedly with Gary Javich.
No idea.
And an as of yet unidentified woman when Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, we have a strong guess as to who that woman could be, but we'd rather not venture a guess unnecessarily. So Gary Javich is not a person that you have likely ever heard of unless you are Jewish and involved in the community, but he is certainly very well known, actually very powerful. And we weighed this identification as likely, determined it was probably likely given the reason that Ben was in Los Angeles on that September day. For clarity, Ben was in Los Angeles because he was scheduled to appear later that evening at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley at 6 o'clock p.m. That event was eventually canceled because Charlie was shot. What we can confirm about Gary Javich is that
It was canceled. And many creators canceled their appearances that day because they didn't know if there was going to be any other incidents. On September 10th, I would say probably like 99.999% of all conservative commentators canceled any event they had for September 10th. So, not surprising.
that he has spent the last few decades of his life, he's older, in his 70s, mid-70s, in Omaha, Nebraska, of all places, right? He got one of his degrees in Omaha, Nebraska, back in the 90s.
Omaha.
And has been there ever since.
Remembers that.
Now, Omaha, Nebraska just keeps coming up. It really does, right? Whether we're talking about the Egyptian plains, whether we're talking about other topics throughout this case when we were initially looking into Turning Point reopening.
Does anybody else, when they hear Omaha, also want a chicken parmy? Just pointing it out there. Some Peyton Manning.
Their UNL chapter. We've talked a lot in general about Nebraska, surprisingly so. But most critically, what is something that you should know about Gary Javich is that he is and has been the executive director of B'nai B'rith International for years. B'nai B'rith is the Jewish Freemasonic Lodge. And that immediately piqued my interest, especially if you are in my book club, you know the stuff that we have learned about B'nai B'rith throughout our study.
I have a feeling that a Jewish Masonic Lodge would not get would it get along with the other Masonic lodges? Aren't Masonic lodges like normally like Catholic though? Kind of connected? The Catholic
Sigmund Freud.
connectors at
This
Protestant.
is what just sort of ripped me into a new reality. Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. Yes, B'nai B'rith was indeed founded by German Jews. It was a Freemason lodge where Sigmund Freud, as we learned in one of our books, was free to denigrate the Goyim in his correspondence with his fellow Jews. He would say things like, that joke is much too good for Goyim. But they tell us that that's just meant to mean nation or something. B'nai B'rith then spun into the Anti-Defamation League. It's an important note that you should know about that. And that happened when the extraordinarily wealthy...
But believe it or not, there are Masonic lodges that are Islam and Hindu and Buddhist. I had no idea that Masonic lodges actually were Christian, Jewish, Islam, Hindu, and Buddhist. That's crazy. They all believe in one supreme being, though, that they all agree about. I had no idea. I guess I need to look more into some Masonic lodges. Fascinating. At least according to AI. I don't know. I'll do more research on it later. I know nothing really about Masonic lodges, so that's not for this stream. I'll figure that out one day later.
Jewish man in Atlanta named Leo Frank, who owned a factory and was president of the Atlanta B'nai B'rith chapter, assaulted and murdered an impoverished 13-year-old Catholic girl named Mary Fagan. He was convicted of this crime, despite trying to blame it on a poor, illiterate black janitor who also worked for him at the factory. Do you know how guilty you would have to be to get a jury to not convict a black man in the South, in the segregated South in 1913? Yet to this day, every year the ADL lobbies...
Well, don't get me wrong. Things weren't as bad in 1913 as people claim.
Claims it was anti-Semitism that got convicted,
anyway.
but there was none.
It was bad,
powerful player,
but it wasn't as bad as it's said
today.
today.
That consisted of Jews. And they have been attempting to get that conviction overturned for decades. Now, I highly recommend you read this little packet and conduct your own research, The Ugly Truth About the ADL. It's very important you understand what they have been involved in this country since their founding. Read it, as I did, and then research the claims that are made in this, as I did.
We know the ADL sucks.
But we are coming to a point in this country that it is very important that you understand what that group is,
we agree.
where they come from, and in my view, the danger that the ADL represents. Anyway, back to Gary. He served on B'nai B'rith International's board as their executive board chair in 2011, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. He received the inaugural President's Award in 2019 for advancing the organization's mission. A 2022 report identified him as the director of the local B'nai B'rith chapter in Omaha. He is also...
That Samurai for the 20 says, Ben's security talking to Charlie's security that was in the car still isn't weird because Charlie's security was probably giving updates to everyone because they're all high-profile people. Correct. That's absolutely what I believe. Everybody was getting some sort of update that were high-profile and connected to Charlie. I imagine that they were probably in fear because it's like, hey, if Charlie got hit, who else is going to get hit? I guarantee you that day, everybody that is high-profile was probably in fear for their lives to some degree. That makes sense. You watch one of your high-profile colleagues? Let's call them colleagues. You watch a high-profile colleague of yours get dropped, all of a sudden it becomes a lot more realistic that you're going to get dropped, right? You have no idea. So, yeah, I bet they were giving out updates like crazy. Probably to as many people as they possibly could to be as transparent as possible and to quell some panic. Who knows what was going through people's minds at that time? I imagine it wasn't good.
The director of the Chabad Lubavitch of Nebraska. Again, if you're not in my book club, you should just read the books.
Thank you so much for that, Matt Samurai, by the way. Thank you so much, man.
David Bacon's Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. You will note that anytime the Chabad Lubavitch is mentioned, underground tunnels in New York, there's this immediate vicious reaction online. There's a reason for that. There's a person currently sitting in jail who tried to murder me, plotted my murder on a chat with 20 other Jews. None of them notified me. The FBI got involved. Stunning that 20 people could be on a chat as a person is saying how he's going to murder Candace Owens, and none of them would reach out. I can't imagine that in Christian world. I can't imagine a chat with 20 Christians plotting the assassination of Ben Shapiro, and nobody would reach out and be like, this person's crazy, and I wanted to inform you that I'm on this chat with a crazy person. But that's what happened. That is real. There's a person sitting in jail because I mentioned the Chabad Lubavitch's history.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be okay. You know, some nut job ends up doing that. There are a lot of nut jobs out there, and you report them, and then they go to jail. That's a normal thing for the most part, especially for high-profile people. I mean, look at what happened to Bjork, like, several times. That crazy stalker that she had. I mean, there's just every incident, like you could imagine. That Samurai, again, for the $10, says, also, there was probably one person dedicated to communicating while at least one person was working on Charlie. If I remember right, there were multiple people in the car. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not a big deal. Like, you would think that the security would be trying to get updates out there anyway, in general. And they may not have been in the car. Ben may have thought they were in the car. He was in LA, remember. It's not like he was on FaceTime with them. It's not like he was in the car with them. So he has no idea. When he thought, oh, well, they must be in the car because they just got Charlie loaded up. In reality, they're going 90 down the road. They already got him to the hospital. They could have been in the hospital giving updates. And Ben could have thought they were still in the car. We have no clue. We are missing so many details.
Particularly as it pertains to the Brooklyn
Thank you
tomb
so much
that every
again,
president
Pat
seems
Samurai.
to visit, including Donald Trump. More about Gary. His professional biography says that he served on the National Council of AIPAC. Gary was the president of the Nebraska chapter of AIPAC. It also lists his twin brother, David Davich, as being on the board of AIPAC currently. Now, we were able to discover that Ben Shapiro and his wife have been donating a life and legacy amount to the Jewish Federation of Omaha, Nebraska for years. I know he has some ties to Omaha. I'm not really clear to what extent.
Yeah, I bet Ben Shapiro probably donates to a lot of Jewish organizations. That's actually fine.
Why? Maybe he just likes it. But of course, Gary is involved with
I bet he likes AIPAC a lot too.
As a host and a donor.
Okay.
That is all we know. I do not need to draw any further conclusions because everything about this situation gives me the ick.
But okay. So you just don't need any more evidence now. You're good. Okay.
Another bounty, similarly,
that's
for $25,000 for the person who can tell me who in Charlie's car was speaking to who on Ben's security team. We will protect our identity as we always do. We will obviously work with you to make sure you're comfortable in how I share the information. And I'm good for it. You can trust me. This matters very deeply to me. But I wanted to just really underscore how despicable the Turning Point USA team has been in their lies. There's no bond to their lies. And if they will lie about something like that for a $1 million check, yeah, they betrayed Charlie one way or the other. Though they are currently actually every day betraying Charlie. It was a betrayal to sit there and to lie about who his friends were and who his enemies are. So if you have any information I will again state, please send us an email to moretips@candaceowens.com. And I look forward to hearing from you guys. We'll be right back after a break.
Okay, we're going to get through this.
All right, you guys. Possible. point, auto pay, email payment, out to sea, get on time, because for pure you're going short. Logical, you will switch to Pure Talk. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. So there is this psychological attack method known as DARVO, right? You deny, you attack, you reverse the victim and the offender. Totally.
Yeah, you did that to Erica. It's crazy.
Crazy town. We saw this yesterday when Andrew Colvett, who, as Baron Coleman accurately states, is a liar who lies about everything, blamed me for the hit piece against me when it went wrong. Now, here's the thing that's now happening, which I am just beside myself with happiness that this is starting to occur, is that people who weren't sure about Turning Point USA, people who were, had the icky, I think we all did initially, like, okay, like this is kind of Charlie's legacy, and maybe people who initially disliked me, they're starting to change now because they're shocked at the audacity of the lies. And so Andrew took a very big risk in telling this lie. And for clarity, the article is still up because he's lying. They cannot get a retraction from the Daily Mail because he's lying through receipt. These quotes did not materialize.
Daily Mail won't even respond. What are you talking about? Why are you defending Daily Mail? They hate you. They supposedly hate you, but you're going to defend them.
Materialize from Candace Owens, did not materialize from nowhere. No associate editor would put their livelihood on the line and risk being sued, the entire publication being sued, to make...
You're doing that. You do that. You lie all the time. You don't show proof. You do that. Why can't they do that? What are you talking about? Are you telling me that CNN doesn't post lies either? Are you telling me that Fox News doesn't post lies? Are you telling me that MSNBC doesn't post lies? What are you smoking, Candace? All of a sudden, there's no such thing as fake news. She just defended every single mainstream news media outlet on the planet, the BBC, all these other people she just flat out defended, saying there's no way these people would ever lie. Chris Cuomo would never lie to us about anything. He was truly in his basement, actually quarantining. No guy on a bicycle ever stopped by and saw him or anything like that. Didn't call him Guido. Was it Guido? What did he call him? The N-word of Italians. What was his name? The guy from Scarface, or not Scarface, Godfather, that they called him. And then he had a whole meltdown about it. And then there was also, who else? Not just Chris Cuomo. Don Lemon. Don Lemon's never lied before. He never, ever has lied before, according to Candace here. What an unbelievably stupid stance for you to take.
Up, quote, whole cloth from a woman who has not just victim status.
They didn't quote Erica at all. They just said she uses the B word around her house. They did not quote her, so you're lying here.
Amongst the elites, but has the DOJ and the president's office backing her up. Like, that's not something they're going to do, right?
Thank you, cartoon.
Lose their job livelihood so I can make up a quote America. But he's stupid, and he took that risk anyway. And what it did was it actually made them lose a lot of favor with people that work in and around media. And obviously, those people all talk, they all communicate, they follow stories, and they're like, what is going on, this, that. Anyway, so we received, without even asking, I didn't even say, hey, if you have any information on this, we received a flurry of emails of people who presented proof, concrete proof, that the story did indeed come from a family friend of Erica.
Thank you for being here.
And that family friend is exactly who I expected it was, Tracy Martin, because Tracy Martin also lies. Tracy Martin's been doing the rounds in the press. She was giving quotes to Us Magazine, and she's also the person who had a perfectly friendly phone call with me and pretended that I was shouting and cursing her out on the phone. That tells me she's a liar. She's a liar. And what she immediately did when I said I suspected it was her was that she tried to get ahead of it and go on to Paramount Tactical Show. And now, this is before I had received emails to the effect that it was Tracy Martin. And like I said, I'll say allegedly, but I feel very good about the source.
Yeah. It's very good to say allegedly because you don't know.
And you can just hear the manner in which Tracy Martin tries to get in front of this and lies with her usual. Erica never did anything wrong ever in her whole life, even though Tracy was friends with Erica back in the days when she was dating, basketball players. Erica, you can find...
Can you tell me one thing Erica Kirk has done that's wrong? I don't know. Anything?
For rapping to gangster music when she was partying. Tracy Martin's going to pretend that ever happened, and Erica just doesn't talk like that. Watch her lie. Take a listen.
Tracy, let us know what your thoughts are on this. And by the way, were you the person that Daily Mail contacted and you provided this information?
Absolutely not. No,
wow, you really got her,
You've
Candace.
read both those articles. You sent them to me.
Yes.
You read the original article, and you've now read the edited article that they act like the first article.
Oh, you're just lying. Prove it.
Kept the same dates,
Prove
everything else. Like, tell me what your thoughts are behind this, and let's talk a little bit about the credibility of what they're saying about Erica. Have you ever seen Erica go on a tirade, start crashing out?
Never. That's not her MO. I have a lot of thoughts about this, to be honest with you, Gary. First and foremost, that's not Erica. People who know Erica, and if you notice, people actually came on against this podcast who just recently met me and said there's no way that she would have done this. And that's how you know you have a consistency of character. Erica would never, she doesn't curse. She doesn't say those things. And she still to this day has never said anything bad about Candace or anyone involved in this at all.
That's literally not true. She came out dressed like an assassin and name-checked me and accused me of accusing her of killing her husband, which
You did do that, though. You said that. That wasn't her making something up. You called her a Black Widow, and you sent a text message saying, why did you kill your husband? Why would you lie about that?
Was meant to invite hate toward me. I mean, the entire reason her PR thing fell apart
hate towards you
was
by
because
telling the truth of what happened. Okay.
Erica has been signaling for people to attack me. Stop, just stop. Name checking me in questions that were pre-approved by Barry Weiss, which she knew was going to happen. So it's so obvious that she's lying. And she comes out when she says that. And like I said, she has a history of lying. Because Tracy, I had a perfectly nice conversation.
If she is lying there, it's not even close to obvious. What are you talking about?
I had recorded it because it was so nice. And the next thing I know, she was out there pretending like I was cussing her out on the phone. Nope, just told her how I felt about Erica and things that I thought were strange and asked her opinion about why she didn't find it strange.
Sounds like you cussed her out.
That Erica was being caught in so many lies that she knew about. That's it. And so there's your answer. I'm still challenging Andrew Colbert to get that article removed. Get the person to come out and apologize. They should have there should be a full retraction issued if what you are saying is true and they are attributing quotes that are not real to Erica's family friend. It was as I understand it, an attempt to show the public that she was strong and that she was not going to take it and for her to come out swinging, and it backfired. And then they moved to Darvo tactics. That's what she's doing. It's a Darvo tactic to then pretend that I was the person who attacked myself. We have Turning Point in a very good spot. Okay. We want them to go mask down and to reveal their character. And
Turning Point has you in a good spot. You just don't realize it yet.
Such implausible lies like this because it's turning more people against them. It is. It's making people realize what they are capable of, because that was just like, I was like, are you kidding? When I woke up, I'm like, they're saying I was behind the article calling myself the B word, calling myself a soulless ghoul. Yeah, that's not going to earn you any friends in media. It's just not. Moving on from that, I did also want to show you guys this clip talking about how the truth is spreading, and I can guarantee you next week is going to be an explosive week. But Rob O'Neill, we didn't show the full clip of him on Newsmax, and I also wanted to get him talking about what was going on the rooftop and this screwdriver that is just bothering me the more and more I think about it. Take a listen.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, the screwdriver that probably wouldn't have worked to take it apart or put together in the first place was left on the rooftop anyway. So he jumped off the roof and put it back together without the screwdriver that probably didn't work anyway, put it back together, wrapped it up, and put it nicely in a bunch of trees, and then ran off and started texting someone like English was a second language. I mean, the whole thing's just shady. 30-06 is 30 caliber invented in 06. It's a 1906 to kill big game. And if you hit something in the spine, especially a human, I've shot ballistic gels all the time. I've never shot a human with 30-06, but I know it would do a lot more than that. If it was just a 30-06 shooting too, that went left to right, not from...
You've never shot a human with a 30-06, but you're the expert on what happens to a human with a 30-06. Okay.
Front to back. You can clearly see an exit wound on Charlie Kirk's left-hand side. And then it just, why are we supposed to believe everything we see on TV? Shut up, believe it. That's the narrative. No, it's not. I'm seeing
you said you could see an exit wound on Charlie?
Just fantastic. I love what he says. Texting like it's English is
Did she just
language.
gloss
That's
over
exactly
that?
What it was. Too formal. When you learn a language, you always learn it super formal. It's not the way people speak amongst each other. And it looked like someone just hit Google Translate and it came out like they were speaking the Queen's English, which obviously registered to the public as strange. And so it is good that we are finally reaching critical mass. I think we actually always were at critical mass, but that more people are feeling emboldened to speak out. And I do have to say, I just feel like Charlie's with us. I do. I feel like he's fighting with us. And that's why this is not going away. And he's working just as hard as he always did. Now, I have to read you this comment that shook me to my core yesterday on YouTube. I'm not getting involved beyond this. I'm just saying that it caught me off guard.
Okay, we'll take a look at the comment in a second. Ninja for the $10. Whatever happened to the person Candace was supposed to pay money to that said they had evidence that Erica had staged her crying at the correspondence dinner? A nothing burger. Yeah, exactly. She just dropped that. She's not even going to pay that 10 grand out. She never was. It was always a lie. Thank you so much for that comment, man. Thank you so much for that that $10 super chat. Barbara Gunnels for the 20 says, she literally admitted to an Adderall addiction. Yes, she did. She cusses constantly. She can't stand that Erica is nothing like her. Erica partied. Sipping champagne on a show is not partying unless you're Amish. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Thank you so much for that. Barbara Gunnels, thank you so much. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Hard because I had sort of peripherally understood that there was some drama going on with this suicide of Ellen DeGeneres, the longtime talk show host, no longer on air. She had a DJ named Twitch that worked on her show, and he committed suicide, allegedly, in a hotel room. And somebody commented this on YouTube, wrote, so many similarities with Twitch's case. Mormon wife who chased him at dancing events until he marries her. The family iced out. Mysterious death. His family asked to sign an NDA to attend the memorial. The wife back at work and in business mode a few days later, making deals and publishing books. And notes they put here that I find out that Allison grew up in Orem, Utah, and graduated from Timpanogos High School in 2006. I was like, what? Is this? I'm reading the comments and I'm going, is this real? Did she grow up in Orem, Utah? And sure enough, she did. Just a quick background on the case, just keeping it factual. Twitch died in 2002 at a motel less than a mile from his house from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He checked in to the Oak Tree Inn, and his body was discovered by motel staff on Tuesday. In fact, checked in on a Monday. The body was discovered on Tuesday when they entered his room. He was just 40 years old, and he was pronounced dead at the scene just after 11 a.m. And an autopsy report confirmed, this is what's crucial, that there were no drugs or alcohol that was found in his system at the time of death. TMZ then went around and spoke to motel staffers who said that he didn't appear to be in any sort of distress. He wasn't visibly upset, nothing. And the staffers also said that no one even heard the gunfire at any point during his stay, which is plausible. It's possible, of course, given the motel's layout. It does have separate units and it's structured like a U. But according to law enforcement and multiple news reports, he left a note alluding to past challenges and led investigators to conclude that the death must have been a suicide. Now, what made people, and I remember seeing this build online of people who didn't like the widow, was that despite—
The widow, that was such a dumb, cringy thing. Mama Owlbear for $10 says, Tracy Martin said, how did Candace get the U.S. Magazine article before it's been released? Candace Owens didn't play that part. Blake Bednarz didn't even check Candace Owens on the Rob O'Neill clip because it was from April. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. We got a lot to be checking on Candace because Candace puts out so much information so fast. It's really hard to fact check her on everything, to be honest. But we'll get there. Thank you all so much. I'm going to go put this plate on on the dresser real quick.
Him having no drugs in his system, she then gives an interview and says that she found a cornucopia of substances like mushrooms and pills that she wasn't aware that he was taking. She said this after he committed suicide. That she found it hidden in his shoeboxes. Anyway, I'll let you take a listen to that piece of the interview that really sent some people.
I had dealt with an ex that had addiction problems, and then I realized Steven had addiction problems, and it's something that I kind of have been like, where was I involved in this?
Why are we talking about her?
I had to take some steps for myself to realize, like, you know, I was able to help one, and I wish I could have been that for the other, but it's also not my job to do that. There was a moment I was with one of my really dear friends, and we were cleaning out the closet and picking out an outfit for him for the funeral. And it was a really triggering moment for me because there was a lot of things I discovered in our closet that I did not know existed, and it was very alarming to me to learn that there was so much happening that I had no clue.
That's so funny.
So it was a really scary moment in my life to figure that out.
Was there like a man in the closet or something? Like, what was in there? What was in that?
But it also helped me process that he was going through so much. And he was hiding so much, and there must have been a lot of shame in that. And
I'm not trying to make fun of this lady.
He was wrestling with a lot inside himself, and he was trying to self-medicate.
But it's such a weird thing to say.
He didn't want to put it on anyone because he loved everyone so much. He didn't want other people to take on his pain. But it was very alarming and scary to find those things and have never known.
Boy, Candace really does hate blonde women.
Your husband as a drug addict who was found with no drugs in his system and who nobody knew had any drug habit, and just saying you were the one who found it. It's a move. It's a move. I think I said he died in 2002.
I mean, what else are we supposed to do with that? Sure,
he also died
weird.
without a will. She filed a petition for half of his estate. In April, a judge signed off on her request. She was granted her property passing rights as a result of the ruling. And according to California law, the surviving spouse has the right to request half of her late partner's assets if they were married at the time of their death. Twitch's mother and younger brother, however, did speak out, and they sat down with—
You mean half? 100% goes to the spouse unless there's a will. What?
Gayle King on CBS. So this is why it was turned into a massive thing, because the family was like, she's not acting right. And I'll just, let me just say that it is true that at Charlie's actual Catholic mass burial, which was the day before the memorial event that Erica made—
Prove that he had a Catholic mass burial. Why would they honor that? If they ended him, why would they give him a Catholic mass burial if he was really turning Catholic? Why wouldn't they just, not do that? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they give him the kind of funeral that would make it all, just straightforward? Just evangelical, normal Christian burial, or however that looks. I don't exactly know how that would look. But why not do that? Why honor him as a Catholic when even that day, which it doesn't make sense, because the day he got shot, he said he was an evangelical Christian. I don't understand why you would make up such an egregious lie when that very day Charlie Kirk debunks you 30 minutes before he died. He said, I am an evangelical Christian. 30 minutes before he died.
Her own family members and everyone present sign NDAs. That's what I was told. And similarly, the same thing was done here. And this is what Twitch's family told Gayle King on CBS. Take a listen.
We were, trying to figure out what we were going to do or what she wanted to do in terms of plans. And then I got a phone call saying, we need you guys to sign non-disclosure agreements. And we were like, why? What's going on? What is this for? And
402 people
says,
in here.
Well, somebody in the family has sold a story.
Please hit that like and subscribe button. Thank you guys so much.
To a magazine. And we were like, what are you talking about? Who did this? And she said, Granddad. And that's Steven's grandfather. And now, if you know my dad, he's the most respected, the most integrity. would never do
Does
that.
this tie in with Charlie Kirk?
So a magazine did call him, and in the throes of grief, my father answered the phone, and they asked him.
Was this the Mormon
and
Mafia?
He's answering the questions, and, saying.
Are we done with the
grieving,
Mormon Mafia now? I thought we were going to learn more.
But it was at that point that it became, you guys are doing this. We need you to sign this. And we were like, no, that is not true. And that's kind of where it started. It went,
so that's when the friction started, asking for the NDA.
It went downhill from there.
We're going to learn more about it,
right?
right?
To sign an NDA to go to the funeral?
It became, if you don't sign, you will not be able to see him and you will not be able to participate.
I can tell you that she did do a book tour. She did release a book, February of 2024, a short time after. It was her story of love loss and embracing the light. And once again, she told the public that he was secretly struggling with addiction and past sexual abuse from a male figure in his life. That is one thing to put on the streets after your husband dies.
I have no idea if that happened or not.
Members of Twitch's
I'm
family
glad
said
we
that
went
they
through
were
this, I
blindsided
guess.
by the claims that she made. And she also released a children's book that she said that she co-authored with Twitch just before he died. And that was called Keep Dancing Through, Boss Family Groove. I mean, 2025 in September, Connie, who is Twitch's mother, filed a petition for grandparent visitation against Allison, alleging that her relationship with her grandchildren has changed following her son's death, describing it as unilateral and retaliatory decision by the dancer. In 2026, the case was dismissed by a judge. So I guess they will just not be able to see too much of their grandparents. We'll see. But I just had to tell you this stunning story. When I found it in Warren, Utah, I was just like, this is crazy. And I do see a lot of similarities in the story. I'm not speculating anything, but I am saying that's a move. This book publishing, I was like, what? It's like a formula or something. It's crazy. I will just leave it at that. We'll be right back after a break.
Yes, okay.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because as many of you know, I've recently shared the exciting news that our people if you're a homeowner, only enjoy cost they're saving over finding that presented by anyone, including the FBI. It is crazy how much we have released that the public did not have access to, from photos inside of the SUV to releasing text messages, us being the one that showed he said he was leaving the pro cause. And no matter what, they just say she has no evidence. And then we finally get brought to the preliminary hearing where we're supposed to be overwhelmed by evidence and they give us nothing, not one thing that I was forced to retract on the basis of what we saw.
Really? How about the core locked round? How about the DNA? How about the video images? How about the video evidence? How about every single thing that they did? You're just denying it to your audience. You're so bad at reporting. You should have live streamed the entire trial for people to see, but you're such a fraud that if your audience saw the trial, they would have turned on you. That's 1,000,000% fact. You would have lost your entire audience had you streamed that.
On the preliminary hearing, in fact.
And you won't stream the hearing either.
And we have a lot more coming. We have a lot more coming. I can promise you guys that. One Glazed Donut wrote, Candace, your audience does not have to be bought. We actually choose to watch you every day. No one forces us to. They are the grifters. Yes.
Yeah, I believe One Glazed Donut.
They are the grifters. And it's just crazy to me that they tried to present it like I tried to profit off of Charlie's death. It's exactly what they were doing. Again, going back to that Darvo psychological attack. Exactly what they were doing. They tried to accuse me of doing. They're like, let's say Candace is benefiting off of Charlie's death. Yeah, who cares if no one will remember the tent, the microphone that was in the case, us literally raising $40 million, approximately $40 million in one night as Erica posed next to the bloody. I mean, no one will remember anything. We'll just say, forget the t-shirts that went into a for-profit business, the influencers. They will just say, that's Candace that's making money for doing what she's always done. Her podcast. I've been podcasting for years. This is what I do. Nothing has changed. My focus obviously has changed because I watched my friend get assassinated and I'm watching the people who are the closest to him lie about even the most mundane facts of his existence.
Dumped you
who his friends
in
are,
2024.
who his enemies were, what he was fighting, what pressure he was under. And the deep irony here is that they had just been forthcoming. No one would have thought anything was weird. Like they were just like, yeah, he was really angry in the end about the pressure he was under, the donors, and he was really venting. He was done with the pro-Israel cause. If Phoebe had just stayed home and chilled, if Seth Dillon admitted that he had pressured him in the Hamptons as he does, I have been morally blackmailed by Seth Dillon and Charlie Me. Talk about that. I have messages to that effect.
No proof.
Yeah, then people I would have thought nothing was suspicious or needed further prodding, but they can't tell the truth about anything. They can't even tell the truth about articles that they were planting. I'll leave a small percentage for maybe if Tracy Martin was the one who, as I'm told, was behind this article, maybe there's a chance that Andrew Colvett didn't get the email question somewhere. They do sometimes send them to weird inboxes. I've told you that. They'll send it to like my info box asking for comment. But there's no way he couldn't just pick up the phone and call Erica and say, hey, Tracy giving these comments to the Daily Mail, and Erica should have said yes because she was, and Erica knew that. Unless Tracy did it behind Erica's back. I don't think she did. Allegedly. I don't think she did.
Allegedly.
Anyway,
yeah.
More comments on today's
Cover
episode.
your rear end.
Ooh, my computer has frozen, so just kidding. That's so weird.
Get
Let me just
proof
refresh here.
before you make
I'm
claims.
in the wrong spot entirely. It's actually not frozen. Coleman writes, Candace, watch Once Upon a Time in America. It is a movie about the Jewish mafia. Thank you for letting me know about that. I've never heard about that, but I have definitely been doing a lot of reading, and it is real, and it is terrifying how much we have been lied to about that. Sarah Marie writes, I do believe the Holy Spirit works through Charlie, and that same Spirit is working through Candace. May our dear Father, which holy name is Jehovah, secure Mrs. Owens and all of her endeavors in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I like I said, I feel good right now. I feel positive about what I always sense, which is that all of these lies are going to be revealed regarding Charlie's death, and I sense that we are making progress in the panic and the effort and the extremities, the lies that they are telling. It's just such extremes right now. that you're going, is this real? Are you bringing
What?
influencers into the courtroom? That's not a good PR move.
Is that the word you
Why are
meant
you
to-
doing that? There's a
meant to
desperation
use?
that I'm sensing right
All
now.
right.
And I just want to also keep encouraging you guys to keep fighting, keep sending me information, keep sending me tips. And I'm grateful to everyone who has thus far. I can
Extremity
sense
tips.
that camaraderie. All of us are in the foxhole with Charlie now. Dan writes, Candace, thank you for everything that you do. You've been a pivotal voice for a lot of people, and I know that comes with an incredible amount of pressure. I want to remind you that your work is appreciated and that many people are grateful for your courage. Stay strong. We are rooting for you. Thank you so much, Dan, for that gift. And I'm rooting for all of us to win. I just feel the devil always overplays his hand, and the devil definitely overplayed his hand with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's that. Renee writes, for your lawsuit fund. Yeah, it does feel like it's coming. I definitely will say, once I started realizing that all of the accounts, the stuff that Charlie and I are talking about, the typical people are.
Here soon, Candace Owens has a lawsuit that's starting to... Oh, my God. That was a great pause. I can kind of do the face. Sorry, guys, I couldn't help that. But yeah, her lawsuit's coming to an end here in just like about a week or so. Then she's going to probably settle with the guy or something. We'll have to check it out.
Starting to talk about Sandy Hook. I was like, oh, they're going to go for this. They want me hung, you know. They want me.
Yeah, no. No, that's the face you would make. That's the face anybody would make if they saw that. Oh, okay, I won't make that joke.
Hung.
Never mind.
So thank you for that, for your lawsuit fund. Thank you for
drew
showing
it
up for
out.
Charlie. You have built an amazing community. Much love and support from everyone around the world, praying with and for you. Christ is King.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
man.
if this is my hill to die on, so to speak.
It's insane.
Not allowing the murder of my friend to happen in broad daylight and go unchecked, and then the lies to be told and to watch everything he built for be destroyed and reversed overnight. That feels like something worth fighting for.
Yeah, the thing that you're
feels
trying to
like
destroy, yeah,
there's
sure.
such a sin right now, and since we're all carrying, like the whole world is carrying the sin of Charlie's assassination, the memory of watching that video and what was done. And
I think
it has
it's
to
the
be cleansed.
Brigitte Macron
It has
one,
to be cleansed,
or
and the only thing
we'll
that can
have to
cleanse
look
it
into it.
is truth. Everyone needs to know exactly what happened that day. And
I
who
think
was
there's
behind it.
4
That's the way it
lawsuits
works.
she's dealing with right
And
now.
there are so many of us right now. There are so many of us right now, and we're not quitting, and we are just so focused on this topic. And I think that they didn't expect that. Of course, they didn't expect that. No way. Real Seth Rando writes, Candace, I love what you are doing. Keep fighting. We all have a part to play in exposing corruption. Indeed, we do.
That was
Carvin
the
writes
same
3
as the
things. When I
last
first started
tweet.
watching you years ago, I thought Ben was your husband. So sorry.
Last
Yeah,
one.
I'm going to accept that apology, but I'm really not happy with you. I'm just like take 5 seconds here to be really angry at you.
Okay.
Catholics, I'm going to forgive you. I'm a
Great.
little angry. Charlie, keep fighting. Oh, congratulations.
Keep fighting,
Really
yep.
angry at you, but not a little Charlie. So sweet. Congratulations. Brooke writes,
Great.
I'm so grateful for my weekdays with your platform. Thank you for refusing to let Charlie be forgotten and for staying committed to uncovering the truth. We appreciate you more than you know. Christ is king, and Ben Shapiro is still fake and gay. And also dangerous, I would add there. Like people that fixate like that, it's like there's like a disorder or something. He can't just go away, just go away with more money, connections, just go live a nice life and let people think what they want to think. Too much anger. And I think that comes up with how they are raised. I do think he genuinely believes that he's chosen. And maybe he is, but it's certainly not by God, right? I don't think that people are chosen by God to behave like that. And yeah, I think that sort of brainwashing, going through the same kind of psychology, which is the point of them being raised to think you're so special, everything is yours. They don't even know, they're not even aware of their own brainwashing. They are not aware that hell is real. It's really real. I wouldn't want to live like that and know that I could face that eternal sentencing. And they do it unflinchingly. Jennifer writes, I completely support you, Candace. Go Max, Christ is King. Ali writes, I love your pods with Tom Woods and Scott Horton. They made a history curriculum design for homeschooling. We also need a pod with Larry Johnson. You would love Larry. He's a funny grandpa who's ex-CIA and doesn't trust the Fed slop CK narrative. I will be sure to check him out. Auntie Leash writes, yesterday's episode, my takeaway was Howard Hughes was manipulated into isolation, tortured till he handed over his fortune, murdered, and then painted as a madman to the public. It sounds familiar. Where have we seen this pattern before? Everywhere, actually, especially in Hollywood. I just go back and how much I used to believe it. And maybe that was all of us having sort of this parasite and believing the tabloids and believing what they said about people. This person's crazy, because they're trying to get you. That's how the parasite works. They're trying to drive you crazy. That's why it's so important to have strong, stable, fortified people in your life. That's what Charlie was to me. And when I was going through that, I was 40 weeks pregnant when they were doing it to me. And, no, Candace, you're crazy. You can't say genocide. What's wrong with you? Oh my God, I love you. Why would you say this? I hate to see you go this way. What's wrong with you? And then you're going, am I seeing correctly? Was genocide always wrong? And you have to have people like Charlie. And that's why I wanted to show that message of just, this is what they're doing. This is happening. You're going to fight through this. Do not quit. That's what they're trying to get you to do. Like he was that person to me. And I was also that person to him. We had each other's backs and we still do have each other's backs.
Yeah.
Charlie died. I'm riding. It was always a ride or die situation. And he's still with us. I want you guys to know that he really is.
No,
we have merch available on our website. Oh, I forgot one comment. Better Love wrote, there's an obvious war against truth and knowledge. You can't speak the truth, nor can you know about any history that does not fit a narrative. Never stop fighting this evil. We will always stand with you. There will be justice for Charlie. Totally agree. There will be justice for Charlie. As you guys know, the easiest way to support us is merch. You can go on the website, buy yourself a mug, buy yourself a Santa's cup, buy yourself
merch,
a t-shirt, buy your and it okay. I don't sure.
Yeah, I love doing that. It's so much fun, guys. All right. Here's what I got to do, okay, guys? I have to jump over to Paramount Tacticals This screen's going to go black for just a few minutes, okay? It'll be no more than like 10 minutes, so just hang out and chat. The whole live stream will start right back up, right here in front of you guys. I will just simply be muted. I'm going to jump in with them. We're going to do a little not a pre-show, but, you know, the first 10 minutes we go in there beforehand, we just talk about, like, okay, what's everyone going to bring up? What are we going to talk about? Things like that. So we just go over what we're going to do, and then we'll launch in 10 minutes. Okay, guys? So I'm going to go there now. Definitely stay here. Hang out with each other. Let people know that I will be right back. I will be live on Paramount Tactical. I won't really be able to engage with chat at all. That'll be kind of rude, you know, to the other guys I'll be talking to. So any super chats I get, I will read them all out after Paramount Tactical's stream ends. If I don't get any, it's totally fine. You do not be pressured into that. I don't pressure anybody into donating. If I get 0, it is absolutely fine. No big deal. I'm just saying, if you do get a super chat, I promise you I will read it. It will just be at the very end of that live stream. So I just want to make that clear. If anybody gives a super chat, just make sure that those people know that. I really, really, really appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. See you guys here in 10 minutes, okay? Just don't go anywhere. Let's see. Boop. I think I need to turn my camera off. I think I physically need to deactivate. Yeah. All right. Be right back, guys.
You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. All right, folks, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hope everybody is doing great out there. Man, we're going to have a fun show. We got a fun, lighthearted, informal, fun show that we're going to have. I'm going to introduce all my guests in just a minute. But welcome to another episode of the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. Folks, make sure you like, subscribe. Down in the description below, there's a link. If you'd like to support this channel and everything that we do and pushing the truth, getting the truth out there, you can become a member. That really helps. Also, over on X, we do offer subscriptions. And speaking of which, we had a members and subscribers only little live stream just a few minutes ago. And that was really fun. And I always appreciate our members for supporting us. And hopefully you enjoyed the time that we can just talk about whatever. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm going to address this comment in just a minute. Verum, you guys are hilarious. You can't compete on the actual argument, so block, 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 and wonder why you're getting destroyed with the public. Anyways, so first of all, we're not getting destroyed with the public. Secondly, every time that I get to a space, just on the facts, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And here's what we're going to do right now. Verum, if you would like to, I'm going to offer you, we're going to give you a guest invite. So not only are you not going to get blocked, you can join the show. And we will go over all the facts. And if you'd like to join in here, you can be audio only, video only, whatever you want to do. All right. So, and we never block people on the show that have legitimate discussion points or arguments. If you come in here and you start throwing around ad hominems and you're just a waste of my time and you can't have an adult discussion, yes, you get blocked. It's as simple as that. If you're going to troll, we don't have time for trolls, and we don't block people unless they're trolling. It's as simple as that. And I have no problems going up against anybody. I don't care if it's Baron Coleman, Candace Owens, or anyone else. You guys do not have the facts on your side, and I'll happily have those discussions with you. So anyways, without further ado, we'll see if Verum has the courage to even jump in here. But I do want to introduce the rest of the crew for tonight. We got Artie Trolls, Jared over at Continued Freedom, and Bronson. You guys go around the horn real quick and just introduce yourself. So starting with Artie, send it.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm Artie Trolls. Been covering Candace for a bit here. Cover minor other things, just dragging the left. We have a lot of fun over here. How about you guys?
Yeah, man. Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Jared. I've got the show Continue Freedom over on YouTube, also on Rumble and X. I talk politics, culture, just about anything and everything. And yeah, that's it.
Sweet. And we got Rage Bronson.
Hey, everybody, I'm Bronson, and I like to argue with people on the internet.
Yeah.
He does indeed. He does indeed. Look, we're just going to have some fun tonight. There's a couple things that I want to cover, and I don't know what you guys want to talk about first. There's a lot to discuss, whether we're talking about politics, whether we're talking about the Candace Owens train wreck. I mean, just so much to discuss. There's one thing that I'm going to end up talking about tonight, the NDAA. But Artie, you've been doing a lot of great things, and you've been working on a lot of different elements of the Candace Owens, just debunking her left and right. Artie, take it away. Like, what do you see going on right now, and what have you been covering?
Well, just today we ended up covering a little bit of slander. Candace Owens, how she is. She goes and she twists something to fit her narrative. A little earlier today, it seemed like there was a little bit of a drug issue. Apparently, she's accusing Erica Kirk of dipping into the booger sugar, and we debunked that pretty quickly.
Did she actually say that? She said that Erica was using cocaine?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, wow. And it's on Erica Kirk's Instagram. It's just the opposite of what Candace said. Erica Kirk was not asked the question, or Erica Kirk was asked the question. Wait, no. Erica Kirk had people answer her question of what would they do if they went back, 5 years or something like that, and had a 30-second phone call with that person. So,
interesting.
Sweet. Got to pull it up.
Well, this is the video that you posted regarding that. There's that handsome guy right there that should be selling all kinds of shampoo products. Let's play this real quick and see what you got going on, because I haven't watched this yet.
for every real, reality and TV. And Erica literally says, she's asked a question, what is something you wish that you could say to your younger self? Advice that you wish you could give to your younger self. And she says, don't try cocaine. Well, that's weird advice to give. Erica used to party.
So believe it or not, this is just a flat out lie. And I am going to prove Candace Owens wrong 100%.
To say, in a world of no new friends, I actually made a new friend today that I probably would not have made without the no mask situation and our little mini bonding moment. So what is yours? Because I know you have one, and I know it's probably funny or maybe awkward, but I want to hear it.
Now, allow me to explain real quick. She asked the question about the mask drama. Here's all her followers answering the question. Wow, that's funny how that works, huh? Well, let's go on over here. Here it is. If you could call yourself 5 years ago, 30-second call, what would you say? Exact same profile picture, exact same situation. Here's a bunch of people who are answering the question. Don't try cocaine. There it is. This isn't Erica Kirk getting asked a question. These are all of her followers answering the question, just like in the previous video. This is what Erica Kirk did at the time. Probably still does. I don't know if she still does this or not, but I can easily give an example every single time. So focus on school, not boys. Create friendships that last. These are a bunch of different people answering the question. Candace Owens, I just have to ask, why do you always get caught in a lie? Why do you always do this? And why are your viewers not catching this better? I expect better from you. You're going to get taken down. I promise we will call out every single lie you do. Tell me what you all think about this down in the comment section below. Thank you all so much for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share. That's all I ask for. And I'll see you all here in tonight's live stream and, well, today's video later on as well. Later.
Well, there you go. Another lie debunked. And by the way, folks, if you haven't done so, down in the description below are everybody here's all their links to all their socials. Make sure you guys go follow them, support them. They're freaking awesome dudes, people that I consider my genuine friends as well. And we got another one, Jason Whitaker in the house, J Witt Podcast.
In the building.
Thank
I know
you,
that y'all needed. I know you needed to hit your diversity quota, so I needed to make sure I popped up in here. You got too many beards. It's too many beards, too much hair. So I said I'd come up in here because y'all don't have a black guy. So here I am, ladies and gentlemen. With no further ado, I'm here. Green Hearts in the chat. If you agree, let's go.
I'm just glad you contacted me. You're like, Gary, you need some diversity up in there. And just to solidify any stereotypes, I'm going to be running on CP time. So I'll see you in a little bit.
There you go. I had to make sure, man. I can't let the people down, man. I cannot let the people down. Hey, real quick though, Artie, you're gonna have to get that overlay that says debunked. I really need you when you debunk Candace. I need you to slap that thing on there. Debunked. It's got to happen because it happens so frequently. It's almost like she's doing it for you. She's doing it for you, man. She's giving you layups, alley oops all day long.
Absolutely.
It's like the Mythbusters, right?
There you go. I like, was it Myth Busted? I think that's what they used to put busted. Yeah. There you go. There you go. You need to slap that on there every time, because good gracious alive. But I do want to say something here, and I did mention this. I think I commented on your post already. I think it was on X.
Yeah.
Candace is the queen of projection. That's it. Hands down. You're not going to beat those charges. So I encourage people, whenever she makes a statement about Erica, just remove Erica from it and look and see, does it match with her own life? I'm pretty sure she gets down with the snow. I guarantee you, man, she'd be riding a white pony. I guarantee you. And her just trying to call out Erica about it is only just her wanting to let people know that she gets down like that, that she gets down with it. And I mean, every time she says something, whether she's saying that Erica's an attention seeker or wanting power, all this kind of stuff like that, ma'am, that's you in 4K. So I just want to bring it up, man. I'm here to pick fights tonight. Let's go.
All right, so
let's go.
Hold on. Did Erica do cocaine or not? I'm confused.
No, not from that tweet. Let's say it like that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say no, but not from that. It's just like if we were reading the quote, if we're reading the live chat right here, Bronson, then somebody's gonna say something in this live chat, and we just impose it on you, like, oh, Bronson believes this. Like that's not what. Somebody just said that. Man, what are you talking about?
I think I'd like Erica better if she did do cocaine. So there's that.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Indeed. I'm gonna try to stay up with. We'll try to include you guys. Somebody was saying we need to do that more. I will try to include the chats all throughout. But look, I think the way this flows better is definitely if we get them toward the end. But anyways, Karen says, Gary, all your shows are great. You and the fabulous guests do an amazing job. God bless you and stay upon you all. Thank you very much. Wes Brucey, thank you very much. Bronson, this is your fault. I bet the chat you're gonna wear your Kangol hat and lost. There you go.
The hell is a Kangol hat?
Oh wait, stop. Wait, hold on now. Don't make me be the resident black guy. I gotta explain a Kango.
Yeah,
come on, man. That's like from
that's the cabbie hat, right?
Yeah, that's the hat that you wear in the 80s and 90s.
Scally
Bryson DeChambeau hat.
Kangol cap is.
Your Bryson hat that you'd wear.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
But it's a brand of it that's called Kango. And that's what he's referring to.
What happened to the guy at the beginning of the show that was talking all kinds of smack? Is he coming on?
I don't think he's coming on. Let's go back.
Oh, what happened?
Again,
yeah, I got some. Oh, what is this?
Varum came in here hot. He said, you guys are hilarious. You can't compete on the actual argument. So block. And you wonder why you're getting destroyed with the public. Anyways, I'll sit and enjoy the rest of your show. So I offered him a link. He can come on here. We're going to treat you with respect, Varum. We're not even going to be mean to you. We'll be very nice to you. And we can just talk
y'all put Virum in the chat. Y'all put flood Virum in the chat.
I sent him a guest link. So the guest link's there, Virum. Jump in here, tell us what we're doing wrong, tell us where we're wrong, tell us why you're right, and let's talk about facts and see where it all comes out.
I actually popped into the show early and I screenshot some of that because that's it's funny because he was trying to get to the number one commenter, and he was saying later on, ban me Gary, and I think it was like a bragging rights sort of deal.
Well, you're not banned. You're not banned. You got a guest link, bro. Your VIP status up in here.
Absolutely,
Just
man.
Me says, I don't know if you've talked about the military guy that shot Bin Laden, Rob O'Neill. Cool. Saying he thinks it was an exploding mic and believing Candace. I don't know anything about him. Your thoughts? Why would he spread lies? Well, real quick, you guys can jump in here because this is an interesting topic that I think is worth covering. I have sent both myself and Matt Tardio. Matt Tardio is another former Green Beret, also a sniper, also an explosives expert. He's 18 Charlie. I respectfully sent Rob O'Neill just a post saying, hey, look, respect your military service and everything you've done. Would love to talk with you. We can have a friendly chat and we can go over the facts that you're working with, and I'll show you the facts that I'm working with, and we'll see where we come out. The other thing I'll add to this before I let you guys jump in on this, and I don't even care about the controversy of whether or not he actually shot Bin Laden. There's obviously guys from his own team that says he's full of shit. Take that for what it is. What I will say, I kind of realized, I don't know, just kind of had this epiphany. I think where a lot of the nonsense of all these conspiracies comes from is the fact that we have almost nothing but slow motion footage now that we have gone through this. I just happened to watch one of the few videos that I have that's not in slow motion, and there's nothing weird. There's nothing that looks weird about it. And so one of the first things I would ask Rob O'Neill is like, how many times have you seen someone shot and then analyzed it in slow motion over and over and over again? You just don't do that in normal situations. But when you take that slow motion off, it looks very, like most of the stuff that we're seeing happens so quick, you don't even notice it. And it looks very normal. The problem is we've slowed it down and we're over analyzing some of the stuff instead of just playing it in real time. And it looks a lot less weird. You guys take it from there.
I'll jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay Witt.
I'll jump in. One, am I too loud? Somebody said I was loud earlier, but also on the, nobody saying I'm loud. Okay, cool. All right. One, just because you took out Osama bin Laden 12 years ago does not make you an expert on this matter right now. That doesn't, I'm sorry. So just to keep using your bona fides, it sounds like you're giving the uncle at the cookout that's talking about his high school career. And he's like 50, like, just stop. Like, okay, let it go. Fine. You're the world champion of football in high school, but sir, you're 50 now. Let it go. But and what you're saying right now doesn't really make sense. And all the evidence, everything that we've seen doesn't rhyme with what you're seeing. in what you're saying. So I do appreciate that you ask them to, hey, let's have a conversation about it. But I do think another problem is we are super, super skeptical of everything, except that which we want to believe. So this is definitely confirmation bias on crack cocaine. We're not willing to say, hey, you know what, the evidence it's looking in that direction. They're talking about a bullet. I believe it's a bullet. Let's get rid of it. After, I can understand maybe before the preliminary hearing, people might have been using the exploding mic, but now, come on. Like at this point, you're just wanting to hold on to the narrative.
And I'll be honest with you, there's other big social media personalities that you would assume would have like the facts of this, and they're opining on this and giving their opinions and everything else on it, that I've had the opportunity to talk to behind the scenes, and come to find out they saw like one video. And when you when there are multiple videos and multiple perspectives, and you see what's taking place, I mean, it's a gunshot. It's definitely not anything exploding. Like we've talked about that ad nauseum. Like it just defies physics. So I don't know what he's seen, and I don't know what he has seen and what evidence he's using to come to those conclusions. I'm not going to sit there and say that he's lying. What I'm going to say is that my suspicion is that he's completely misinformed. And I will even go and say, like, I don't know, maybe he has information or video or other evidence that I haven't seen. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm willing, like, I would have a conversation with him and go into it open-minded. And, if he showed me something that I wasn't aware of, I would walk out of there based on evidence. I would change my opinion. It's simple as that. Bronson, I know you wanted to jump in there. I heard you.
Yeah, I feel like he's said some contradictory things. So like he's made a statement basically saying that it doesn't look like a gunshot, that it looks maybe like an explosive, but then he also says it looks like an exit wound. I feel like he's just kind of all over the place. He sort of like came back out of nowhere. Didn't he talk about this like really early on? And then they started resharing some stuff, but then he went on Stu Peters back in May or something along those lines. Furthermore, let me just make this point quick before you interrupt. The people that are pushing this guy right now, and they're sharing him and they're using him as this credible source, just not that long ago would have completely called BS on the entire bin Laden raid and would have said this guy's a hoax and a shill and that it's misinformation and all of this stuff. So take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, the same people that are saying it's true because Rob said it were also the same people saying that, Osama bin Laden died on dialysis and he wasn't shot at all. So your point's valid. What I just wanted to kind of reiterate is, yes, that video from Newsmax, that happened back in like March. And now it's suddenly being recycled. And yes, then he went on Stu Peters, I think back in May. So this is all old stuff. And I don't know, he's sort of doubled down online since then in statements and tweets on X, but I don't know what evidence he's actually seen. I would love to have that conversation with him and be respectful, friendly, and all the good things.
Well, one thing
Gary, I think you said
something too. Oh, sorry about that. Want to go ahead?
No, go ahead, Artie. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Thank you, man. One thing I heard him say too is that it's kind of obvious, but he did come out and say, well, I've never shot a 30-06 into a person before, and yet he wants to come in here and comment on it too, like he's the expert.
Yeah.
It's just silly. It's just one of those things that's hypocritical.
I think something that really bugs me is, so there is a certain level of military monetization that people are doing, whether it's online and books and all this sort of stuff. And that's just how, like, your experience in the military, whether you're the guy who took out bin Laden or you're, somebody like me who was shooting big bullets, or Gary, this, all the stuff that you did in your military experience, that's just how you're interpreting the information. What matters, regardless of your bona fides and as a military specialist of whatever, is what information are you bringing to the table? And that's what has separated, not to blow sunshine up your backside, Gary, but that's what has separated you from a lot of these other people, is that you're using your experience to look at actual data. You found actual examples where the scenario that took place with Charlie Kirk, similar scenarios have taken place in the past. These people are making their best educated guess off who knows what information, because they never really or what evidence, because they never really present any. And they use their reputation as a specialist in whatever sort of MOS they had or whatever job they did in the military to say, well, I was in the military and I know this. Well, that doesn't mean you can say something devoid of any evidence. And that's what really chaps my backside about all this, is that there are people doing that.
Yeah.
And so we have to be aware of that, because Gary, we came out of that post 9/11 world where everybody was, 9/11 happened and everybody's signing up and we're like, yeah, I'm going to go and defend my country, serve my country, and I'm going to do my part. And it was the boomers who saw us do that, and it created a status for veterans that was the polar opposite of what they saw in Vietnam. And sometimes we take that to the point that veterans can do no wrong, that your military experience means that you are better than. And we have to look at it. I look at it as we're all fallen people. And just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you can't BS somebody, and doesn't mean that you can't approach it the wrong way. So
100%. And I just want to add to that like, there's not a person in the military, sniper, special operations, Green Beret, SEAL, or whatever else, that specializes in terminal ballistics. You don't. And especially when it comes to 30-06. And look, I went into this originally. I was kind of approaching things from a different angle, but I will say I was much more dubious of a 30-06 not exiting starting off. And again, I'll never forget it. I was on a live with Valhalla VFT, and a guy brought up Martin Luther King. And I was like, okay. And what I didn't know about Martin Luther King, that he was shot with a 30-06. And then I looked it up as we were doing it. I was like, well, he was shot in the jaw first. And I kind of blew it off. I was like, well, he shot in the jaw first. That doesn't count. And then I was like, Gary, how does that make sense? Like, the argument is, and by the way, even Rob said it would have blown his head off. How dumb is that? Anyways, but I was like, how does that make sense? Just because it hit his jaw doesn't mean, if it hadn't hit his jaw, do we know that it would have exited? The answer is no. We don't know that it would have exited if it hadn't hit his jaw first. The other thing with this is that Martin Luther King and I started studying this. And I was like, you know what, Gary, you really don't know that much about terminal ballistics when it comes to what happens to human beings. And you sure as heck, I've shot a 30-06 maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. So I decided, you know what? I don't know what I think I know. And even then I wasn't definitive. I also understand ballistics are unpredictable. I've just seen too many weird things, but I went through and started really studying that. I studied the entire Martin Luther King thing. He was shot from 65 yards away, and Charlie Kirk was shot from 130 yards away, almost exactly double the distance. So he was hit. Charlie Kirk was hit with less energy, and that's just a fact. If all things were equal, I don't know what the muzzle velocity of the rifle that Martin Luther King shot. I don't know what the muzzle velocity of Tyler Robinson's allegedly his rifle was at, but it is most likely that Charlie was hit with significantly less energy just because of the distance. And then on top of that, I came across Scott Ritter. He was actually shot 25 yards away with 7.62 by 54. It is ballistically almost identical to 30-06. Not only did it hit him in the spine as well, it deflected downward, no exit wound, and he's still alive. And then, of course, I just came across somebody shared with me this guy named Shane Hill. I looked at his case study. He was shot closer than Charlie Kirk. The bullet hit him in the spine. He did die, but there was no exit wound. So the idea that, that's all I have. Like, I don't even know anyone else that's been shot with 30-06 that actually has an exit wound. I'm sure it happens. But then again, I went through lots of pathology reports for the military. Like, they're numerous, folks. So that one anomaly, and that was like the only anomaly. I still, even from the beginning of this, I was pretty sure. I was still waiting for more evidence and just kind of taking it as the evidence came out. I was pretty sure that Tyler Robinson was the killer. But the one anomaly that I had was the 30-06 not exiting, and it's much more common than I thought. And then after going to UVU, seeing how simple all this was, and with the preponderance of the evidence, it's the only thing that makes sense. It really is.
You said something. You said something earlier on. I forget who said it, but it's I think it was in reference to Candace saying stuff about Erica Kirk. This is why I still believe that they're using the same tactics that the political left does, which is accuse your enemy of what you yourself are doing, what you yourself are responsible for. So all this, it's the subversion, it's the this, it's the that. It's like, now your lead champion and the guy that you're talking to all the time was a narc. And yet you're talking about all this, accusing other people of that sort of stuff. It's really weird. Actually, my last video that I did, I was kind of talking about this, where it's just projection. It's projecting their own stuff. Like when it's the what is it they say that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on.
Shoes on. Yeah.
Shoes on. Okay, there you go. Whatever. Shoes,
Same
pants,
thing.
whatever. Same thing. Yeah.
Shoes, pants, whatever.
And that's really what this is. It's the analogy I use. I'm using too many analogies in one statement here, but it's get out the BS, and then everybody is going behind them trying to, snuff it all out. And the analogy I keep using is a crazy arsonist with a book of matches walking through the dry forest and just flicking matches and setting fires, and we're going behind it with a fire extinguisher trying to put it out. And it's so stinking frustrating, but they realize that puts them at an informational advantage of sorts, because people tend to hear the first thing, and it's true. It's like, oh, this must be it. We'll listen to Candace Owens. We'll listen to her lackeys. And yeah.
No, I couldn't agree more. And speaking of which, I want to play this video real quick. I kind of cut this out from yesterday because I did play this, but if you haven't seen this, I think it's worth watching. And by the way, folks, again, it costs you nothing. Do me a favor and share our content right now. If you want to support this channel, you want to fight against the lies, all you got to do is share our content. Costs you nothing, takes a second, and make sure you like and subscribe. But here's a video from Baron Coleman that I want you to listen to what he's actually saying here, and I'd like to hear what your guys' thoughts on there. And what we have here is a very well-known source of the complete nonsense.
Here's the problem. We have to stop elevating these people as heroes. We have to call them what they are, welfare queens. These are welfare queens. Every time these people get on a Gulfstream 5 and fly across the country and you're subsidizing it, you go to work, your business pays taxes, you pay income taxes on everything you make, so that people who donate to them don't have to pay taxes. And if they turn a profit, they don't have to pay taxes. Every time that happens, we need to name them and shame them. We need to stop giving them standing ovations when they go and speak. They're getting rich off of our tax money. We have to start calling them what they are. Welfare queens. Erica Kirk is a welfare queen. She is.
I mean, this sounds a lot like Bernie Sanders. I just want to throw that out there right now.
Is a welfare queen. So's Tyler Boyer. So's Andrew Colvette. So's Mikey McCoy. Welfare queens.
So is Charlie Kirk.
Some of them, queen is probably a very apt description.
Is he on the left?
People as heroes.
Exactly.
It sounds exactly like Hassan Piker.
100%. Baron Coleman now resorts to communist talking points to attack Charlie and Erica Kirk. And make no mistake, this is an attack on Charlie Kirk. Baron Coleman, the failed lawyer turned full-time YouTube grifter and con artist, just called Erica Kirk a welfare queen in his latest attack. This is not about Erica. This is a direct assault on Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, and the donors who support the causes they champion. TPUSA is one of the most effective conservative organizations in history. Listen, folks, when you get a tax deduction or you have an organization that is tax exempt, that's not your money. That's not the government's money. If I want to take my money, get a tax deduction and support someone else, support a cause, that's not your money. This is the same talking points of the left. It's like all these people that are getting tax deductions are stealing from you. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen somebody that claims to be a conservative. That's like me saying, hey, you know what? When Baron Coleman gets a tax deduction because of his kids, his family, whatever else, he uses it to buy a car. He's using my money to buy his car. This is the biggest, like the mask is slipped. They're telling you exactly who they are. Charlie and TPUSA were the reason President Trump's 2024 victory. They champion Christian values, shape culture for the better, and drive real political influence every single day. Listen to the leftist language Barron uses regarding tax dollars. They use our tax dollars. No, they don't. They use money. The money they used isn't taxed. That money is not yours or the government's. This is socialist communist speak 101. It's the same old worn out Democrat message of envy and greed. All Barron and Candace do is destroy, slander, and smear for profit. They tear down Christian organizations and the good people fighting for this country so they can rake in millions from views, sponsorships, and super chat. Their entire model is destruction, lies, and deception for profit. Who we must stop elevating are these YouTube con artists. They do not create. All they do is steal, kill what is good, and destroy while making millions doing it. Who are the real villains here? Boom.
I thought this was about what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, right.
I hate to say it.
No. It's about destroying what he has left. That's what it's about, Bronson.
2024.
Hey,
let me say something real quick. 2024. I just went to the IRS site, the nonprofit lookup, TPUSA. How much did TPUSA get in government grants? $0. $0. Baron Coleman. It ain't our money. It's people donating money. Knucklehead.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
The deductions make it your money because that tax
Right.
will be going to, I don't know, government programs, making sure that illegal immigrants have cell phones and can stay at the Hyatt in
Ritz,
New York,
yeah.
the Ritz, whatever. Like that's like I can't even believe that this is where they're going. And his audience, a bunch of freaking circus seals, are just like, oh, this is brilliant. Yeah, they're stealing from us and flying around on jets because they stole from us. Shut up. Just shut up. So ridiculous.
So Gary, I want to build off of what Jared said a moment
Don't do
ago.
that.
Can I?
Don't
I want to build off what he said about the arsonist walking through the forest.
Yeah.
And I want to explain why it is that people gravitate toward Candace, Ian, Project Constipation, Baron Coleman, how they gravitate toward them. I gave you can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, of course. Please.
I got it down there already. If you can just navigate it so it'll pop up.
Yep.
There we go.
There we go.
Proverbs 18:8. It reads as follows, and this is from the ESV. You can, of course, go and look at the whole thing. The words of a whisperer are like delicious morsels. They go down into the inner parts of the body. And of course, we know the scriptures speak very negatively about those who gossip, and they call them whisperers. But here's the one that I think really will seal the deal for you all. And it is Proverbs 26:21 through 23. And it says this. Let me zoom in just a little bit because it probably would be good there. And it goes right along with what you were saying, Jared, earlier. As charcoal to hot embers and wood to fire, so is a quarrelsome man for kindling strife. The words of a whisperer are like delicious morsels. They go down into the inner parts of the body, like the glaze and covering of an earthen vessel, are fervent lips with an evil heart. The things that they say, man, people want it. The problem is Candace and Baron and Project Constipation and all these people, they're not saying it in a vacuum, in an empty space. They're saying it to people that want this type of filth. They want this. They want to hear gossip about Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and TPUSA. They want it. And guess what? They revel in it. They relish in it. And they will absolutely eat it up like slop. Because isn't it funny what they say about fed slop? But it's them who are literally serving up hot out the backside squeezed slop every single day with every tweet. They just keep doing it, and their audience just keeps gobbling it up, asking for more. So Proverbs 26:21 through 23 and 18:8 kind of make the case for why they like doing this, because the audience wants it and they're going to just keep serving it up. All right.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And I think ironically, let me find this real quick. It's funny that you brought that up specifically, because I have another thing, and you guys have probably seen this before, and I've shared it before, but I think it's worth mentioning because it definitely ties into all of this. This thing will cooperate with me and let me find the file.
Yeah, to add to that whole like why people gravitate towards like Project Constipation and stuff, I think the simple answer there is a definition called orbit.
Yes, sir.
Was that a fat joke?
That may have been a slight fat joke.
I'm just
got to bring them dad jokes every now and then.
Every now and then.
So for people that don't know, this is a sworn affidavit that came from a court case that Baron Coleman was part of several years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it says, I used the information from Matt Hart. This is his testimony. I used the information from Matt Hart to create a whisper campaign. We targeted the individuals in the community that were well known and knowing they would repeat what we told them in an effort to prejudice those individuals against Mike Hubbard, including the identities of people testifying in front of the grand jury. So his whole thing was he was trying to prejudice a jury, as he was a government informant on this case, as a lawyer. Like, he's a lawyer. Now, he's also acting as a government an informant. He was not part of the case and acting in the capacity of, a officer of the court. All right. He was not acting as a lawyer. He was acting as a government informant. But as a lawyer, he started a whisper campaign to prejudice a jury. Sure sounds a lot like what he's doing now. He's trying to prejudice a jury against or for Tyler Robinson. And I don't know why these people are so hell-bent in getting this guy off. The evidence is overwhelming, whether you realize it or not. And I haven't looked at the chat. I don't even know what's going on over there. If you are someone that disagrees with us, not only will we not block you, if you keep things civil, I will send you a guest link right now, and you are welcome to come on here and talk, and we will have civil discourse. We will talk about what you believe, and we'll go from there. So, it's wild to watch all this stuff. And it's wild to watch the hypocrisy, the double standards, the irony that they exude every single day. Bronson, what have you been working on lately, buddy?
Nothing. I've been taking some days off and just trying to avoid as much as possible for my mental health.
Yeah, I got a vacation coming up, and I'm looking forward to it. I need some vacation time. Well, speaking of welfare queens, Jared, what have you been working on, bud?
So thanks, Gary.
Wow.
What an introduction. Hi, guys. I'm Gary. And you agree to it. Apparently, I'm a welfare queen.
Yeah, he needs a big screen. He needs a big screen for that.
Welfare diva.
Subscribe to my channel, I guess. I don't know.
That's what they look like, folks. That's what they
There we
look
go.
like.
Here you go. Snap it. I better keep my hands down. People might do some crazy things. I don't know. No, I've been a lot of it around this, but I've been looking at things. I always come back to like this whole worldview stuff. And my last video, and I'm gonna do some continuations of this, but I just see all this stuff as degeneracy. It's different forms of degeneracy. And I know in the title, for this video, we're talking about the Tate brothers, and there's obviously a connection between them and Candace. And it's whether it is somebody like a Candace Owens or a Baron Coleman or, Degenerate Denizen or Project Constipation or whatever it is, these people are monetizing a form of degeneracy. And then you take, again, Candace to the Tate brothers, that close tie to some guys who are self-professed degenerates. I mean, if you look at, they complain, just to kind of dovetail off of what Baron Coleman was saying, these welfare queens, they're taking your money. These guys are selling, courses on how to objectify women for $50 a month, or you can become a member of their war room, whatever the heck that means, for $5,000 to $8,000, whatever the cost was. And people they're craving something, whether it's craving the excitement, whether they're craving, masculinity in their lives, like a lot of young men are. And it's just like Jay Witt was saying, it's this very tasty thing that is satisfying their baser instincts. And it's frustrating the fire out of me, because where we have a masculinity crisis in this country, the legit masculinity crisis. Feminism has done this to men. They have told men that they are trash. And now guys are looking for something. Some of them are going the right place. They're finding what it means to be a biblical man and a good husband and how to have a family and to do all that. But because of the vast expanse of the internet, it is easy to monetize degeneracy. And that is absolutely what's going on. Candace is doing it. Baron Coleman's doing it. The Tate brothers are doing it. I would say, there's other people out there that are doing it, lots of other people. And that's kind of a lot of what I've been focusing on recently. But, it's just this framing everything. We have to look at everything from a moral perspective. And when we talk about the right versus wrong, right, this is good versus evil, the kind of this fight that we're in, because they came out first, they are seen as these people that are sucking up all that data, that just trash. What is it? Jay Witt, you can help me. I think it's Matthew 7, where it's by their fruits you will know them. And it's like this nasty fruit that people are eating, and it's giving you a gut ache and diarrhea. But for whatever reason, it still tastes good, and people are consuming it. And you know, when we say now from our perspective, we're saying, yeah, this is a good versus evil fight. It legit is. It's lies versus truth, facts versus fiction, monetization versus just getting the truth out there. And it makes us look, honestly, when you're on the defensive, it makes you look like you're making a moral issue out of something that, I might be phrasing this wrong, but they make it a good versus evil, and they're on the stance of evil because it's what they're doing. What I believe is demonic. What Candace Owens is doing, legit, like flat out lying to people, demonic. When we say good versus evil, and we're coming from the position of truth, this creates an environment where people can easily do what the guy that got arrested for the death threats against Erica Kirk. This is how you get that. They are radicalizing people just like the left. They're doing the same thing. They do it with transgenderism. They do it with abortion. They do it with all these big issues politically, and they make it it's a moral fight, not just a policy fight. And it is a moral fight when you talk about abortion or when you talk about hurting the kids. But when they take the side of the negative, we take the side of the positive. It creates a place for those people who are eating the rotten fruit to say, I'm willing, because this is my God. This is what I'm setting as my, I don't know, my Northern Star, or the thing that I'm following. My God is basically what they're doing. And the violence almost always goes one way. Nobody's out here trying to go after Candace Owens, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
Nobody is out here going after any of the people that we are against, because we're on the side of good. And and maybe you guys can offer your perspective on this. I don't know how somebody lets themselves get to a point where they isolate any other perspectives. We've all taken in Candace's perspective. And we don't just take the opposition because we don't like Candace. We take the opposition because we prefer the facts. We prefer what is good and true. And they don't. I don't understand how somebody can get that deep into the pit of this. I know you started this podcast.
I agree.
Lighthearted podcast. This is kind of a serious thing, but this is what's been eating away at my soul.
Well,
lately.
Speaking of masculinity crisis, Bronson, what say you?
You guys are wild, man. You guys are wild.
I don't know that I came into this with like an opposition point of view, to be honest with you.
No, I didn't. What's your point of view?
Well, that's what I'm trying to give it to you here.
Give it to me.
All right, you ready?
We're ready. Y'all are wild, man. Y'all are wild.
I just wanted to listen to the conspiracies and see if they made any sense. And the longer this has gone on, the dumber they have gotten.
Agreed.
In the beginning, it was really interesting because there wasn't a ton of information. You know what I mean?
Anything was possible.
Right. At that point, it was like, okay, this could be interesting. We'll see where this goes. And then it got retarded.
Well, and at the beginning too, I thought that even the people that I disagreed with were acting in good faith, and like they were just perceiving or interpreting things differently than I. And I saw real quick that just wasn't the truth, and they weren't interested in the truth. I'm tracking Jen. I know what's going on down there. So, and then I realized that no matter how much you show them the truth, a great example, I actually played, what was her name? Quintessential, I don't know. The girl that we were arguing with the other night, I actually played that clip in a live stream where it's like, you won't even admit when she's like, okay, Gary, I just want to know how he got the gun off the roof. I'm like, well, here's these pictures. You can see that there's something long and rigid underneath a black cloth or something. And I was like, don't you think that that's possible, that that's a firearm? And she was like, no, that's a backpack. I'm like, that's a backpack. And then you jumped in, you were like, no, all he's saying is, don't you think it's a possibility? And she was like, no, it's not a possibility. Okay, well, I don't know where to go from there because you're just lying. That is motivated reasoning. That's bias. That's just, I don't even think it's that. I think it's just outright lying when it comes to it.
I just don't understand how we are at this big of a disconnect. Like there's still people sharing those photos of like the ones that they released of Tyler Robinson,
the AI,
and then the AI one, and they're still like, it's not the same person.
Yeah.
Like how this, if I'm looking at it from a perspective that they're operating in good faith, the only takeaway that I can get from that is that they are completely retarded. That's it. You know what I mean? Like
completely.
I'm with you. Verum, thank you. And welcome to the chat, Verum. How are you?
What's up?
Thanks for having me in, gentlemen. Nice to be here.
Oh, no. It's one of these guys.
So, Verum, lay out your case, man. What are we getting wrong? Well, and let's try to, I don't know, maybe we can isolate some things where we can walk through and, I don't know, have a productive discussion as opposed to jumping through a whole bunch of things all at once. So what are we getting wrong? Well, first of all, I guess I would like to, number one, introduce yourself to everybody out there. I don't know if you have any social media.
Yeah, I'm Mark Riley from the UK, live in Texas, and been in the States since 2008. I work in the movie industry.
Okay.
I'm a screenwriter. You've probably seen a bunch of my films. Yeah. So I've been following this.
What films have you worked on?
I'll tell you about all of them in a second, but I'm my case is, look, I sit in the middle ground. I think all of your audience think I'm some big Candace fan. I watch Candace, of course I do. I watch you. I watch Baron Coleman. I watch everyone, man. I watch Viva. I watch everyone. I used to work for the Guardian newspaper. I'm as conservative as you can get. I, like you, had deep skepticism of big government, and I guarantee all of you had big skepticism of big government.
Still
apparently, until this case.
Mm-hmm. No. I still have huge skepticism of big government.
Well, you know then, Gary, right? Because like the faces might change, but the institution doesn't. And it's the same in the military, and it's the same in government. The personnel might change, but the fundamental way of operating doesn't change. And here's my biggest issue with your side, your case, if you like, is that I think you've radicalized an opinion around a personality that you don't like. It's taken a different opinion, and it's allowing you to potentially look beyond what people like me who sit in the middle, who just have an obsession over true crime. And this is probably the biggest true crime case, right? Would you say, of like our generation?
I don't disagree with that, but continue on. I don't want to interrupt you. I have some issues with what the statement that you said regarding a personality. Go ahead.
By the way, it's an opinion, right? I don't have anything stated as fact. It's just my opinion.
Sure.
And so I think that there are plausible and significant gaps in this particular case on the idea that there is a single individual that was responsible for this, right? And I think, and I equate it to Lee Harvey Oswald. With some of your audience, I don't think they were quite following along. The same principle applies to Harvey Oswald as it does here, and I'll give you a specific what I mean by that. Is you have the Warren Commission, you have 3 court cases. Jim Garrison's cases against Clay Shaw Bertrand, right?
Well, I want to keep things pithy here. I don't want to relitigate the JFK.
No. I'm getting to a point. Honestly, I'm getting to a point. I'm not trying to get down the Lee Harvey Oswald case.
Okay.
I'm simply saying that I would think, and I would assume that you all have serious questions over Lee Harvey Oswald. Whereas the case for Lee Harvey Oswald is about as strong as the case for Tyler Robinson. In the case that there's been court presentations, there's been commissions, there's been state findings that were conclusive. And the same gaps in the Lee Harvey Oswald case. I've studied at Dealey Plaza. The same problems with that I have with Tyler Robinson is the idea that this guy that wasn't radicalized, according to his lover, right, partner, whatever you want to call, Lance Twiggs, wasn't radicalized, family didn't see any radicalization, then picked up a gun and carried out something that is very rare, which is the notion of a lone gunman. And then I think that you're dying on a hill, which is, I'm surprised you're dying on this hill, Gary and team here. I think you have, the strongest argument you have is you have a confession over text. Right?
Oh, no. So let me just let's
hold on.
Let's put let them finish. Let me
just wrap this thought up, and then I'll
please.
I promise. I think you have a really compelling argument to make, which is there's a confession. I think the idea that a 30-06, I hunt, right? I've shot Springfields with 30-06s, and I've killed lots of animals.
Mm-hmm.
You have a statistical challenge there that a 30-06 does that, basically does that, is a statistical anomaly. And it's certainly the idea that there is a spine of steel, and say it's a frangible bullet.
That's just the straw man. Like that's so silly to say. That's where you start becoming disingenuous.
I'm going to stop talking as soon as I said that, and I'll let you disprove all of this. Right?
Go ahead.
Is the idea that you have a bullet that does not perform statistically how they typically perform, is the equivalency of the Warren Commission's argument about the magic bullet theory. You do have this, that's an odd hill to die on. Whereas if you make the case, which is, we have a confession from this guy to his lover, I did it, that's the hill I would expect you to die on, not the argument. Because if the argument about the exploding mic, et cetera, not that I buy into it, I really don't. But it's you're fighting to me, you're fighting this weird argument, which is,
well, it's not that it's not that weird.
That you have, and that's it.
Let me. First of all, I think any comparisons of the JFK case to the Tyler Robinson case is insane. Like there is no comparison because of the amount of evidence that we have that we did not have when it came to Dealey Plaza. We didn't have DNA evidence. We didn't have video evidence. We
had knife trace tests that showed a gun had been shot.
We did not have cell phone evidence. We did not have confessions. We did not have. We have so much more evidence.
Closed caption.
We didn't have all those things.
Security camera.
Like it's a huge difference, and it didn't take place in front of 3,000 people with 3,000 recording devices. So that's completely different. And to make the comparison because like one or two elements of this are similar, I think is kind of insane. I don't know what happened with JFK. I'm less convinced that JFK was killed by this. If you'd asked me a year ago, I would have said 100%. I believe the CIA killed JFK. What I've realized is that there is a grifting industrial complex, and now I question all of those things because I see how disingenuous and how much people want to believe things that are fantasy. I don't know where that is, but what I do know is that just on the facts, it does not even come close to comparing to what happened with Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson. The other part of it with the 30-06, the argument is that this is what's going to happen every single time. It's going to go through, it's going to have an exit wound, and it's going to blow his head off.
I didn't say that, by the way. I said statistically.
Fair enough. I would say statistically, you don't have a body of evidence to even come up with the statistics because I felt very similar to what you did. I said it's possible, but I think it's statistically very low. So what I did was take enough, as someone that teaches ballistics for a living. I have my own line of custom rifles. This is what I do for a living. What I'm not, and there's nobody out there that really is a terminal ballistics expert, especially when it comes to specifically 30-06 or when it comes to human beings. So what I did was I looked at the MLK example. Like it's very similar to what took place. MLK was shot at 65 yards. Charlie Kirk was shot at 138 yards. He was shot with less energy. It hit Martin Luther King in the jaw and then hit his spine, deflected downward. And then I came across Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter was shot with 7.62 by 54, ballistically almost exact when it comes to energy and everything else by 30-06. He was shot from 25 yards away, hit him in the spine, deflected downward, no exit wound, and Chuck is still alive. And then we have Shane Hill, who was shot from, I think it was like 60 yards. It hit him in his spine.
I know the Shane Hill. I know the Shane Hill.
So again, no exit wound. So there's only 4 people that I know that were allegedly shot with 30-06 that's it. That's the 4 people that I know. And all of them had no exit wound. So the idea that it's impossible, I don't even know how you come up with a statistic
it's impossible, Gary.
What I'm saying is, how do you
use absolute terms like that ever? And neither should you, because you don't.
I'm quoting what most of the people are saying. Like you can go through the comments, and a lot of people are saying it's impossible, or that would have blown his head off, or whatever else.
I'm not. Are you talking to me now? I'm not.
Even when you are coming up with a statistic, you have to have a sample size to derive that statistic from.
That's fair. Yeah, that's totally
and
fair.
You don't. Like I don't even know any. Do we know anybody? Do we have a case study where someone was shot? Hold on.
Gary,
hold on. What I'm asking is, do we know anybody that was shot in the neck with a 30-06 and it did have an exit wound? So right now, the empirical evidence.
The Martin Luther King is a bad example because it struck his jaw.
It's not a bad example at all. You don't know if it didn't hit him in the jaw and it only hit him in the spine. Do we know that it would have exited? We also know that just given the distance, Martin Luther King was hit with more energy. It was half the distance. So he was hit with more energy and we still didn't have an exit wound. So I don't know, like you guys, like this is what I hear every time. This would never happen. Well, what about Martin Luther King? Doesn't count, hit him in the jaw. Like you don't even know what effect that had.
No, neither do you.
Let me jump in. Hold on one second.
Go ahead, Jay.
Because Gary, you ask him to give you an example. Fine. You don't accept MLK, Viram. That's fine.
That's okay.
Give us another example then, sir.
No. Like, look,
No. Quash MLK.
Okay,
Come up with a new example because you're only dunking on this one. I need you to stop and listen for a second. Thank you. Give us an example of a 30-06 going through somebody. You said that you hunt. You said that you shot it multiple times. Then give us an example. Don't talk about MLK. Don't use the examples that Gary used. Those are examples to his. How are you still talking?
But I haven't shot humans. You asked me to give.
Are you still talking though, dude?
I'm
trying. I gave you respect. I haven't said a thing to you. You sitting there talking all this mad, reckless foolishness, and I sat here and listened to you. I'm gonna ask you respectfully to put your mouth together and shut up. Yes, I did say it. jwitt@jwitt.com. Me and you can have this conversation offline if you want to. But why don't you give us your own example then? Because it's really reckless that he keeps giving you examples and you don't have the chutzpah to actually give an example of otherwise. The man just said, show us the 30-06 and went through somebody. Now you can go ahead and talk.
Tell me when I can reply.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, no, I haven't shot many humans.
Then shut up then.
Neither have you. Neither has Gary with a 30-06.
And you don't hear me talking stupid like you're doing.
Again.
I think this.
Let me just reply.
Go ahead, Go ahead.
So here's the issue: is you talk about respectful discourse, you talk about these things, and it always descends into this stuff. I'm pushing back on the notion of one thing, and I said it at the very beginning, and none of you really listened. I'm surprised that
hey, don't be speaking for me. I haven't said nothing.
Sorry, you have. All right, mate. Fair enough. The hill that you want to die on this 30-06.
I want to die on the hill of truth, Viram.
I want to die at the foot of the cross, man. Shut up about the hill.
It's a really important element of this.
Clearly, you don't.
We're all Christians here, man. So drop.
Are we? I want to have that conversation. Big screen me. I want to have that conversation.
Hold on, Jay. Wait. Hold on. I want to give him.
I might get kicked out.
It always goes down into this. It goes down into this.
No, don't talk to me no more because I ain't got nothing else to say.
Hold on one second. Jay Witt, chill out. Viram, listen to me. The problem you're talking about, it devolves into something. This devolved at the very beginning when you're like, you want to die on this hill. Like that in itself, hold on. That in itself is a straw man nonsense. It's actually a really important part of this. You want to die on this hill of trying to say that this is impossible. Like that's coming into this with bad faith to begin with.
Larry, you keep saying I said impossible. I said statistically unlikely.
Whatever. But my point is just saying you want to die on this hill. You want to frame my argument and you want to frame my intention.
I actually don't want to frame your argument. You make a very good case of your own argument. I actually don't. There's lots of parts of your argument that I happen to agree in, but here's the thing is you take such a hostile approach to someone saying, I have an issue with this piece here. And then all of a sudden, it's like that you devolve into what the guy doing here is like, I'm not Christian, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, you've got to stop with that rhetoric because there's people like me in the middle who are.
Hey, Viram.
We're looking
I've got a question for you quick.
Yeah. Go on.
Which part do you take issue with? Is it just the 30-06 part?
It's a good question, man. It's like, look, so I'm going to go back to it because there are parallels. I know you don't like him, Gary, and I'm not making some distinct driver, but there are parallels.
But what do the parallels have to do with it, though?
Because they normally suggest.
But if I get into a car wreck with you,
they normally
and it was not your fault. If it was not your fault, and I got in a car wreck with Bronson, and I'm like, you know what? There's parallels here. So I wasn't at fault on Bronson, so I'm not at fault with you. Like you gotta assess everything independently. Let's completely I think it is so illogical to go back and say, because this is where this goes. It's like, well, what about JFK? Well, what about January 6th?
Here's my biggest issues with it. Here's my biggest issue. To answer Bronson's question, is you have a guy that has no prehistory of radicalism. One. That's from your own. That you want everybody to watch the evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
That's from Lance Twigg. So you're gonna have. I'm going off what Lance Twigg said, not anything else.
Well, that question wasn't ever asked. He asked if you ever talked about politics.
Gary, Lance Twigg was asked specifically, did he ever talk about politics with you? And his answer was no.
How is that proof of
It
radicalization?
does, man. It does. It absolutely speaks to radicalism.
Now, I don't know if you're intentionally misrepresenting that, or maybe if you're just confused a little bit. But he
Tell
did
me
not
how I
say
was wrong
that.
with what he said. If I was wrong with
he did not say that Tyler and them never talked politics. He said if we did, Tyler was the one that brought it up, essentially.
Yeah,
Man,
that's true.
Now I'm not arguing that that's all they talked about.
We both watched the evidentiary hearing. If you're deriving from Lance Twiggs's evidentiary testimony, right, that there was clear radicalism in Tyler Robinson, and you were listening.
I'm not deriving that whatsoever. But I would say the fact that he shot him shows that there was definitely some radicalism.
I can't dispute that. Yeah, sorry, mate. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's all good. What about the Discord leaks?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's your strongest case. That's the strongest argument.
Now the strongest argument is the Discord. I thought the strongest argument was the see,
because it's someone saying, it's someone confessing is my point. So text, Discord, all of that. It's someone confessing.
Well, I just mean
I'm in your camp on that. What, like, you're arguing with me when I'm in your camp on that.
You talking to me?
Yes, man. You like
no, bro. Don't even put my name in your mouth, man. Go ahead and talk to everybody else.
I didn't say your name. Actually, I didn't say
your name. Don't even talk to me. You're not talking to me. Talk to everybody else. You're not talking to me.
So then stop popping back.
All right, look. Here's what I want to do. Let's de-escalate. Hey, everybody, chill out. Everybody, chill out.
No, you good? You good, my guy? Go on and talk to everybody else. Go and talk to everybody else.
And you're arguing with something. I'm on your camp. In your camp on that.
I don't even know. My camp does not have fools in it like that. No, my camp don't have you in it. We good.
Okay. Then stop talking and let me finish.
Then you can stop talking. You were a guest, my guy. You're a guest.
Rational people on here. Did you ever meet Charlie Kirk? Did you ever meet him?
I love it.
Did you ever meet him?
Did you ever meet? Who do you want to meet?
Yes, I did, mate. My sister worked for him.
Okay,
so why don't
what
you
does that have to do with it?
on me, okay?
What does that matter?
Because you have no idea what you're doing on here, mate. You just
I have no idea what I'm doing on here.
Anonymous.
Then
so sorry, mate.
I apologize.
Going back to the rational question.
I'm a what?
The Discord chat. You're an idiot, mate.
I'm an idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot, but you're over here behaving like said idiot. Okay, then I guess we're both idiots together. Takes one to know one. Thank you.
All right, listen. Jay Wade, do me a favor.
Definitely in your face. The Discord thing is definitely.
Hold on, Viram, hush for just a second. I want to lay out some things. We're gonna roll things back just a little bit. We're gonna dial this down. All right, we're gonna pretend we're all friends here, and I want everybody to talk to each other with respect. And there you go. So go ahead and finish your statement. I actually have exactly what Lance Twigg said right here. I don't think it is relevant, but at least we can get the facts of it right. But go ahead and finish your point, Viram, and I will play this right after.
No, I think the Discord, the text messages, the confession that's like it's hard to navigate around that if you're in the kind of Tyler Robinson didn't do it camp. There's no doubt about that. You said someone came on your show the other day, Gary, and couldn't recognize like your side. Yeah, I'm recognizing that. That's so when you start fighting when you start making arguments and start challenging other aspects of it, I as someone who's sitting in the middle with a whole lot of people that are interested in this case, go, do you not trust what you have? Like, why is Jack Posobiec coming out and saying
I don't care what Jack Posobiec says or anything else. Listen. Look, I have done more content on the 30-06. I've had multiple experts on. I've had all kinds of actual real ballistic experts on. And here's the thing. Do you know what the number one argument about this is? It's the 30-06. So it's not a matter of dying on a hill. It's addressing what is most relevant because people don't know what they're talking about. And quite frankly, when it comes to the ballistics of this, you don't either. You haven't even studied it. Clearly, hold on. You have not went through pathology reports.
I haven't.
Like,
I'm agreeing with you.
I've done those things. And I was somewhere where you were in all of this. And I was like, you know what? This is actually a lot more common than we think. It's as simple as that.
I get it. But there are other people, and you have to acknowledge this, with your level of expertise. You are not the most expertise knowledge on this subject in the world. No, I know you're not saying. I'm not saying you were. You said that at all. But I'm just stating the fact that there are other people with equal amount of knowledge as you do who have a completely different set of opinion. I can only go from what I've experienced firing guns with 30-06s and watching their behavior. I can't speak to anything more than that. But my bigger point, and my only point, is I think in the absence of nitrate tests on Tyler Robinson, which they weren't performed, which is super weird.
Hold on. Let's talk about this nitrate.
That's not weird. That's 4 to 6 hours. You can't do a GSR within 4 to 6 hours.
They decay, but they still are present, Gary. And
if they wash their hands,
they're still present in some level. To say that they're not is just not being authentic. You're not being truthful when you say that.
Let's look that up.
While you guys are looking that up, I have a question. I have a question for him. Do you think that we all think that it's a lone gunman?
No, I don't know if you do or not.
That there's nobody else involved. Like I'm pretty sure we're all kind of on the same page.
No, I don't know if you do or you don't, because I've only heard, and you have to understand, and both sides are as equally guilty as this, is that it's impossible to kind of track like the commonalities that the two sides will have, right? It's impossible to track that because there's so, like, you all, like, and your pal here did it today, just started, the other 4 of you haven't, but you were descending into, and even Gary, you were starting to get there by saying I'm idiotic and all of these things. I have an opinion.
I never said you were idiotic. Didn't say that at all.
You said something, and I might be using the wrong adjective, but it's
that
like
your argument was. What's
that?
Just that your argument was, not you.
But it's like you can't separate the two, mate. And it's like the thing is that neither side is recognizing commonality, and that's the thing which makes people like me go, well, then you're all being influenced by an objective that's not the truth. Both sides, Candace and you. Right.
Well, the difference is you're never going to be able to go back through my content and catch me on lies. You just won't. And anytime that I've changed my position on something, I've come out and I've talked about
Gary,
it.
I've watched you both in equal measure, and she does the same.
No, she doesn't.
She does, mate.
No, she doesn't. I could go through and show you lie after lie after lie, and I have.
She does.
Well, what does she come out and retracted? Has she said, you know what? It wasn't the French. It wasn't someone underneath the table. It wasn't somebody shooting from the crowd. It wasn't the Egyptian planes.
There's some wild stuff that she talks about for sure. Well, look, we don't know who it was, right?
Yeah, we do. I mean, at this point, all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson.
That's my point. That goes to Brunson. You asked me the question, do I think that a lot of you think it's a lone gunman? Gary does.
No, I've never said that.
Well, you just said it.
I think he was the only one that took the shot. You have to give me some evidence to say that was there another gunman somewhere else? Where were they?
No, but forget gunman. Do you think commissioning a crime is as bad as committing the crime?
Bronson, what has been my position on this from the very beginning?
That I believe more than likely some other people involved in either planning or in some way, shape, or form.
And so
that is indoctrinated and weaponized. I literally went to Chase Hughes and did a full interview with him, who specializes in this thing, and he's like, "Yeah, that's absolutely possible." And by the way, the day it happened, I said, "You know what? This is a lot like Thomas Crooks." You know what my position is on Thomas Crooks? That he was identified, radicalized, and weaponized online. I still think that's true, and I think that's a very big possibility. I don't have any evidence of that. I don't have any evidence of that.
Don't you want to find it? But you do recognize and you do agree then that the commissioning of a crime is as equally bad as the crime. It's great,
just as bad.
I'm surprised that I don't hear the desire to try and know who else was involved. And you have someone. There is someone who can help there, and his name's Tyler Robinson. But there doesn't seem to be any desire to actually
wait a second. Candace Owens and everybody else says that Tyler Robinson wasn't even on. Hold on. No, you brought Candace Owens up earlier. I didn't. So she says that he wasn't on campus. Do you believe that?
No, I think he was on campus.
Well, she has stated that multiple times that he wasn't on campus. That's a lie, or she's retarded.
How do we get to Tyler Robinson to press him?
Sorry, mate. What was that?
How do we get to Tyler Robinson to press him to try to give us more information? Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, I think the court of public opinion is a huge influencer on these things. I think you're going to see whatever the result of the case is, whatever the result in court is when he has his day in court, if which is unlikely that he's found not guilty or there's not sufficient evidence to charge him. And it's hard, right? When you're charging someone with a capital offense with the death penalty, the burden goes up significantly, right? So say he's found guilty, you'll have a whole group of people say it was corrupted. And if he's found innocent, the different group of people will say the whole thing was corrupt.
So Verum, what do you? Number one, I just want us to point out a gunshot residue test should be ideally performed within 2 to 4 hours of.
I don't have my glasses, mate. Sorry.
I'm reading it to you.
Okay.
A GSR test should ideally be performed within 2 to 4 hours of the shooting, and testing after 6 hours is rarely effective.
No, I completely agree with that. I didn't dispute that.
Then why would they test him with? We're talking about well over 24 hours and after he likely took a shower.
Because the rifle is still present. The rifle still has residue that you can test.
Okay. Of course there's GSR. Of course there's GSR on the rifle.
But there was no testing done on the rifle.
Well, why would they?
Because you'd want to establish with that rifle is
still.
If you are
That's
like
not what he said,
think,
though. That's not what
Gary,
you said,
if you're the defense on this, right? Just if you're on the defense, this
is the problem. Like you guys, it's not that you guys are ignorant. You just know so much that isn't so. Like you guys literally think. Hold on, you guys literally think you're CSI guys. And this is ridiculous. No. Okay, show me some evidence. Hold on. Show me some evidence where they do. Hold on. Show me some evidence where they do GSR testing on the rifle. On a rifle.
Standard testing on a rifle to establish whether it's been fired or not. It wasn't done on that rifle.
Well, okay. Let's look that up.
I actually don't know.
I don't either.
That they do not test whether a gun has been fired.
Hold on. You don't even know the answer to that. You're just saying something that makes
I
actually
do know the answer to that. And yes, it's standard practice to test whether a firearm has been used.
So why didn't the defense bring that up?
Well, it's not it's an evidentiary hearing. You know that. Why would they?
Hold on, do we know that it wasn't tested?
No, they don't bring up their own set of evidence. They bring up a criteria to question the validity of evidence being submitted by the prosecution. You know this. You don't need me to say this.
Do we know that it wasn't tested?
Gary.
Well, the prosecution would.
I found the information. I can drop it in the private chat.
I'm pulling it up. That's
okay.
fine.
Okay, I can drop it in private chat, or I'm just gonna drop it in private. You're welcome to have it.
I mean, how do you know that
it's just adorable? It's adorable that we are now moving the goalposts. We're now, because initially he said, why was Tyler Robinson not gunshot residue test? And now it's the gun. Next thing you know, it's going to be the air.
This is my beef with
dog on chipmunk down the street. Come on, let it go.
It's super sweet that you kind of like use those nice flowery adjectives. Good job.
Hey, no problem, man. I got a whole bunch more. When you email me and you come on my show, I'll have a lot more for you.
Hold on,
I doubt you do. I doubt you have a huge.
According to Google AI, according to Google AI.
I love it. Fair
According to Google AI, and I don't think it's a definitive source. We can look up other ones. No, it is generally not standard to perform gunshot residue testing on the actual rifle used in crime because a fired gun naturally accumulates residue, making a positive result trivial and uninformative. Instead, forensic labs prioritize DNA, fingerprints, and operational ballistics testing.
Yeah, let's get that goalpost moving again.
So you're incorrect.
I'm not incorrect. Sure, it says that on Google AI.
Okay, well, provide me a source that says otherwise.
I'm not going to do it right now because I'm in the middle of a conversation with you, but I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Okay, so going back to hold on, let's go through this. So okay, we've established. Hold on. I want to know what we've established. We've established that it is very possible that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk and didn't have an exit wound. We have multiple examples of it.
No. You haven't established it.
No, we have. It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on. We know that's possible, and we don't have. There's no evidence that something other than that took place.
Well, no. There's plenty.
Like what? What else took place? Give me an alternative.
The lack of an identifiable bullet.
Well, That's very common.
Something
That's
else happened.
Okay, look, guys, you have to be okay with conceding ground sometimes. You can't just say, no,
I will concede ground where there's ground to concede. But what I'm saying is, I'm not just going to agree with you for the sake of agreement. No, what we saw was exactly what we'd expect from a cup and core bullet. That was a core locked bullet. We would expect that the lead portion of that to break up into pieces as this. I have pictures that hunters have sent me of the exact same thing, of the exact same bullet they've recovered from animals that didn't have an exit wound.
We all have anecdotal things that we can point to. It's not
that's all we can go off of.
No, but we can't. If you're
Charlie Kirk getting assassinated in itself is anecdotal. It doesn't happen very often.
If you're going to use the basis of like evidence and statistical, like I'm going to go with statistical probability. You're going to say, no, what was submitted in court as evidentiary. Then you have to at least acknowledge that you don't have a viable bullet.
Sure.
Okay. So, okay, cool. So that's one thing.
But seems like a really bad conspiracy. You think they would have been able to figure out a way to fake that? No,
I mean that'd been the one thing that it's real easy to fake.
I'm not in the conspiracy camp.
You started the whole thing by talking about JFK, though, Viram. Like this is the comparison.
I made a comparison about Lee Harvey Oswald and Tyler Robinson. I didn't say what I believe.
What is the alternative? Give me a plausible alternative with this.
A plausible alternative to Tyler Robinson.
Sure.
Well, it's hard, Gary, because I don't know if
life's hard, Viram.
I don't know if there is one.
So what would satisfy you then? That this is the big thing. I've because you have moved the goalpost quite a bit.
How have I moved the goalpost? How have I moved the goalpost? Be honest. How have I moved them?
The whataboutism. So it's what about the gunshot?
I'll bring up one.
No.
What about
Gary?
Hang on. I didn't interrupt you. I haven't said anything.
Go ahead.
So this is the thing. It's a cat chasing its tail is kind of what we end up doing with you all when we talk about this. And I don't understand what would be a Loctite situation for you, because this is, you could talk about you people mention JFK because they want to get the mind thinking of conspiracy, because that conspiracy's been going on for decades. That's the only reason you bring up JFK.
It's priming.
Right. Priming.
Oh, come on, guys. Grow up. Grow up.
Oh, Viram, come on.
Seriously, grow up, man.
No, it's true.
Okay, I'll stop talking.
Let me finish. I've been very respectful.
Fair enough.
And so now this is in the hand of how many of the Utah police? They're doing the investigation, right? People love to bring the FBI piece of this into it, but Utah is where this is being prosecuted. Do you know what their closure rate is for homicides in Utah in 2024?
Pretty high.
Just looked it up. Yeah, 74%. 74% in homicides, not ones that had thousands of people with camera angles, not in a case where we have multiple confessions, where we have been able to see some and have not seen all the evidence. And the people on your side of this argument expect for Utah and everybody to turn over anything and everything to you to satisfy your own whatever it is. I don't know if I know you say that you're not a conspiracy sort of person, but as I've sat here and just listened, I don't know that there's necessarily, from my perspective, and maybe you can clarify this for me, a scenario where you are ever going to be satisfied, even though Utah,
would be
74% of their cases has solved shootings. This is a very, very public shooting. And when we get into these lengthy arguments about it, everybody assumes that because it is a big political figure, the only explanation, because we have automatically been historically primed after JFK to think that that's the only thing that it could be, because those conspiracies have gone for a very long time. So you understand that's how we see it. And I don't think it really helps your case to bring that up right at the get-go. And so I've just sat here and listened to you, and it's just kind of bouncing back and forth. So maybe give me some clarification on what would be this is it. If I had this data, this is what would prove it to me.
It's easy, Jared. It's really easy. I believe in the rule of law. If he's found guilty and convicted of having killed Charlie Kirk, I'm all in. It's dead simple. I guarantee that if he's not found guilty, you guys won't share that opinion. But listen, you accused me of moving around, right? I haven't moved around. I've talked about one thing only today, which is the plausibility of a bullet and the rifle. And as I said, you do this a lot. And it's not just you, it's the Candace side, the Barron side. You all do this. If you don't like an argument from someone who's literally sat in the middle, absorbing both sides, you go, you're moving the goalposts. You have a reaction to it, and it's just you need to.
Hold on, Baron. Because you claim that you're in the middle doesn't mean that you're objective.
The other thing I didn't say that. I just wanted to clarify.
The other thing with this is you did move the goalposts. First, you said that they didn't do a GSR test. I said it's 2 to 4 hours. No, they need to do it on the rifles. They don't do them on the rifles for the point that I just told.
And on the rifle.
But hold on. You said that you're not a conspiracy-minded person and you're not into conspiracies. You have to be. Because when you have a DNA, hold on, when you have a screwdriver with Tyler Robinson's DNA on the roof, and you have his prints of his shoes on the roof and on the ground, and then you have his DNA on the gun, and you have his DNA on the spent rifle.
Gary,
like you have to. The only way that you can reconcile that is through a conspiracy.
Hang on. Be truthful and specific. They weren't his shoes. They were shoes matching his size. Let's be super clear about the things that you're saying. Let's just be honest, because you do have, like you asked me, do I see a plausible alternative? It's hard to, other than my question would go to, well, what's
explain the screwdriver with the DNA on the roof. That's his DNA.
Yeah,
that's one in quintillion.
There's a screwdriver.
One in quintillion.
And the police officer that's responding to that rooftops camera stops working. You know how cameras work.
He's working overtime.
Sometimes they stop working.
No, they don't, Gary. They don't. You've got police friends.
Cameras don't stop working.
No, they don't. You know that. What? You know they don't.
I know that.
I don't want to get into.
Do I need to Google that?
They don't. You must have police officer friends who wear.
I do have police. I've asked him about this specific thing. He's like, yeah, you know what? Sometimes we forget to charge it. Sometimes, and this is the other thing
they don't have the option to not charge it, mate.
What are you talking about?
He's working overtime.
They don't have the option to not charge their cams. They don't. They have to sign off specifically. When they go in and put their cameras in the battery in the charging dock, they have to sign off every.
How long do the batteries last?
13 hours typically to 14 hours.
Okay. Do batteries degrade? Do batteries degrade?
He's been on shift for 3.5 hours, guys. Look. I don't want to get into this because you asked about the screwdriver. I don't want to move the goalpost. I want to stay.
Well, you did. You literally moved the goalpost. I asked you about instead of answering the screwdriver, you said, "Well,
you guys are very good at what you do." I will give you that. Candace's team are really good at what they do. You keep bombarding, so I have to answer these questions.
You're the one bombarding. I'm asking you for one thing. Explain the screwdriver with his DNA, and then your response. Hold on, your response was your response.
Let me explain it.
Hold on, your response. No, your response was, well, what about the camera? Oh no, we're talking about a screwdriver right now with DNA that's 1 in quintillion.
About you. Here's why.
Wait. What are we missing out on with his camera dying?
Well, here's what, because he asked me about the screwdriver. So what's the screwdriver doing there? There's no based on the footage that we have of the camera that's taking the footage of him getting on the roof, lying down, right?
Well, there's an explanation for the screwdriver being there, whether or not you believe that.
There's no reason for a screwdriver to be up there.
That's a lie.
There's no reason for a screwdriver.
That's a lie.
Yes, he needs to reattach the stock to the rest of the rifle.
Not from the timing of him getting down, laying down, taking the shot, moving on. There isn't sufficient time.
There is timing because he hops over the ledge and he's down ducked behind that ledge for a certain amount and then runs out to the edge of the roof.
Time to actually utilize a screwdriver to assemble the rifle.
Are you kidding me? You know how much time it takes? Maybe 30 seconds.
Yes, I do, mate, because I've assembled guns myself.
And you know it takes about 30 seconds tops.
He's not there for 30 seconds, mate.
He's not where for 30 seconds.
No, he's there for like 7 minutes.
He's not prone for 30 seconds.
No, he doesn't do it while he's prone.
Verum, hold on. So at 12:15, listen. And this matches, and I was going over this with what they showed in the thing. This is the charging documents. Police reviewed surveillance in the camera covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing crossing the rail from the public walkway and drop onto the roof at approximately 12:15. So he went over the roof.
He didn't
onto the area with a wall at 12:15. That gives him approximately what we have. It's at 12:23. That's over 8 minutes.
He was prone for less than 15 seconds.
Dude, listen, Verum, you're not listening.
Footage together.
You're not listening. You're not listening. He was on the roof behind the retaining wall at 12:15. Hold on. I'm going to read the rest to you so you know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about. for a short time. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time behind the retaining wall, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area the UVU officer recognizes where the suspected shooter position was. Yeah. So that was at 12:23. He was on the roof. He was completely obscured for a significant amount of time before he moved, because like you said, the shot was at 12:23:36. That's the number. 12:23:36. So it only took him about a minute to get to that position. So he has about 7 minutes to put that gun together.
Not from the prone position, which
he wasn't in the prone position putting the gun together, dude.
So why did he put it together? Screwdriver there then?
That's not where it was.
That's where
you don't even know where the facts are. He left the screwdriver over by the retaining wall, and even if he brought it out to that position because he actually attached the stock at the retaining wall. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Even if he brought it out to the position where it was shot, which that's not where the screwdriver was found, by the way. The screwdriver was found where I'm talking about. But even if he had the screwdriver in his pocket, laid down, he'd already put the stock on there. He had 7 minutes to do it, and then he dropped it right there. That doesn't mean that he put the stock together onto the barreled action right there. This is what I'm talking about. You guys don't know the facts behind this every single time.
Look, Gary,
it's so frustrating.
You pick and choose the facts that you want to be.
No, I'm not. I'm laying out the actual facts.
Your suspicion. That's the very fact that answers your suspicion.
What's that? Say it again.
What he just described to you, where and when these things took place, where the screwdriver was found, where he was, how long he was there, getting into the actual shooting position, all of that answers the thing that you are suspicious of or say could never happen. It answers it directly.
Well, my biggest issue, you asked me about the screwdriver, and I answered it with my biggest issue is you have to be a guy that is so keen to take something away with you to your death, to just conveniently leave a screwdriver in a spot when you've had time. I would actually understand it more if it was found where I think it was actually found, Gary, and I think that it was found where he was prone. That makes more sense. The idea that he just tossed the screwdriver to the side and casually strolled over to prone, it doesn't make sense.
No one. Why would you assume? Hold on. Why would you assume that he tossed the screwdriver?
Logical behavior here.
Hold on. Why would you assume that
he's under an immense amount of stress, pressure, fear? You think he's going through a lot of emotions?
Have you ever? Hold on. Viram, have you ever put something in your pocket and then it fell out?
No.
You've never put something in your pocket and it fell out? A phone?
No,
You've never dropped your phone?
No. I've lost a phone, but it's not by putting it in a pocket and it dropping out.
Okay. Like, I don't know where to go with that because I've experienced that.
I just tend to know what's in my pocket, mate.
Okay.
No. Like
sometimes accidents happen.
Look, I get it. I get your case. Your argument would make more sense if. And by the way,
okay, Viram, I'll concede that he dropped the screwdriver out by where he was shooting the. I don't really care. It's irrelevant.
Because that's where it was found, Gary. It wasn't found where you're saying it was.
It doesn't matter. He didn't put the gun together there.
You just told me. I don't know what I'm talking about, and I know this more than you do.
No, you don't. You said he didn't have time. And he was
I'm talking about where the screwdriver was found,
God.
Gary. I'm telling you where the screwdriver was found. It's not where you just said it was.
Hold on.
Do you think they get a conviction without the screwdriver?
Hang on. You just ridiculed me for not knowing details. I've told you
what I'm telling you. What I am 90. Listen to me, Viram. Here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be truthful because I'm 95% sure that that's where the screwdriver was found. I'm not 100% sure. So I don't want to say something incorrect, but where the screwdriver, and I'm going to look it up right now. We're going to find out exactly where they stated that the screwdriver was found. So I'm going to look that up, but I'm going to concede that the screwdriver was found by where the shooting was taking place. He could have brought that over there with him with the rifle. Hold on. He could have brought that over there with the rifle, took the shot. I think at that point we have an adrenaline dump for sure.
Totally.
So leaving it, accidentally forgetting a screwdriver is that's what the case. The fact is that there's a screwdriver on the roof with his DNA. Explain that. Don't sit there and move the goal. You're moving the goalpost again. And
no, I said I'm agreeing with you, Gary. You can't even listen when I'm actually agreeing with you. Fucking hell, mate. I'm actually agreeing with you.
The original point was talking about the body cam, right? What are we missing when that body cam goes off?
It's more probable, right? It makes more sense to me that someone in anxiety had the adrenaline's going. They've just shot and knowing that they look from that distance, we can all make a clear shot, and the shot's very, very evidently killed him, and the person knows it. I can absolutely concede, and it makes total sense that someone might forget their rationale at that moment and leave a couple of things unlike cared for. The idea that he just dropped it at the point where you think he dropped it makes no sense. But here's my bigger point. You asked me about the screwdriver. You're making the assumption, and we're all talking about Tyler Robinson is the guy that shot him. That has not been established. You asked me, Jared, what would it take for me to believe your side is a conviction?
So you started by saying that there wasn't time. Gary showed you, walked you through the timeline. There was time.
Prone. When he was prone.
You said no. That's not how you started.
I said prone, and if people listening will hear that I said prone. I said prone.
There wasn't enough time for him to put the rifle together to get into the shooting position.
When he was prone.
Jared, can you ask him about the body cam? Maybe he'll answer you.
That was his point. That was him moving the goal. We can get to that in a second.
You can't consider moving the goalpost. You can't.
It was moving the goalpost when I asked you about the screwdriver. Hold on. So let me ask you this: we see him in the footage walking with a stiff leg, correct?
Yeah, totally.
So we see him run. You can tell that he's not walking with a stiff leg from the footage that we saw from where he crossed over the guardrail. And he moves into the shooting position. We can see him running at a pretty decent, it's very fluid. So at that point, if he had the stock removed from the barreled action, the only logical conclusion is that before he moved into that prone position, he had already put the stock onto the firearm.
Yes, possible.
And he had 7 minutes to do that.
Probable, yeah.
Okay, then why did we start off this?
I was talking very specifically about the location the screwdriver was found in the prone, because we're talking about the location that the screwdriver was found, Gary.
That is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
It's super irrelevant, because to sit there and say that it's impossible that he accidentally left the screwdriver under that level of stress, regardless of where the location was that it was found, it's his DNA on there. So you have to come up with a scenario where that evidence was planted.
Yeah. I do believe that. I do believe
you just said there wasn't a conspiracy. You said, I'm not conspiratorial minded.
No, I do believe I don't believe, right? The argument that you're making, hear me out. The argument that you're making, that a guy has got a screwdriver and on the way to the shooting position, he's assembling the rifle. Right? That's your argument.
My position is that when he went over the retaining wall.
That's what you just said it was. So what is it?
I don't like this whole assembling the rifle thing. He's just attaching the fucking stock to the rifle.
Yeah, no, I get it. Okay, so he's doing that, right? He's doing that
assembling the rifle.
Gray Hughes sent you the location of the screwdriver.
Okay.
Hey, wait, before we go to that, hey, what movies have you done, Barum?
I'm not telling you guys. You go try and ruin my career.
No, we wouldn't do that.
You don't do that.
No, I was just going to use it to judge you, but that's fine.
They're all action movies. They're all action movies with a pretty widely known action stuff.
It doesn't matter, since you're not going to tell us, so we can't actually appreciate your work. It really is irrelevant. You can tell us it was Cinderella. I mean, probably was Snow White.
That's not an action movie.
Supergirl. Dang it! It was Supergirl.
Jen, send Gray Hughes a guest link. I want him to come on and explain exactly how he got this information or where that information was for this location, because it is not at the sniper perch. And I want to make sure that we clarify that information.
Cool. I stand corrected if that's the case.
I do also want to just clarify something. Hold on, Artie. Let me. When you came in, I said, "Oh, one of these." At first, just hearing your accent for a brief second, I thought you were an Aussie. So I just wanted to clarify.
Now I really don't like you. Before I was on the fence, but now you're calling me a convict.
Well, I thought you were an Aussie at first, just for that brief moment. But then when I realized that you weren't, it's all good.
No, I'm not a convict, mate. I'm
perfect.
I'm a proper good old fashioned Brit.
So Barum, according to Gray Hughes, which is very good at this, this is where the location of the screwdriver was found. So what I'm saying is that we know that he went over this wall. He went out of view of the camera for approximately 6 or 7 minutes. I believe that he actually assembled the rifle or attached the stock, 2 screws, takes less than a minute, and then moved into the shooting position. And all the evidence says that is basically what happened. That is a logical conclusion based on what happened.
Okay. I mean, I've read very different things, but I'll take your word on it. There's no reason.
Wait, can you go over that again? I missed it.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. So we know that he went over this wall.
Yep.
And was out of sight. Oh, Gray. This happens every time. Fix your thing to where I don't hear the echo. And I'll bring it back on. There we go. Oops. Boom. All right.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Gray? So where did you find this location? Is that documented somewhere?
Yeah, it was actually, we went back over the days of trial again, because I remember, it was so, I mean, you could actually narrow it down to an hour where there was actually relevant stuff with all those objections on some of those days. But yeah, it was like, I think they mentioned 15 feet onto the gravel from the wall that he went over. Right
Okay.
there.
What day was that? You know, was that day 4?
Yeah, I can't.
Real quick though, going back
should have
to
been day 3. It should have been that Wednesday.
I want to play this portion right here for everybody. Hold on. Let me make sure it's showing because I know it's not. All right. So this is the question, Lance Twiggs, about politics.
You and he ever talk about politics? He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on. How about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk? I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically. Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights? No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current policies being issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
All right. So he did talk about politics. Lance
Gary,
Twiggs
come on.
allegedly was not interested in politics. From that, you can either confirm or deny how radical he was about anything. And we see, hold on. We see active shooter after active shooter after active shooter. There's a long history of this that has no real indication that they were radical before they ended up shooting somebody. I mean, that's just a fact. So I don't know why you have to have proof of radicalization before he does one of these things.
But that's not a fact, actually.
That is a fact.
No, it's not a fact, because it's actually a movie that I've been developing with Netflix for a while.
Okay.
It's not a fact. There's absolutely long tail examples where you can demonstrate radicalization, and it is A to B to C, and it's just not that like.
Wait, are you saying that you believe Lance Twiggs?
You at some point, can you at least say from that testimony, it does not indicate that Tyler Robinson was particularly radicalized?
Do you believe Lance Twiggs?
Can I ask you a question here?
Yeah, sorry.
Did Audrey Hale have a history of radicalization?
You'd have to ask the people close to her.
Well, in the public eye,
No, but the public eye. But Lance Twiggs is not the public eye.
But here's
Lance
the thing:
Twiggs is the person close to it. Like Audrey Hale's there's a very specific. The people who do, can, and do are able to verify whether someone has been radicalized or people close to them. And there's now the argument is whether Lance Twiggs is particularly close to the guy or not. But from that, I'm only talking about that testimony. From that testimony, which is all we have.
What about his testimony where he asked him specifically, "Did you do it?" He said, "Yes, I did it. I regret it," and he cried.
Which it goes back to again, Gary. I'll say this again because I want to make sure none of you are accusing me of moving the goalposts. I think that's just
let's move him.
I'm sorry.
You got like
Verum,
guys,
Verum,
come
what'd
on,
you say?
like, be reasonable. Like,
all right,
I think
we're
that's
being reasonable. What'd you say?
You're less than reasonable, my dude. Go ahead and go, man.
I'm
I feel
less
like
than
if
reasonable.
Lance is taking
I don't
Tyler's
even
meat
think the
back
fellow-
door, they're pretty
I don't
close.
even
Go ahead
think
and
the
go,
fellow
man. Whatever,
panelists
man. Just
agree
go.
with that statement. That I'm less.
Just go.
No, I think that's your strongest case. I think it's the strongest argument that you have. That's Tyler Robinson, and I said at the beginning, right?
What percentage of transgender people and people that are in that LGBTQ community, specifically in the transgender world, which is what a lot of people are saying that he was, dabbling in, what percentage of those people live secret lives online?
All of them.
Experimenting online.
All right.
I
So
don't know, man.
according
I
to
don't know. Look, you're asking a guy who,
according to Grok, approximately 75% of public mass shootings in the United States had no extreme ideological interest, according to peer-reviewed research. In other words, the large majority of these events show no indication of radicalization, ideological extremism as a factor. So,
yeah, but again,
yeah,
that's,
but what?
That's a very broad description of it, Gary. That's not a specific description of That's not a description of politically motivated shootings. That's public shootings. That's a very different category. You're trying to compare two things that can't be comparable.
Okay. All right. So
like, no, here's the thing about
Verum, give me the prompt. Verum, you give me the prompt.
Well, no, and what I'm trying to say, no, I was asked two questions. I was asked about transgender. Now you're asking me about this. Which one do you want me to answer first?
I want to know what research that we can find.
They're all saying transgender. So let me answer that, and then I'll give you the prompt. Like, with transgender, you're asking the wrong person. I work in Hollywood. There's not a cloak.
Oh, you should know most then. What are you talking about?
But you know, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's not a cloaking of people living different lives.
Oh, you probably can't really say what you really think if you're working in Hollywood, though. I get it.
Yeah, we gotta keep you quiet.
I got you.
What I'm saying is answering your question is like, I don't.
Your secret's safe with us.
I don't know if there's this.
What's it feel like to be controlled by the Jews controlling Hollywood?
Right, because they run everything. Dude, right, that might be what we need to talk about. Like, we have somebody who's controlled by him.
I have a serious question.
You know, everybody. You know, people who question this. There's a very small percentage of people that have that opinion.
The Jews?
Well.
No, like the whole argument that the Jews are somehow involved. Who I don't know. But people, honestly, my biggest advice.
I think they are. The Jews
definitely did moved again.
You all need to grow up about people having different opinions. You really do. It's like
because you listen to our different opinions too, right?
I do. I watch Gary all the time. Gary blocked me on Twitter because he thought I was a bot. And
I feel like you haven't really given an opinion though.
Really haven't.
Well, do you want my you've asked me a couple of times, and every time I go to say it, you hit me with something else. I think there's sufficient doubt that Tyler Robinson was I think there's an overwhelming doubt that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman, if a gunman at all.
Okay.
What evidence? Hold on. So let's.
What is the evidence?
Hold on. I want to go through this and just. Yeah. So the first thing that we talked about was the 30-06. You said it was statistically implausible. You don't even have a body of work to come up with a statistic to know how plausible that is. And we know that there are plenty of examples.
No, there's 4 examples you gave, Gary. 4.
Yes, there's 4 examples. They're the only examples.
There's countless other examples where bullets have literally penetrated.
And there's countless other examples in military and freaking civilian pathology reports. I've seen them where we saw the exact same thing.
There's plenty of examples.
So there's plenty of examples. This is not, but the point is you're saying it's statistically improbable. And you can't even come up with that. Like that's you're stating something that fact that you can't even establish. Like what is the percentage?
You gave 4
What is the percentage?
What is the percentage?
Very, very small in your camp. Right?
What is the percentage?
You've given like the number of in my particular scenarios where I've shot moose and deer, right? There has not been a single scenario where the bullet hasn't passed.
And let me tell you, if you're using core lock bullets shooting moose, you're a retard. Okay, what you'd be using is something. What you'd be using is something specific that is going to ensure deeper penetration. So yes,
look, we all know that there are variations.
Here's what we've established: is that there are 4 empirical points of evidence, and 100% of those empirical evidence, we have 0 exit wound. Number 2, you said GSR. GSR has to be done within 4 to 6 hours. GSR is not done on rifles. So that was another reason that you said you questioned the evidence. We've established that is horseshit. We've established that that's horseshit. You stated, hold on, you stated that he didn't have time. He didn't have time to put the rifle together. That is horseshit. He put the rifle together. He had 7 minutes to, and Matt Kester, I can show you the video, does it in less than a minute. So there's that. You said you weren't into a conspiracy. It requires a conspiracy to put a screwdriver on the roof with his DNA. That was horseshit. You lied. And you're controlled by the Jew. You're a liar and you're controlled by the Jews.
And control, man.
The pattern?
It's a controlled opposition.
All right, Baron, go ahead. Now I'm just screwing with you a little bit.
No, I know you are. So
you Judaized bastard.
But do you have a screwdriver though, Gary? Where's the screwdriver though?
It's
so
GSR on it.
Right. On nitrate testing, nitrate testing it can be done way past 6 hours, and can it's not typically used, right, in terms of absolute fact or empirical fact, but it is done to get some sense of a reading on whether someone has fired a gun in anything like less than 72 hours, right?
No, that's not. I know for a fact. I know for a fact that is a lie.
Is true.
Verum, that is 100% a lie. They do not do GSR testings past 24 hours. That's a freaking lie for a fact.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is
a lie. They do it. It's not.
Show us evidence then, sir.
Oh man, I'm having conversation with you. I don't have an assistant who can pull all this stuff up.
Neither do we.
We're
looking it up ourselves.
Yeah, you do.
My assistant is me. Oh wait. No, you can look it up, my dude. Show us the evidence.
So on, like no nitrate testing performed on.
Here's the evidence. There I am. There's
no demonstrable radicalization pre.
In America, we say that demonstrable.
What did I say?
Demonstrable. You're fine.
We gave you the language. Okay. So we'll go with mine.
We improved it.
I do prefer aluminium.
You just eliminated letters, mate. You did.
Aluminium is kind of wild. I like that.
And you made up
I prefer aluminium.
Aluminum.
Yeah.
And so there's no demonstration that Tyler Robinson was radicalized from the person closest to him.
And 75% of all incidents never indicate any radicalization.
No,
Hey,
not of politically motivated crimes. That's
What?
not true at all.
I sent you an article.
What percentage of politically motivated crimes have precursor of radicalization? All of them. All of them.
What?
All of them.
Politically motivated crimes.
Okay.
This according to you is a crime of political motivation. This is according to you.
Why is this?
Okay. Has anybody said that?
Well, you believe Tyler Robinson is, and you
Who
believe
said that?
You did. You all did. You all did.
Who said it?
What?
You all did.
Who?
All of you. Do you need me to say the names, or can you?
Yeah, tell me that I said it. Tell me I said it. I've never said that.
All believe Tyler Robinson.
No, I don't believe that.
Charlie Kirk.
I've never said that.
He's the most likely.
Then you're wrong again. I've never said that.
You never said what? That Tyler Robinson is Charlie Kirk's assassinator?
No, you said political, sir. Stop moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts, getting yourself confused.
You understand what politically
do you understand that I'm telling you I didn't say that?
You don't understand what they are.
I don't want to argue semantics.
You don't understand.
You don't understand what you're saying because you're saying stupid stuff. You don't understand what you're saying because you're saying retarded, dumb, stupid stuff. Why are you still talking? Go back and make Supergirl 2 or something.
I didn't say it was.
You're just saying dumb stuff.
All right. All right.
It's like you make no sense.
Jay, I want to give him again. He's a guest. We're going to give him lots and lots of additional room here. I want to be especially gracious.
No, I've enjoyed this very spirited conversation, guys. I think that
weren't they trying to make the argument that it might have been religiously motivated? That would make more sense. Those Mormons are freaks. Guys,
religious and political motivations are the same concept. We call them politically motivated crimes. It's the same thing. Whether you have an issue with someone because they're Muslim or Hindi or because of they're a Democrat, it's the same bucket that ultimately there is a long tail
or Jewish
radicalization. Or Jewish, yeah. They're the group that are killed. They're the group that are persecuted the most.
I know it.
Verum, have you seen all of his chat logs?
Say that again, mate.
Have you seen all of his chat logs?
I've seen some of them. Look, there's I think again I'll go back to you have a really strong case on all of those aspects where it's text.
Well, isn't that indications of I mean that is indication of radicalization.
Yes, if it's him that's sending all those messages, yeah.
All right, so,
Okay,
I just here's the prompt. How many shootings of politically motivated that didn't show prior indication before?
Jared, you asked me before, and I just want to I'm going to answer it as plainly as possible. If he is found guilty, right? I will trust that they've gone through the full process and being able to verify that he sent those text messages, he wrote that letter, he was in Discord himself. There are challenges. I know you and Baron have been back and forth on Gary in terms of when he was Mirandized. If all of that can be demonstrated that was him, it's open and shut as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm not. We haven't been back and forth on when he was Mirandized. He was definitely Mirandized when they attempted. Hold on.
What time he was Mirandized? You have been.
He was definitely Mirandized when they attempted to do a interrogation on him, and it is Utah police state policy that you're going to Mirandize upon the time of arrest and any time that you attempt an interrogation. That's policy. I can pull it up for you and I can show it to you. So to pretend that like you only Mirandize someone on the initial arrest and saying that which, by the way, there's every indication, all the evidence except for the nonsense that Barron just makes up out of thin air, that interrogation took place on the 11th and not the 12th. That is horseshit. Like,
I've watched you both. I'll say this, Gary. There's lots of stuff that you've been right about. On that one, you're wrong, and he's right.
He's not.
No, he is.
Wow. No, he's not.
No, it's okay to be wrong, man.
I'm not wrong. I have no problem being wrong.
Oh,
but that is the craziest
why doesn't he tell you what you? Why doesn't he tell you when he said it? Why don't you tell Gary when he said it so you can say, "Here's an example where he's wrong."
I have a whole folder on this. We can go through this easy.
And I'm sure he does too. Look, I think it boils down to, like, again, if in the case, when it's in court, if he's found guilty, they are going to have been able to demonstrate that he sent those text messages, that he wrote those Discord messages in those chat rooms, he wrote the letter. It's open and shut. There's no one on the side where we're questioning whether he's the actual lone gunman. We'll be able to have any leg room. And anybody says any different to you, well, they're closed-minded to this and they don't have an open thought on it.
So wait. That's bullshit. You don't believe that. So if he gets found guilty, you don't think that there still might be other people involved?
No, they will. I'm saying if those people are doing that, then you just know you can disregard those people because you know that they were never good faith actors in the first place, right? Because I'm saying if he's found guilty and it's been proved that he sent those messages and he wrote that letter, there's nothing else you need. That's a direct confession 3 times over. He's going to fry.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's lone gunman.
It doesn't mean he's a lone gunman. And I do think that if you do believe, like I do, that there's other people involved and there's other people involved at a much wider level than a small group of people in a chat room, then yeah, it's prudent to still keep the guy alive and find out what he knows. But I think you all have put me in this box where I'm some sort of like Candace fanboy or Baron fanboy. What's you?
So far, you haven't refuted one thing that Candace has said, and so far you haven't refuted one thing that Baron has said.
I've refuted something she said. I think Tyler Robinson was on the site that day. I've refuted that.
Let me point out something though. Let me just point out something, Vera. Yes, you have agreed that she said that. She did say that Tyler Robinson was not on campus one day.
Yeah.
Now she's gone back, but she's never acknowledged that she said it wrong the first time.
No, she's still saying
she's never acknowledged. Now she's saying something different now, sure, but she's never said. By the way, back.
She should do.
She's still saying that. She's still saying that he
right,
actually
but that's what I'm
campus.
saying. Like
okay,
she's never said.
Hang on.
So you see, that's what I'm saying.
I want to go through this real quick. I want to go through this because what we have is the charging documents. Actually, this is the motion to exclude cameras. This is where this came from. Page 20 indicates that on the evening of his arrest, Tyler Robinson declined to be interviewed without having an attorney present. A video of the encounter Bates 03996 R2 at timestamp 033653. All right. The evening of his arrest, the official time of his arrest was 04 on 9/12. here we go. If there's further clarification needed, what we have is the deputy attorney Courtney Sinagara phoned the prospect. She was addressing this specifically because this was being put out by Baron Coleman, was actually arrested September 12th, the day after early documentation had initially reported, because Sinagara said the alleged assassin was never actually arrested in Washington County, but nearly 4 hours north in Provo, by which point it was well past midnight. Here's another court document. Nope. I got the other one right here.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Just give me a second to just go through what you just said.
Okay.
So he was arrested at 12. What time?
At 04 a.m.
Okay. So just after 12, but that he was.
No, not just after 12. He was officially arrested at 04 a.m. on 9/12.
Oh, at 4 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. And so he was originally brought in at what's the name of the place that's not about
Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And so Barron's claim is that he was Mirandized at that point.
No,
correct?
Barron's claim is that he was actually brought in at like 3 p.m. and that he was they attempted interrogation at 6:25 p.m. on 11th.
Yeah.
And he was not even in custody at that point. That has been established. That was reestablished in court, by the way. On the witness stand, the officer said he came in after around 9 p.m. This particular document says Tyler Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office accompanied by his parents approximately 26 hours. That is on the 11th.
On the 11th.
We know that. We also know that Sheriff Brooksby said that he came in a little after 9 p.m. on the 11th. So he was not in custody at 6:25 p.m. He was not interrogated at 6:25 p.m. on the 11th. That was the 12th. And the reason for that, here's another reason for that. They're not going to just book him because he's admitting to this. What they were doing the moment that he came into that office at 9 p.m. is they issued search warrants. They went and talked to Lance Twiggs. They went and talked to other people. They went and searched his house. So that way, when they go and interrogate him or attempt to interrogate him, they actually have some things that they can actually interrogate him with. And by the way, provide probable cause. Because at the point where we're just saying, hey, I admit I killed someone, that's actually not enough usually for probable cause. They're going to find the evidence, which they did. And this is exactly what is highlighted in this document. And I can pull up the full document because what he's actually charged with is aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, because at that point, this is why this is there. The reason he obstructed justice was because he told Lance Twiggs to burn the note or to get rid of the note. And come to find out, it was actually Tyler Robinson. We found that out during the preliminary hearing. He's the one that burned the note. It wasn't Lance Twiggs, but he did tell them not to talk to law enforcement, to burn that note or get rid of the note. So this is how they get the obstruction of justice charge. That wouldn't have come till after 11:12 p.m. when they talked to Tyler Robinson on the 11th. So the idea that he was in an interrogation room at 6:25 p.m. on the 11th is absolutely insane. It didn't happen. And the reason that Baron Coleman's trying to say that.
But why are you so sure it didn't happen?
Because we have documentation and evidence saying that it didn't happen.
No, you got documentation saying what time he was charged, which is at 4 in the morning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was when he was arrested. The day of his arrest was 12.
No, he wasn't arrested on the 12th. He was charged on the 12th.
No, he was arrested. The defendant was arrested for the offense. I don't know if that means something different in the UK. This is the affidavit for probable cause. On the evening of his arrest, which would be 6:25 p.m., that is the evening of his arrest, the next day, they wouldn't even have the obstruction of justice charge until after 11 or 12 p.m. because that's when they talked to Tyler, or that's when they talked to Lance Twiggs, and that's when they looked at Lance Twiggs' phone where they got the information, took the screenshots, and said, hey, he was actually trying to obstruct justice as well. Let's add that to his charges.
So they questioned him, then booked him, right? Or arrested him as your
They actually said they didn't question him at all.
Well, that's bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit.
That's bullshit. Okay, well, so that's where you just lose.
They're not the investigative body.
You lose all sense of like logic when you say that.
No, it's your logic because you don't know how investigations work. You've watched Matlock. You've watched Matlock 3 times.
Didn't question this guy is preposterous, Gary. It's
not.
And it's things like that which tell
things like that. It's things like that because you're ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. They're not the investigative authority. They were waiting for the investigative authority.
Hear me out.
No, I don't need to hear you out. It's things like that you don't. This is Dunning-Kruger. You are Dunning-Kruger walking, and you don't know what you're talking about. They're not the investigative authority.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I don't know what's
the notion that you think that someone was booked, arrested without the suspect being questioned beforehand is just makes you look absolutely retarded.
So
no,
hold on.
If
If a person goes into a local precinct, talks about that he committed a federal crime that's going to be the jurisdiction of the FBI, or the SBI is going to
talk about it.
Or the FBI is going to interrogate him, or SBI is going to interrogate him because they don't even have jurisdiction.
You know, he didn't.
Hold on. Does Washington County? Hold on. Did Washington County have jurisdiction?
In this case?
Yes.
No, I would not have thought so.
Then why the hell would they question him? And that's exactly what they said. They said we didn't have jurisdiction. All we were going to do is facilitate his surrender, and we were waiting for SBI to show up. What they said was we were waiting for investigators to show up. What it turned out to be was the SBI. This has been corroborated by witness testimony on the stand. It's been corroborated by documents. It's been corroborated by all the facts. But yet Baron Coleman just makes something up and is like, nope, you know what? I think it was actually on the 11th. And the only reason he's doing that is so that he can undermine the validity of the Discord chats. And by the way, we even saw him in the courtroom. He was in the interrogation room, and guess what he still had? He still had his cell phone. He was in the interrogation room because Washington County had no authority, no jurisdiction, and they were just making him comfortable, and they let him keep his phone. And we saw a video of it with his phone. And by the way, that's the same footage that Baron Coleman told you didn't exist. He said there was absolutely no footage of Tyler Robinson in Washington County in those interrogation rooms. He lied to you. He doesn't know what he's talking about. What he's good at is telling stories.
Myself, man. I don't need other people to I don't have to parrot what other people say.
You're bringing up, you just said that Baron Coleman's right and I was wrong. And
I think he's right. I do think he's right. I think your argument here is preposterous. You're making the case that an arrest was made without an investigation.
They don't have jurisdiction.
So
who do you think questions him? He's just out of curiosity.
Look at what you're saying. He was arrested the minute he rocked up here. Guys,
what?
You are like what you are suggesting.
Even if that's true, I'm going to grant you that. What evidence do you have?
Who was not confessing? He was not cooperating. He did not confess to this crime.
He was not questioned by Washington County, and he was not in custody until after 9 p.m. And you have no evidence to say otherwise. And the only thing that Baron Coleman has is his imagination to say that.
Why have you? How come you two don't thresh it out?
I will not thrust anything out with Baron Coleman because he's a liar, and I've seen him lie multiple times about what he has said to me. He's went on a smear campaign. Hold on, he's went on a smear campaign against me since going back to October. He went back to. I didn't even know who this guy was, and he's saying that I'm sold out to the Jews because of some Google Trends thing. And I don't even know who this guy is. And then he goes on and he says for months and months and months that I said that Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That was a lie, and he made a whole shtick about it. And he's making all this content saying that Gary said that Mitch Snow wasn't at. What's that?
Did you not say that?
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. And I got a video to prove it if you'd like.
No, I mean I believe you. Why wouldn't I?
He has never retracted that information.
What's that? No, I mean, I came on here because, like, I want to know. I'm really curious.
Well, hold on. No, we're going to establish that fact right now. I want to show you just what he's willing to do and lie, and how much he's willing to lie.
I believe what you're saying here is the
well,
case.
we're going to establish that because you still think that he's credible in any way, and he's not. He's not. What he's doing is he's lining his pockets.
No, forget Baron. I'm talking about what you have showing me right now. Proves your case. You're saying that he was not arrested, he was not Mirandized until 4 a.m. I get it. That's that. I mean,
no. Now we're going to move on to something else, and that is the fact that Baron Coleman is literally. Hold on.
Why? I'm not his brother, man. I'm not his.
So Gary,
not his fanboy, dude.
I just wonder. So would Verum take back his original statement that on this issue with the whole arrest and Mirandizing and
Looks
interrogation?
Like I was wrong, yeah. Looks like I was wrong.
So Okay, so big screen that, Gary, so we can make sure it's captured correctly.
You don't need to admit.
I don't care about that.
I don't have any problem admitting when I'm wrong.
Well, then I just want to make sure I heard it. That's all. I was literally just speaking, and I didn't hear you say it. All I'm asking you to do is to speak.
A huge amount of that.
Go ahead and say it. Just say it. Just say it. I just want to hear it.
All right.
Just say it.
Jay, this is not the third time you've heard it.
I don't want to be petty about this. The point of this is that these people are lying to people all the time. They know and by the way, I know 2 different lawyers that have contacted Baron Coleman.
Gary, hang on.
Okay.
Let's just have it. Like, they're not the only ones lying. Your guys, Jack Posobiec came out and said,
I don't know what Jack Posobiec says.
Well,
I don't know what
Benny. You're like, you're like, all these guys came out of court and said we saw 4K of him literally taking the shot. That was bullshit, mate. Like, everybody's lying here, Gary.
I've actually listen. I've talked to people. Hold on. I've talked to people in the courtroom on both sides of that. I've talked to Billy.
It wasn't footage.
Hold on, listen. I talked to Billy, and I talked to people that were in the courtroom, seeing that were actually literally 7 feet from that. And what they said is that we saw this person go out and. You can't see muzzle flash. You can't, I don't know what you expect. To me, that's taking the shot. I would explain it that way as well. He was in the exact position, and then we have corroborating evidence of other cameras saying, oh, right when this person is in that position, it's just a coinkydink that, and by the way, it was your side saying that they didn't even have that footage. They said they don't have that footage. They would have shown that footage on day one if that existed.
The footage is the rooftop footage, and it's impossible to make out.
No, it's not.
Face.
It's not. It's impossible to make out their face. I don't need to make out their face. Hold on. I don't need to make out their face.
4K HD clarity. You literally see him taking a shot, and they all said muzzle. The muzzle. They all described it like.
Wait. You're saying that Jack Posobiec said he could see muzzle flash?
They all 3 of them said exactly the same thing.
I want to look that up. Hold on.
Right? They all described the same thing. Like, just accept that we're in a bit of an information vacuum. Like, and there's some people who actually are like leaning on both sides of it. But you can't simply say they're the only ones lying. Gary, you've been caught a few times. Baron's
I've been caught lying?
Yeah, you've been caught lying.
How did I get caught lying?
The whole Erica photograph?
That's a lie?
Yeah, it was a lie.
Tell me how that's a lie.
Well, it was a lie. You knew it wasn't her child.
I actually do know it's her child. That was always her daughter. And by the way, I just had it recently confirmed that was her son too. I just didn't know if it was her son or not.
No,
so what are you talking about?
It's not her son. What are you talking about?
What?
It's not. That's Gary. Tell me
how that's a lie. Tell me how that's a lie. No. We're not moving from this.
Children.
What's that?
Right?
What'd you say?
Never met her or her children.
Okay, so
listen to me very closely. Okay, I reached out to Andrew Colvett and I asked him. I said, "Hey, I'm getting ready to do a show with this. Do you have any sort of evidence that would show that Erica Kirk wasn't on Fort Huachuca on the 9th. Technically, I should have asked for the 8th, but again, we had the meeting on the 9th. I don't know. Hold on. It doesn't matter. Listen very closely. Okay. I do not have forensic capabilities to take a picture and determine the what was in that picture didn't matter. It just so happened to be the picture that she had from that day at around the time that we needed it from was a picture of 2 kids. I'm taking her on her word that is her kid. Hold on. That is her kids. And it's not, I wasn't there to convince you or anybody outside of this that people think that Erica Kirk was in on a conspiracy to kill her husband. This was for reasonable-minded people.
Hang on. I don't for a second believe that, just so we're clear. But just to be clear, are you saying you have never once lied on any of the coverage?
No.
And the only people lying are Candace and Barry.
I have never lied on this at all. Not once.
No, I mean on anything.
Of course I've lied in the past.
Oh no, on this subject of Charlie Kirk.
I have not lied on anything on this. And anything that I've gotten wrong, I've went back and corrected.
Okay. I believe you.
What do you know that? Hold on, we're gonna play.
No, I don't.
No, hold on. We're gonna play this
about the photograph because I know they
all right, kid. What?
No, the only thing I know is the thing you said about the photograph with the children, because I know they're not children.
That is her daughter. And that, by the way, I have confirmed that that is her son. How do you know that that's not her daughter?
I just know.
You just know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're wrong.
So today's episode is about the one lawyer that makes all lawyers look bad. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. Candace Owens, number one simp, and that is Baron Whisper Campaign Coleman. Now, Baron would probably describe himself as a disinterested party, but I got to tell you, he's made himself Candace Owens' personal Baghdad Bob, just out there spreading propaganda left and right, lying, and he's made himself Candace Owens' personal attack dog. He goes after any and everyone that just points out the truth, the fact that Candace Owens has...
You just said that I lied, which is a lie, and I'm gonna prove to you that for over 8 months, Baron Coleman lied about me.
Zero evidence of a single material claim. But being her lapdog, he's going to go after anyone and everyone that's just reporting the truth. Now, I've done a lot of research with Baron, and most of you know that he's a lawyer, and he's currently registered with both the Florida and the Tennessee bar. And I have checked, and I got to tell you, all the defamatory claims that he has made against, and accusations that he's made against Erica Kirk, TPUSA, and Andrew Colvett, those violate every single ethical standard accountable for our own justice system. Now, I got to tell you, I actually owe Baron Coleman some gratitude, because I wanted to prove to everybody that he was a professional propagandist. He has a long history, going back to his time as a government informant. That's right. He was intentionally tried to create a whisper campaign in order to prejudice a jury. Can you imagine? That's crazy. But besides that, I wanted to prove that he was a propagandist and he was lying about me and everybody else. And man, Baron Coleman has done yeoman's work to make this easy to prove. He is my number one guy. As a matter of fact, Baron, I appoint you an honorary member of my harem of
Gary's broads.
But I don't want to put words in Baron's mouth. Let's listen to his lies about me from his own mouth.
That all of these attempted alibis, the Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. That went through Gary. He tricked Mitch Snow's son into confirming that Mitch Snow was at Fort Huachuca. That was not known. In fact, that was hotly debated at the time. If you remember, if you go back in time, when the Mitch Snow idea first populated, there was a lot of doubt whether he was even there.
Well, let's take his advice, go back in time and check the record, because luckily the internet is forever. Let's see what I actually said prior to my December 27th interview with Mitch Snow's son. Look at this.
All right, folks, again, this is a very common tactic with disinformation. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof. December 18th, by the way, was the day that she did this interview. I was streaming it live and I was reacting to it. Say they even confirm the non-material elements of the story. All right. I can confirm you were there. Who cares? Who cares if you can confirm this guy was there, or you can confirm that he stayed at a freaking Best Western somewhere near Fort Huachuca? None of that matters. What matters is you confirm what he's saying or anything. I mean, she confirms nothing ever. I mean, that's the problem with all this stuff. I don't doubt that he was, matter of fact, I'm quite sure he was down at Fort Huachuca. That doesn't mean anything. So for those of you who don't know, Candace Owens shared this, I don't know, as proof that Mitch Snow was there. And again, I don't doubt that Mitch Snow was there.
I have no idea
this
what
trash right. What's that?
I have no idea what you're showing me.
So Baron Coleman said, number one.
Huachuca?
Okay. So Baron Coleman said for months that I said that Mitch Snow wasn't at Fort Huachuca. I've never said that.
Who's Mitch Snow and what's Fort Huachuca? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Some fort.
It is a military fort where Mitch Snow basically said that he saw that Brian Harpole was at Fort Huachuca, as well as Erica Kirk. Like, how do you not know about the picture of the alibi?
I only know about a photograph that you showed, which you were claiming was her kids, which I know it wasn't. I just saw a photograph that you had posted about her kids, and I was like, it's not. Those aren't her kids. I have no idea what Huachuca and Mitch Snow.
Then you don't know what the relevant portion of what that is.
That's why I was asking you, why are you showing me this? I have like no idea.
Because I'm showing you that time and time again, Baron Coleman has intentionally smeared me, lied about me, and he has no problem lying at all. And by the way, before I release
Gary, I
this,
believed you before, man. I
okay.
believe you.
Well, I'm just letting you know that you're believing someone that lies on a regular basis.
I think like the only person that gets absolute belief is Jesus Christ, and I think that's the same for everybody else here. Everybody else is full of shit all the time, mate, and they always have been.
I am not.
My dude just literally professed Christ and then used profanity. That's wild.
Whatever. I don't like.
Dude, I'm Catholic, mate. I'm
That's
Catholic.
epic, man. That's epic, man. I'm just glad that Christ saves.
All right. So we've established that again, a 30-06 is not that big a deal. GSR is you don't have a leg to stand on that.
30-06 is not a big deal at all, Gary. You have a difference of opinion to me on that one.
I have four pieces of empirical evidence. You have none.
No, you have 4 examples that you're able to cite. There are literally hundreds and thousands of cases about firearm deaths through firearms, many of which
give us
are
one.
30-06. No, mate, I don't have the.
Anyways,
that's an absolute logical fallacy.
But you say there's thousands. I mean, how hard would it be to just Google like 3 or 4?
You do it,
and just like then you can say 3 or 4 people, and then you shut us down.
Do you honestly think that there are specific examples of Bob who was shot with a?
You just said it was though.
With a 30-06 didn't
you said it?
You just said
that's not how it works.
You just said
That's
it.
not how it works.
Hang on. I have to say
examples.
I have to say this.
Jared, go ahead.
Exactly, Viram. There are 4 examples. That right there, your whole thing but there's thousands upon thousands where it did. There's 4 examples, well documented, where it didn't. And you're saying that, well, that's just 4. Couldn't have happened here because it's your bias. It's your criteria.
No,
whatever's
this
in your mind.
This is motivated reasoning.
It's not.
It's called motivated reasoning.
Right. The bias here. The bias here is that's like the argument of me saying, look, there's a single example. There's an example I can point to that a bullet zigzagged them and caused 7 different.
That's not
wounds.
physically possible.
If somebody told me,
just give us an example.
But Gary, there's a evidentiary case law about that bullet doing those things. So when you say you dismiss it, that can't do that. No, of course, you just need your eyes and your ears to see some things aren't possible.
Okay. Well, we've established that it is possible.
Okay, so
can I say one more thing?
So the Warren Commission
Google it and show us
the bullet could zigzag and cause 7 different injuries.
Well,
no, because that's silly. But show us one that went through somebody.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Gary, can I say one thing real quick?
Please go ahead.
Evidence and possibility mean absolutely nothing to Viram. This is what we can, the mere possibility. If I told you, Viram, that somebody could sit here and flip a quarter enough times and it would land on its end and it would do it 4 times out of a million, you would say, nah, it's too statistically insignificant. Even though it was recorded on video, somebody flipping a quarter 1,000,000 times and it landed 4 times. Gary gave you out of the well-documented versions, 4 instances, one of them being a very high-profile person where this happened, and you're saying it's still too statistically insignificant for it to matter to me. Like, there's no way in your mind. That tells me, Viram, that you have a design in your head, or you have an idea in your head that absolutely cannot be released. It cannot be Tyler Robinson, despite the evidence, despite all the evidence. Despite the evidence, despite the evidence, despite the evidence, despite the evidence.
Didn't say that. So, like, just to turn your example, Jared, on its head, right?
Brother, I've sat here quietly, and I've listened. Hang on. I have not.
Oh, sorry. I thought you finished that.
No. I've sat here quietly and listened to you back and forth, and regardless of the data and evidence that is presented to you, you either move the goalpost or you wash over it and move to the next thing, which is, I guess, more or less the same thing. But that in and of itself, we've gone full circle from the screwdriver to when he was actually taken into custody, when he was questioned, how he was questioned. And if something doesn't align with your belief, or the evidence proves in opposition to your belief, you'll say, no, I don't believe that. You did that earlier when he was talking about the affidavit. And now we've come full circle back to the 30-06. And the 30-06, despite the evidence of it happening in other well-documented cases, you still can't say that it's a possibility. You're saying no,
it's a possibility. I did say it was a possibility.
Well, then what's your argument?
To take your point, Jared, to take your point.
That's the linchpin in your argument that I have found so far is the 30-06.
Let me just take your example. You gave an example about 4 scenarios where a coin's been flipped 4 times and landed on heads each time, right? Your argument, let me flip that round to you. If you're going to Vegas and something has landed on red 7 times, the probability, if you looked at it at the beginning of that run, at the beginning of it, will it land on red 8 times in a row? The statistical probability of that happening is very, very small. If you come in at that point where it's landed, it's the 8th time it's happened and you're gambling, it's 50-50.
We're not gambling here. We're talking about a case. We're talking about a well-documented case with evidence.
No, it's 4 examples, man. I gave you an example of a bullet that zigzagged 7 times, and you said it's impossible.
No.
And by the way, here's real quick. Number one, 2 things I want to cover on.
I'm going to have to go and put my kids to sleep in a minute.
That's fine.
Guys.
That's fine. So, number one, how many shootings are politically motivated that didn't show prior indication before the shooting took place? There is no precise, publicly available count of exactly how many political or ideologically motivated shootings occurred with 0 prior indications of radicalization, intent, or concerning behavior. And by the way, I would also say that there isn't 0. But this is what the data shows. Overall, active shooters, mass public shooters, the large majority display observable pre-attack behaviors. FBI study of 63 active shooters, subject averaged 4 to 5 concerning behaviors. The Violence Project, roughly 48% leaked their plans in advance. One summary notes 93% showed warning signs of crisis agitation, whatever else, or even, I don't know, text message saying that they're going to do it. Ideologically or politically motivated cases, 12 to 25% of mass shooters with extreme ideological interests. These often involve online activity, manifestos, legacy tokens, or communication that constitute prior indications. And we had all of those things.
You're making the case for what I said, and now look, I just want to answer, Jared. You said something before. I can only answer the questions you asked me. So you've accused me of moving the goalpost because you keep saying, well, what about this? So I'm going to give you an opinion on that.
This is
no. Hang on,
Vera. Hang on. That is absolutely not fair.
It is fair because I've had to answer questions as you've gone along. I haven't gone. Let's not talk about the 30-06 anymore. Let's talk about the screwdriver. Gary brought the screwdriver.
You did that though.
No, Gary asked me about the screwdriver.
No, I did ask about the screwdriver. We had already moved away from the 30-06, and we're well into other territory.
We were talking about nitrates. That this is all to do with the firing of a gun.
We've already established that you don't know what you're talking about on GSRs.
And perhaps
one more point that I have to make. You also said with the radicalization piece of it, Gary has just read you those stats, and I just read you the stat that 60% of the people. This is out of a sample. It's the largest transgender study ever done. 28,000 respondents, and of those 28,000 respondents, 60% of them they lived secret lives online, experimenting with these things. And you know how chat rooms can be with people that get into those chat rooms. You've heard the stories. Because you're assuming you are making a huge assumption that the Discord, all the chats and all the evidence that we've seen so far, that first off, you're assuming that we don't have more that we're going to see when the trial comes down. That could be another piece that you're assuming doesn't exist. And you're saying that, hang on. And you're saying that he couldn't, because you said this earlier and I never got a chance to respond to it. That is that he was he couldn't have been radicalized online. And this, what I'm telling you, is
online. I didn't say that. Let me just be very clear with what I said, because all of you keep changing the things I said. I was very clear with what I said. Is the only person that has real understanding of his personal conversations did not suggest that he had been radicalized prior to doing it, is what I said. I didn't say about
he was never
online.
Asked that.
He wasn't asked if he was radicalized.
Nobody asked that though.
And you're not going to ask somebody if they're radicalized. They asked them basic questions that were about the subject matter at hand.
You guys said that
you
made the case that there was no that most cases don't have indication of radicalization. I said they did. You've just found something that supports what I said. You guys were wrong about that. Now, what I've said to you from the beginning,
we were 100% right on that.
No,
you said there's no evidence.
Gary, just be honest, man. Just be honest.
I'm being honest, and you're lying.
You said at the beginning that when I said that there was no evidence that he'd been radicalized from the one person who would be able to speak to that, you said that's not true. And in most cases, there isn't radicalization that's present or demonstrable.
There isn't in most cases.
That's not true. You've just literally read something that tells you exactly what I've been saying.
Well, hold on.
You just read it. You've literally just read it.
No, what I read
Yeah,
was specifically number one, an active shooting event. Number one, there is none. And then number two, what it says exactly. Hold on. What it says exactly. Hold on. What it says exactly is that they don't even keep that data. I will sit there and concede that.
Go back to the top.
And here's the other problem. Here's the other problem. I disagree with the premise that he didn't have any indications prior to.
Fair enough.
I disagree with that. And on top of that, even if it is 93%, which they sit there and said that they don't have actual numbers on this, but if it is 93%, there's 7% of what is the case study? How many people do we have that have been politically killed? We got JFK.
In America?
We got
in America?
JFK. Huh?
In America or globally?
I mean, we can go globally if you want.
Globally, the number's much higher than you think.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. There's lots of political. Hold on. There's lots of political assassinations down in Mexico all the time. There's no pre-indicator of half of those things.
Very small.
Okay. So again, we have someone that didn't necessarily give any indication that he was going to do that. Doesn't make it impossible.
Agreed.
And this is what we're saying.
Agreed.
So how many times have you been in a car wreck?
2.
Okay, so according to the statistics, you have 1 in 20,000 every day. 1 in 20,000 that as you step out, that you are going to get in a car wreck. You've been in 2 car wrecks. Yep. Just because things with low probability happen all the time, and they especially happen when you're talking about something that has a low probability to begin with, and that is the assassination of a political.
Agreement, Gary. I am not going to dispute that. I said at the beginning that I think you are fighting a fight on a hill you don't even need to fight on, because I think all you have to be able to do to prove this is to prove that Tyler Robinson sent those text messages himself.
That's not what
that letter. And
you're describing a fight that I don't have. I don't have a fight. I don't have a fight of proving Tyler Robinson guilty or innocent.
Come on, I think you.
No. What I do on a day? No, listen to me. What I do on a daily basis is prove that Baron Coleman and Candace Owens and people of their ilk are lying to you. They are lying to you. That is what, and also, by the way, I believe that is much larger psychological operation at play that is politically based, that is being ran by our enemies, both foreign and domestic. That's what I believe, and that's my fight. I don't care if Tyler Robinson is guilty or innocent. If I have evidence tomorrow, if I have evidence tomorrow that comes out that indicates that Tyler Robinson is 100% innocent, I will be the first one to say that. And by the way, it doesn't change anything that I've been fighting. It doesn't matter if he's innocent or guilty. Candace Owens has been lying to you. Baron Coleman has been lying to you. Because I can sit there and tell you, he said this is the truth, and this is what we know to be the truth, and this was completely made up in a lie, and he did it for super chats, he did it for, same thing with Candace Owens. This is a grift. This is a con. What they are doing, they are frauds. That's what I'm pointing out. And this is being utilized to undermine the right and destroy this country by Russia, China, jihads, left and right.
I think, so as a conservative guy, right? I think both sides put so much stock into this idea that this country is being destroyed from within, right? So if you want to talk about countries that have been slowly eroded from within, look at the UK, right? And there's
I don't give a shit about the UK. This is not the point. The point is that you're describing. Hold on. The point is that you're describing a fight. I don't give a shit whether or not Tyler Robinson is guilty or not.
You do.
No, I don't. You can sit there and tell me I do or I don't. What's important to me are the facts, and that people don't lie and they don't exploit people, dumb people, gullible people that believe bullshit. Like I don't know, like GSR tests are done on firearms. It's bullshit. You're gullible. You're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. I mean, there you go with the.
I'm just telling you. That is.
You do descend into this.
That is the fact.
You do descend into this quite a lot.
I mean, like because you guys sit there and talk around in circles and tell me things that I believe that I don't. It's gullibility. It's fantastical nonsense. And by the way, hold on. And by the way, Jack Posobiec never said anything about a muzzle flash. You lied again.
Oh, I got it wrong. You just like from time to time to get things wrong, right? You said the same thing. Apparently, you're the only person who never.
It's kind of a big deal if you're saying those things.
Did he say 4K HD clarity, seeing his face?
Was it 4K HD clarity?
Did he say that?
Hold on. Was the video 4K HD?
No, it wasn't, mate.
How do you know that it wasn't?
Because it wasn't
4K?
4K HD clarity, mate. It's not.
What is 4K?
Because 4K would be UHD, is what he's saying. 4K is UHD, HD is 1080p.
But what I'm saying is that has nothing to do with clarity.
Gary,
that has.
I am
look.
quoting him for
terminology.
Jared,
Jared,
I understand that.
Bad faith on this.
Jared, Jared, explain to him what 4K means, because he doesn't know what he's talking about, and this is the problem.
I am simply quoting what Jack Posobiec, Benny Johnson, and Graham Allen said when they came out of that court was that.
No, what you just said was that he said there was a muzzle flash. That is not what was being said.
Benny Johnson said muzzle flash.
Oh, well, a minute ago you just said Jack Posobiec.
Well, I thought they all did. I know Benny Johnson did, and I thought Jack Posobiec.
Well, you said definitively that they all did. Now you said, well, I thought that they all did, and now it's
thank you, Christopher, for mentioning that, and it was a rough week to be sure.
Not where he gave the interview, not the one that he
had already known.
Gary, go get the one outside the court.
That was the way that.
There's no point showing this. There's no point showing this because he walked it back when he was with Megyn Kelly. There's no point showing this.
Well, here's what I can tell you right now is that, and I'm gonna look it up, and we're gonna look up Benny Johnson as well.
I do have to go in like literally 5 minutes though.
Well, either way, we're going to flush this out.
Let me ask him, Viram,
yeah, go ahead.
Do people use 4K if they see it on a 4K as a not even a qualifier, but as an embellishment? We saw it in crystal clear 4K. What do you mean? Because you said that he said 4K. Let's assume if we can find the clip and they said,
look, it's a display resolution, right? I know a little bit about. I know a little bit about.
I know it's 2160. Got it. 2160 and the 1080 is HD. I got it.
I don't believe for a second they actually understood what they were saying, mate. But they still said something that wasn't true.
Well, so far we've proven that is not true. That you're the one lying, not Benny Johnson.
Here's what I'll concede to you today.
This is such a nitpicky thing.
All the things you've said is the screwdriver was found where you said it was. I can't dispute that. And that Tyler Robinson was booked and charged for the murder at 4 a.m, right, in Provo. I can't dispute that because you're showing me the rest of the time you gave me 4 examples of guys that didn't have a bullet pass through them. Come on. You can't be this retarded when you start talking about statistical relevancy.
So how does that?
You can't be this dumb.
Are you saying that that's not relevant to Charlie Kirk?
It's not relevant, Gary, because I told you about a bullet that moves 7 different ways, and you said
there you go. You're going back to JFK. Those are separate incidents.
Because it's the same argument.
This is so dumb. So dumb.
It's not.
No, it's not, because a bullet doesn't zigzag.
I know it doesn't.
And you don't have another example. Here's what I will concede. If I had 4 examples that a bullet zigzag, I would be like, you know what? Maybe that's what happened. But you don't. You don't have.
Just like the same way that a bullet doesn't zigzag, a 30-06 does not tend to stick in someone's body. It just doesn't.
Can I bring up a
doesn't
point?
tend to stick in someone's
except
body.
when it does.
Except when it does.
Except when a bullet zigzags 7 different ways. Yeah.
Well, give us an example. Okay, Gary, give him the zigzagging 7 ways. Where are the other examples of a 30-aught going through somebody? That's still what I want him to do.
And what is the actual percentage? You don't know. You're just making things up. This is the point.
Equivalent of showing me 10 times cornerbacks didn't catch Tom Brady throws.
And here's the thing.
Wow, now we're talking about football stats, y'all.
No, it's just.
I mean, you're literally moving the goalposts. You're literally moving.
Man,
you move to football.
You are literally so dumb. I've never known anyone.
Your pejorative does not affect me at all. Trust
Brandon and the other guys, Jared, you're smart. Gary's smart, but this guy, seriously,
this guy my name is Jason. That's fine.
Your name is, mate.
That's fine. You've shown the breadth and length and depth and height of your ignorance all night long. Trust me. Your ignorance has been on full display. Go tuck your kids in. Go tuck your kids in, man. Have a good night. Viram, thank you so much for stopping by. You've proven the point that we've all said is that you are completely and totally without any answers. Have a great night. Hey, I dropped my information. If you want to come on the channel, I dropped my information in the chat for you, by the way. I dropped my contact information. You're welcome.
If that's your conclusion, then you've not been listening.
Could I ask a quick question here?
Not the video. Gary, not the video. Outside the courtroom.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it, Gary, because I think I've got it in my Evernote.
According to the query, Benny Johnson has never said anything about a muzzle flash. According to the query, Posobiec's never said anything about a muzzle flash. We'll find the video.
Here, I've got it right here, Gary.
But again,
I'll to you on
when
X.
you believe these little things that aren't true, like time and time again, they add up to
Play the video.
They
Play
add
the video.
up. They add up to a
Play
constructed
video.
suspicion that doesn't exist.
Play his video.
I'm looking for it.
It's not hard
Would I
to
be able to
find.
ask you a quick question here?
Yeah, mate.
Go ahead.
So did you watch the Candace Owens episode where she interviewed Corby, the guy with the foldable AR?
No.
You didn't see that one? Okay. So this is months before, the trial took place here. He told Candace Owens directly, well, if he was
Wait a
hit
second.
with
Is
a
that the guy
Corlock-
with the Vic Marks thing? Is that all that connection?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
kind of in that
I might have seen some clips of it, but I didn't see the episode.
Okay. He brings up directly to Candace. I don't know. If it was a core locked, I have a buddy that's in the Marine Corps that says he has seen a core locked go right on in and not exit. And brings that up to Candace directly.
Was it a core
Months
lock?
later, we find out it's a core locked. Does
Was
that
it a
not
core
change
lock?
anything?
Yes, the bullet was a core lock.
It was a core
No,
lock.
you don't know that, Gary, because the bullet was never verified, and you know that.
No. His rounds were
know
shown.
that.
Did he have one special bullet that he carried?
Hold on, Verum.
Just be honest.
No.
Hold
Just
on,
listen.
Verum.
Listen, man.
This guy right here.
We have the other rounds that were not fired that he had on him.
No, they didn't have them They didn't have them there. They had him found them at the house.
No, what are you talking about?
So did he keep one magic bullet with him and then just keep other
Listen.
rounds?
Listen, Verum, listen closely. There were 3 unfired rounds found with the gun. We have a head stamp of the gun of the actual round that was fired. It was
there
still
DNA on those bullets, Gary?
Yes, there was DNA on all of the bullets.
Who else's DNA was on those bullets?
I don't think there was any other DNA on the actual bullets.
There was. It was just it wasn't as high a sample as
No.
his.
No, I don't know that there was other DNA on the bullets at all.
I don't think it matters, though. We saw the
No,
stamp.
it does matter, actually. It does.
Wait,
matter.
no. It doesn't matter with what I'm talking about because there were no other rounds on site.
It does matter. Who else's DNA is on those bullets?
Okay, what other round was on site?
No, you said it doesn't matter whose DNA is on those bullets. It
Yeah,
does
I'm
matter.
not talking about
actually
that. I'm talking about the
doesn't matter
rounds.
whose DNA is on the bullets. It doesn't matter because we have one person that was there, and that the largest amount of that DNA was 100% his. And we're talking about the gun. I need to look it up to see what other people's DNA were found on the bullets. I don't think there was any other DNA found on the bullets. I could be wrong on that. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to state something that's not true. But we did find additional DNA on the gun, on the towel. That was also Lance Twiggs. It would be weird if it wasn't his DNA. The largest contributor to that DNA was 100% Tyler Robinson's.
I don't think that, I could be wrong. I don't think there were any other bullets found with the rifle.
What?
Well,
I'm saying I could be
Who
wrong.
told you that?
You are wrong. You are 100% wrong.
What's that?
You're 100% wrong. There was three unfired bullets with the gun. The one round still in the chamber. That's a fact.
Well, I mean, it's an easy fact to prove, isn't it?
Well, if that was the case, why didn't the defense say there weren't any other rounds found? Why didn't they bring that
What's
up?
that, mate? What's that?
Why did?
Hold on.
Maybe I'm a little quiet. Why didn't the defense bring up that there weren't any other rounds found when they brought that up in trial? Why didn't they refute that?
It's an evidentiary hearing. It's not for the
No.
defense
They
to
could have
make-
refuted it though. It was brought up to them.
No, because the only thing that was discussed was DNA on the rifle.
No, they showed the
And the
rounds.
bullets.
They had the rounds there.
There was DNA
He already said he hadn't even watched it. So
on the rifle. There
I
was
watched
Oh my God.
I watched the evidentiary hearing.
Why didn't the
there
defense
was-
say anything about it?
There was
What's that?
DNA on the right. Listen. There was DNA on the rifle in multiple spots. There was DNA on the screwdriver. There's DNA on the towel, and there was DNA on the unspent rounds as well as the spent rounds.
And there was Lance Twiggs' DNA was on all of them.
Well, I don't remember if there was
Yeah, like
his DNA was on
15%.
the rounds that were with it. I don't remember, and I don't want to say something that's not true.
Guys, I got to go put my kids to sleep.
All right, talk to you later.
Enjoyed it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
God bless.
Have a good night,
my
man.
dude is on the computer. My dude is on the computer, but
30-06
he cannot.
ammunition,
But he
as well
cannot
as
go to Google.
30-06 cartridge cases. and a handful of long guns or rifles, a revolver.
This was at his house.
As the amphitheater where the event were around below.
I don't think this is where.
All right, let's start with.
Hold on, I'm just gonna look this up real quick. But we are gonna. I do want to. Jared, did you find?
Yeah, I DM'd it to you. I DM'd it to you. Yeah.
All right.
And it's in the chat. It's in the our studio chat.
Okay.
Studio chat. Yeah.
What they did.
And I just want to be clear because he wasn't hearing it. People use 4K. If they see it on a 4K TV and it's crystal clear, they're going to say 4K. That doesn't mean that it's actual 4K footage because they didn't see the actual resolution of the file in the.
You mean like he didn't actually have a steel neck, but they said he had a steel neck, so therefore they lied.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Oh man, that was a wild one, but. Yeah, I can't believe he didn't even know that there were bullets on scene, and he really wanted to argue that. Like, that's kind of a wild claim to take without watching the court. Like,
yeah, I just want to go back and say, yeah, Gary, you said it was Dunning-Kruger. This one right here, y'all run this tape back, man. This is going to be studied by science because this dude literally, whether it be Dunning-Kruger or moving goalposts, is one of those, probably both. Because this dude, I mean, the amount of foolishness that he exuded it's insane. Like, how are you doing this? I mean, it's got Bronson in his nightgown. What the hell was that?
I've been slowly watching him get more and more drunk.
He's got his OnlyFans live that he's got to do.
Whoa there now, guys. He's got his bonnet on. Can you please put him on the screen? What is he doing?
He's having a party.
Hey, did we ever get to the body cam stuff?
No.
Damn it.
I mean, there's nothing really to get to. I mean, the fact is
look like you get in the body cam, Bronson. What the heck are you doing? I'm worried about this, man.
I was putting my serious hat on for that guy.
Oh, because that was serious. That was serious.
Trying to see.
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals. Yeah.
There's a swab from the rifle, pointing against it, but because he's next page. You found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6 or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons.
Cartridge is unfired. Cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of two individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
But no, Gary, stop. Stop. No, it's not enough. No, Gary.
Nothing else.
It doesn't prove anything, Gary.
The only thing that would have been better is if he would have had a stutter.
The 1.3 sample
I was worried when he pulled up that clip. Sorry.
is
Gary.
described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together. So I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that was a sample.
I can't find where they're talking. Oh, here we go. You know what? They were referencing it as a cartridge. I was looking up ammunition. There's 9. The receiver and the swabs and cartridges. The swabs, 30.6 cartridge and
I'm gonna get you or Artie to show me how to do that. I actually didn't know you could do that until I
The
think I saw
swabs
Artie.
of 1.
Oh, you just pull up. You just pull
Wait,
up the. It's Control F.
Yeah.
Go to the
okay.
transcript and then Control F.
Yeah.
Correct.
Boomer.
I'm an idiot.
6 cartridge and the swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions.
Yes, ask about those.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
The cartridge is unfired. Cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of 2 individuals, and they both yielded.
I don't know. I want to hear where she's talking about the other, because they got DNA off the other unfired cartridges, and I'd like to know where they talk about that as well. You said down in the chat we have the link to the Pasobiec. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's in our studio chat.
Let me share this tab instead. You guys see that?
I thought Pasobic's and Tatum's descriptions were like the least overhyped descriptions of the video.
I think Benny's was maybe more. I couldn't find
Benny. Benny, I don't know what he was doing. That was I mean, not a big fan of all these guys.
Yeah, I agree.
The question for me is how do you even get reasonable doubt when there's so much evidence? But the thing that I do just have to say is that I know that you guys watching on live stream couldn't see the last video that was shown. Well, it wasn't edited. It was zoomed in. It was zoomed in from the surveillance video off campus, and specifically the part of the Losi Center, the roof, and you see everything. You see everything. He climbs over, he assembles the gun, he runs over to the edge, gets down in a prone position.
Can you pause it, Gary?
Yeah.
Time.
That right there validates what the debate that was going on around that. He goes over, you could see him, and he walks it out specifically. He goes over, he assembles the weapon, then he goes out to the firing position. We spent like 30 minutes on that. And
here's what here's what I would say to this is I wouldn't necessarily even take Jack's. I don't know what he means. Like, is he assuming? Do we actually? I don't think we actually can see him put the weapon together. So I'd actually be on the just for precision sake of what we're saying. I think the assumption here is, and maybe you can, I don't know, but the assumption I think most people would say is okay, he went over the wall, and we don't see him for a while. So the assumption is that he put together the weapon. I'm not 100% convinced that you can actually see him put together the weapon. I think there's some speculation involved with this. Is
maybe embellishment?
Yeah, because don't the charging documents say that he goes out of camera frame?
He goes out of camera view for a time.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. What I don't know, what's possible, because he's talking about a zoomed in version of this, right? Maybe from when, because the police go look at the footage, and they're probably looking at it on a little freaking screen. And they can't really see the dude anymore. Now, maybe if you zoom in on that footage, maybe you can actually see him assembling something or indicators that he's assembling something. I don't know, but I wouldn't take that as fact as he saw him I would like to talk to Jack. Like, what did you see exactly? And I would ask some additional questions on that, some probative questions on that.
And you see the time, and we all know what time, and it was like so slow, just watching those seconds, click, 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 and then you see him take the shot, and he takes the shot, and then immediately runs. And we've seen that video already, but I knew we were going to watch that, but I wasn't prepared to see this side of what happened because we've never seen it before. We saw the other end of the shot, obviously, but this was.
And there again, I don't know what he's saying here. I don't know if he's saying, hey, we know what time the shot was taken. We see that he's there right after the time that it's taken. He gets up. Can we see? He definitely doesn't say muzzle flash. Is there an indicator of recoil? Possibly zoomed in. I don't know. But I mean, it's ultimately irrelevant. I mean, I don't even know why this is an argument, but clearly what they're saying, their argument is, well, his argument specifically was there's muzzle flash. I don't know. I mean, I would like to know, like, what exactly did you see? And I wish he would have been more descriptive on that.
Of just evil, and I got very upset watching it, and obviously the family was very hard for them to watch, and looked over and I saw Tyler wasn't even looking. He wasn't even looking. See what he did. And I would just say that I do wish the public could see that. I hope that video was made public, not because I want it to happen. I didn't want any of this to happen. I hate all of this. I hate being here. But people need to see what happened. People need to see the other side of this, because this is a kid.
All right. Here's the video that I saw from Benny Johnson as soon as, let's see. Let me share this one. See what he says exactly.
I dropped the other one in the chat.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I dropped the other one in the chat too. So the one that was,
see it.
Yeah, outside the courthouse.
Well, let's look at that one because that's what he said first. Let me see what we got here. Benny Johnson. Just witnessed something. Erica Kirk, full enhance every movement of Tyler Robinson in the day, full quality HD, some footage in 4K, tracking all his movements. What the public couldn't see was the emotion in the courtroom. Let's see what he says.
Were you reading the transcript? Were you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Number on his vehicle, his movements on the rear thing.
Sorry.
And you have to hear this because it was devastating what we watched. And the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it, and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear the license plate number on his vehicle, his movements on the rooftop. You can time it up to when Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what you also couldn't see was what happened inside of the courthouse. Erica Kirk was sobbing in the arms of her mother-in-law, Charlie's mother. Mrs. Kirk, feet away, is Tyler Robinson, pale, sallow, bony, emaciated, staring at the floor the whole time, twitching and looking straight ahead, refuses to watch the video, refuses to make eye contact with the family. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high-definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over. It was really tough to watch. The prosecution has a demonstrable, overwhelming case. They said that multiple times. The defense has nothing. They asked minutiae questions about DNA evidence, but the judge was just chewing them along as we get to this 4K video reveal that will eventually be made public. It's already a case that is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson, but once you see this video, you will cast out all of the demons that have been attacking the Kirk family. It has been one of the most grotesque demonic evils that have been visited upon innocent people. It's happened to this beautiful family. Once you see all of the evidence that we saw today, it's over. And that's what the lawyers said today. Please pray. Erica Kirk asked us to do this. Pray for a speedy trial. We have a right to a speedy trial here. It's in our Constitution. We don't have to wait years in order to get to a trial phase here. We want justice to be done. Justice has to be done in this case, and done immediately. So please pray for the Kirks. They've been through enough. Time for justice for the widow.
All right. So, again, I don't know what they mean by we see them take the shot.
Did you have that sped up?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
1.5. 1.5. I did.
Bro's on this, you man.
You can't tell.
I did send an article to you on X, Gary. Don't know if you want to pull that up and kind of see through it, but it was just kind of the point that nobody knew that Audrey Hale was getting radicalized. Like,
No one knew
people
that Audrey Hale-
around him, just,
No.
you know,
No.
just one of those examples.
Just be honest. Just be honest. They had to know. I can point to a statistic that I don't know what to point to.
Yeah.
So just be honest, Artie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's just funny.
You want to give me one example? One example where this happened?
Yeah.
I have 0 examples, but you want to give me one? But I don't even know that reasoning.
Exactly.
I'm dumbfounded. And this is what I'm talking about. All right. So, anyways, let's share this tab and set. Are you guys seeing this? You see this? Nope. See, I'm not showing it.
No.
How the Covenant school shooter planned the deadly attack for years while manipulating parents and therapists for years.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Just couldn't possibly happen, though.
Used a great deal of manipulation to conceal the extent of her mounting mental health struggles from her parents and therapists for years while planning a mass shooting, a police investigative reporter said. Bent on infamy and obsessed with mass killings and school shootings, Audrey Hale extensively chronicled her grievances. Wasn't she a he? Against her parents.
No idea.
As Hale was a biological, she was a biological female at the time of her death, and throughout the incidents described in the summary, referred to her as female.
Yeah.
She identified as male. After 2 years of interviews and examinations of Hale's digital devices, online accounts, videotapes, medical records, and artwork and writings across 1,299 pages of notebooks, investigators found no culpability on the part of family members, therapists, or the retailers who sold her guns in the years before the carnage of the private Christian school. She regularly manipulated others into giving her what she wanted, and she rallied against those who saw through her manipulation. In the case, the amount of information Hale left behind was far more than is usually available in a criminal investigation. That's weird. It's a lot like
I mean,
what we have here.
simply the best example of all this would be serial killers. How often do they let people know that they're so radical on just murdering people? I mean, they keep stuff to themselves when they want to get stuff done.
So, and I wouldn't, but I guess when they say, well, what about JFK? I can say, what about Audrey Hale? It happened this one time. I don't know. Maybe we just assess them on their own merits and assess them as an individual situation and not bring bias from one instance to the next. There is no relationship between the two. They're vastly different. And to automatically say, oh, because of this must be true. That is a logical fallacy in of itself, for sure.
Exactly.
And they couldn't just plant a manifesto?
Right. Or again, if there's a conspiracy, like the easiest thing to fake would have been the bullet, right? Like it just matched. Yeah, you know what? We had the bullet, it matched. I mean,
yeah.
Right.
And then, just not have the ATF agent say that there was dust in the barrel and that there's no way it could have been fired that day because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, her manifesto fell out of her pocket. It was an accident.
And there is no way that he dropped the screwdriver under those.
No way. Because he never dropped anything ever out of his pocket. He's never dropped anything ever.
I will say that was a pretty good example of, well, here's the thing I'm stuck on. Okay, well, here's all the reasons that you shouldn't be stuck on that. Okay, but this. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's all the reasons you should. But this.
And then the final rally cry is just be honest. No, you're wanting me to agree with you, and you're saying be honest when it doesn't even make sense to me. It's not a matter of honesty. You're the one not being honest. You're lying to yourself. So odd.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like present something. Please present something that refutes the evidence available. Not just say, "Hey, you're just you won't concede on anything." Well, what is there to concede about? You want me to concede for the sake of concession? I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Why in the world would I do that? That's stupid.
What about I will believe if he's convicted, I'll believe it. Albeit I doubt all the information and all the evidence that we've been talking about for the last hour. I doubt all of that is real. But if they convict him, I'll believe it. I'll be okay with that. Okay.
Yeah, how does that even, like, if you believe that the screwdriver was planted? Well, first we start off, I'm not part of the, I don't believe in conspiracies, but I believe that the screwdriver was planted.
Well, I mean, if you believe it was more than a lone shooter, that automatically makes you a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, and I believe that there's possibility that other people are involved. I don't have any evidence of that. We haven't seen any evidence of that, but I'm open to it.
Yeah, I agree.
And I always wonder, like, when they say other people involved, what does that mean? Like, I don't believe that he made the bullets. I don't believe he milled the gun. Like, I do believe somebody sold him a box of bullets. Sure, he tipped the guy at the Quick Trip when he got gas in his car. Like, I do believe that there are other people involved in that regard. What do they mean? Do they mean like somebody helped him get on the roof, somebody helped him plan it? Then you have to show that. Otherwise, what are you talking about?
I think they're talking too about all the Discord, the online chats that were saying
Okay.
something big going to happen at UVU. It seemed like there was foreknowledge of something.
That's fair.
And my understanding is, if there's people doing, in order to prosecute that, there has to be a crime that was proven to have been committed before you can add somebody as an accessory to it. That's my understanding. I don't know if that's correct. Maybe you guys could tell me if I'm wrong on that one.
That's fair.
But
I can accept that.
it doesn't mean the investigation stops and everything just halts, but you can't say you're an accessory to murder and then there's no one convicted of that crime, if that makes
Right,
sense.
because I have to have somebody convicted of murder in order to attack. Let me go pick on Artie and say, well, Artie, you're an accessory to Jared, killing a gerbil. Okay, well, first of all, Jared has been convicted of killing a gerbil, and now Artie, we're coming after you as an accessory
Allegedly.
because you bought him the hobnail boots or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sold him the hobnail boots. You know what I'm saying? So, because otherwise, if Jared is not found guilty, then Artie's not an accessory. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just can't be an accessory to a crime that hasn't even gone to trial, or a case that hasn't gone to trial yet, and a crime that was proven to be committed. So,
because I do believe that Lance played a role in it. I do believe that to some degree, shape, or form. I don't believe he's just totally. I didn't know anything.
I'll rephrase this different. I have a hard time believing he didn't know about it.
Facts.
Yeah, and whatever that means. I will say I walked away from. I'm curious to what you guys think about this. Oh, here we go. I want to show you guys this. I did walk away from listening to testimony more convinced that it's possible that he didn't know, just based on he does seem kind of oblivious, and he was kind of wrapped up in his own world. And if you guys have you guys all watched the Turkey Tom videos?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I have not.
Watch.
Highly recommend it.
They actually talk about that. Like, he's just kind of doing his own thing. And isn't there a way he's lost in his own world, building his own nest. Isn't there a way to increase the resolution on YouTube videos?
Isn't it the little gear icon in the top right?
Should be at the bottom of the video.
Oh, it should be on the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, there
Wherever
should be
you
a
can
gear
speed it up.
when you hover over it.
Oh,
yeah, same place where you change the speed.
See those three dots in the right corner? Look at those three dots right there. Click on it. No,
it says
download.
either report.
Should be the little gear on the video. That's all.
Are you
you
looking
got to
at it?
hit that X in the little corner there, where it's right on the AP there. Yeah, I think you got to hit that X. Yeah, there's the gear.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
It's at 1080p. All right, enhanced bit rate. All right, so I do want to show you this, and I want to playback speed. You can't go lower. Oh yeah, you can. There we go. We're gonna go 35, 25. All right. I this is one thing that people haven't brought up that I noticed during this video is that you can actually see his cell phone. You guys can see. I'm playing the video, right? Okay.
Yep.
All right. He actually has a cell phone in his hand. Now, we don't know what the time of this is, but we can see his cell phone, and he comes in and he puts it in his pocket, or at least it looks. I can't think of anything else it could possibly be. Hurry up, Tyler. I know I slowed this down, but my God.
It was a calculator.
That's true. Texas Instruments.
I think he was just happy to be there.
Scientific calculator.
It's a screwdriver. It was a screwdriver because it never dropped out of his pocket.
This video is AI.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Doesn't show his face. It's not even Tyler.
Oh,
Tyler.
yep, there it is.
It's me. I mean, that totally looks like Artie.
Yeah.
Hey, you need
Got
to
it
start
all
giving
put
your
up under that
whereabouts. Yeah, man, you got a lot going on under that hat, Artie.
Maroon shirt decoy.
Maroon shirt. Trying to throw us off, Artie.
Get my maroon shirt. It's a V-neck though, so you know.
That's his phone.
Little taco
right?
meat. Little taco meat there.
Right? I mean, that's his phone. Everybody agree with that?
I think so. I mean, it looks like it to me.
Can we rule out that it was a calculator, though?
It could be a Texas Instrument calculator.
Right.
Well, it doesn't look like a backpack or a gun.
It's probably a backpack. I'm thinking
He was graphing something. He had to do some graphing.
Yeah.
That's a backpack. Could it be?
So you're telling me he was
Could it be his phone? No, there's no possibility it's his phone.
No,
It's definitely not Grandpap's old rifle.
Yeah. What is it in the chat? Wrong answers only. Put in the chat. What is it? Wrong answers only.
Oh dear God. What I do know is we're way behind on comments, on super chats, way behind on all that. I literally have a headache.
Hey, Gary.
Yes, ma'am.
I had that video that you just pulled up ready for you. And then I also had the video that we used for Nate Vance, where the older gentleman who gives advice on ammunition and firearms, where he's talking about how 30-06, and this was well before Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Is Garrett from Michigan.
Yeah.
I bought a 30-06 and I'm working on a good round to reload for it. To keep it short, in your experience, should I focus on high weight retention bullets like solid copper bonded, or should I focus on medium retention like the Spire Point or the Hornady's SST? I'm leaning toward 150 grain for flatter trajectory and lighter recoil. Be hunting primarily Michigan whitetails. Yeah, good question. And you're facing the same issue that so many of us do, especially with a versatile cartridge like the 30-06. Do you shoot the 150 grain bullet or the 180 or the 200? Do you do the deep penetration bullets? I would say for whitetail in a place like Michigan, where you're probably hunting in some fairly close range stuff, you're not looking to fly halfway around the world and keep that bullet online. You don't need the long high BC bullets to do the job. You will get a flatter trajectory, as you say, out of the 150s. Now, what happens when that bullet lands? Well, the SSTs, the more malleable bullets that are somewhat frangible and or they really mushroom a lot, that suggests that they're going to have more shock value, do more damage on the animal than the controlled round expansion bullets, which do expand but then retain most of their weight and they punch on through. Generally, those will require a little more tracking, and the animals tend to run a little bit farther before they run out of gas, because you've probably not torn quite as much tissue, especially if your bullet breaks up on the lighter bullets. They break up and you've got pieces flying all over. You can do a lot of damage and really increase the hemorrhaging. That said, I have shot some deer with a 30-06 and 150 grain bullet like the SST. It wasn't exactly that one, but one of those typical cup and core style frangible, relatively frangible lead core bullets that mushroomed beautifully after we found it in the deer later. But we couldn't find the deer. I mean, it took off running like we'd missed, and I knew I'd hit him. I could hear the whop, and we looked and we looked and we looked. There was no blood trail because the bullet went in, it didn't come out. It's a little bit high in the chest, and it takes a while for that blood to pool up and come out, and so you've got issues there. So I generally like a bullet that goes through, and I've got a better chance for a blood trail. But either one of them work, and with a 30-06 and a whitetail deer in Michigan, you should get him. Just be prepared to track.
All right, let's go through some super chats. Rob O'Neill didn't 86 UBL and said he lied in his debrief. There's a lot of people that corroborate that story. Gary, I've heard different stories about whether Rob took out bin Laden. Do you know any more information about this? According to many of his teammates, they said that he did not. I don't think there's a single one of his teammates that have went on the record and said he did. There's some that haven't been on the record and won't speak to it. But there have been several of his teammates said that the whole thing was made up. Take that for what it is. 2 gems, silver star. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you.
The appeal to authority needs to stop unless you're a material matter expert has experience that can be backed with evidence we know about. I agree, Colton. There are too many variables to know to make a concrete opinion. My opinion on this has been very consistent, is that it's not impossible. And given there's so many variables with the ballistics portion, you guys jump in here and say whatever you want on this. After we take that portion out and set it off to the side and just put it over there on hold for a minute, the preponderance of the rest of the evidence states that that did happen. The fact is you have one, and I don't know what the number is to win the lottery. People win the lottery all the time. It does happen. So it's like saying because it's 1 in 10 million to win the lottery, it's impossible that anyone wins the lottery. It happens all the time. If I had a stack of 1 million cards and all of them were different, I pulled one of those cards out, it was 1 in 1 million that I would pull that card out, but I did. And that's what, and like I said, things with low probability happen all the time. So I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I think that it's like we've got a certain amount of evidence. Could something be introduced that completely changes our mind? Potentially. But does that mean that because we've been through this process, it's a admittedly rare thing, but we have evidence of it happening? And because somebody wants to sit in the middle, as the gentleman that was on tonight said he wanted to do, does that mean that now, okay, well, the opposition to our stance is saying it was Egyptian planes, or there's Egyptian planes and Erica Kirk's in on it, and there's conspiracies with Israel and the French Foreign Legion and all that nonsense, and that simply because they're in the opposition, we should be taking anything that they say seriously? You see, am I making my point?
No, yeah.
It's like I could a measured opposition would be fine, but this isn't measured opposition. The people leading the opposing narrative are Looney Tunes. And a lot of folks are trying to say, well, they do make some good points. It's like, no. They've proven that they will outright lie to their audience. Bold,
And by the way,
fake,
I would be, if somebody agreed with me and was coming up with talking points or saying things that were lying about that, I would call them out too. Like, I just don't want lies. And then also we see how incentivized the lies actually are. And I'm just thinking back to our conversation. Suddenly he didn't know what Fort Huachuca was, but when we started that conversation, I said, Baron Coleman said forever that I said that Mitch Snow wasn't there, and he said at Fort Huachuca, and he said, oh, you didn't say that? And I was like, no, I didn't say that, and that's why I ended up pulling up the video. If you'd have said, I don't even know what you're talking about, Mitch Snow, Fort Huachuca, I wouldn't even have bothered to pull up the video. I don't know. That was weird. I don't know. I'm not saying
he said a lot of conflicting things, and there were a lot of those statements in here where, again, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. You did say that, or you did. I mean, again, the goalpost was definitely on a set of wheels, and it was all over the place.
It was turbocharged.
It was turbocharged
goalpost. You know what? This is how we're gonna do the rest of this show right here. We're gonna put this up right here. I don't know what's happening.
What is going on, man?
I don't know what's
happening?
Storm Pooper says, great lineup tonight. Hey, I never have had a guest invite. Oh yeah, I'm a boring OG stuck in the 80s without any added value to this all-star team. Vote Reagan for California for governor. He's still better than Gav. Ditto to Rush fans. I agree. Joseph Pator said, Gary, I know you said Andrew denied that Charlie wasn't wearing body armor, but I still think he was. The shirt popping up changed the trajectory of the round, and look closely at Charlie's chest when he does. It's not just Andrew. I've talked to multiple people that were there. I know for a fact that he was not wearing body armor. As I stated at the beginning of this, one of the biggest problems is that we're trying to interpret a high-speed, high-energetic event with a round that's moving over 2,000 feet per second, and we're trying to interpret it through slowing down 30 frames per second. We lose over 98.4% of what's actually taking place when we do that. Most of that stuff is not caught in frames. And then the other thing I will say is that it looks, when you see it from different angles, it looks completely different as well. So I understand, and trust me, I hung on to that for a long time. Part of that was my own bias, but it was also confirmed through other sources. So it wasn't just bias. I had good reason. But once I realized that I had enough information, enough evidence that he wasn't wearing body armor, then, I moved on. And you're welcome to believe whatever you want, but he wasn't wearing body armor. Thank you for becoming a member. Something that bugs me the most about Candace is every episode she puts words in Charlie's mouth. He said this, he thought this. It's just so gross. Yeah, I agree. And that side is the one that does it every single time. We will often do it to some extent or play a different video to refute what they're saying, but they do that nonstop. It's not our side that does that typically. I'm not saying it's never done, but typically it's not.
Hey, Artie, has Candace talked about the receipt at all this week?
Which receipt?
The steakhouse.
Yeah,
Steakhouse one? Not that I saw, actually. She didn't bring
okay,
up
so that was last week, right?
Yeah.
Should have been.
I thought it was pretty convenient that as soon as that kind of started falling apart, all of a sudden there was this like coordinated push on the Rob O'Neill stuff right away Monday.
I think that's a good point.
That is interesting.
I don't know if you're saying that there was coordination with that, or what I do think. What I do think
Jones was doing it. It was Candace's topic for her show. Stu Peters. I mean, everybody. It was. Just,
I think it was coordinated that came out. I'm not. I think the receipt got pushed to the side because of that, but it was definitely coordinated. Suddenly, a video that was played in March is now at the forefront of everything, and everybody's playing it. And then Stu Peters played his additional interview. I think that was from May, something like that.
Yeah, but it's like they're just going back and they're deciding which thing they need to recycle for the next week's worth of content.
Let me also point out with Bronson, think about it like this. If the receipt from the steakhouse had not been debunked, do you think we would be talking about this video from May, recycling it? She would have definitely been end zone dancing that this had been proven correct, but clearly it's not. So yeah, to Bronson's point, I do think that this is more like a distraction because she was found lacking again with the whole the receipt from the steakhouse.
Yeah, I mean the receipt was a placeholder. Like it's not compelling one way or the other to begin with. And I think, recycling this was definitely much more compelling, especially now that it ties into the exploding mic, which she has now moved on to, which she wasn't advocating for back during that interview, which is why it wasn't played. I'm going to zip through a bunch of these. We're way behind on super chats. The other thing, I want to apologize to Gray. He came on here. I meant to have him talk, and it got Gray. I apologize, buddy. We need to do another joint stream soon. But you kind of got lost in the sauce, and I apologize. Hopefully you didn't see that as disrespectful. Hear me out. Perhaps we respond to their post with nothing but scripture for 24 hours straight. We need to honor Charlie. Tell me when. I'll do it. I think that's a great idea.
About it.
Raw, thank you very much. Girly Engineer. Cheers to Jared, the welfare queen, for being a good sport. Hopefully this helps. Love this relaxed, humorous forum. Proverbs 9:13. A foolish man is clamorous. She is simple and knows nothing. Yeah, I guess we're talking about Candace. It just shows you how far back we are. The latest episode of the Secret Skinwalker Ranch, the guys were at UVU. I wonder how long it will be to take Cannon to involve them in her conspiracy. The owner is a Mormon after all. Brandon Fugel has been brought up multiple times, and of course the Brandon Fugel building. Yeah, I mean she just went on a tirade against Mormons again, right? She just brought them up again the other day. That's a question.
Who did? Candace?
Yeah, I think so.
Based.
I heard that. Yeah. I heard that.
The probable is they're no longer searching, they're rooting. Yeah, the problem. That's true. Oswald did not admit guilt 5 times. Totally different. Perfect. Great point. Great point. He said, I'm a patsy. 440 gems, UNC alert. Verum, there is a fallacy in your logic. Just because the government has lied and engaged in conspiracy doesn't mean that everything it does is a lie, and conspiracy is case by case. This is, Gary, this guy was a waste of every person's time in the chat. He made no sense at all. He babbled the entire time. I don't disagree. I think most of you guys can attest to this. He was actually more mild than most of these people.
Yes.
As unreasonable as he was more reasonable than most of these people that we come across in these spaces on X. Would you agree with that, Bronson?
Yeah, he was nice. I actually kind of liked him. I think it's probably the whole UK
I like him
thing.
too. I think it was interesting. But you know, the point of doing that, number one, is to prove that we don't block people and we let people talk. But I also, the more we do that, the more people can see from the outside looking in what's going on. And it's not that we're going to convince him. That's not the purpose of these discussions or debates, or whatever you want to, arguments, whatever you want to call them. So take that for what it is. The fact that he was dating a furry dude who was trying to be a girl is proof in itself that Tiara was radicalized. I don't think you're wrong with that. The JFK shooting used a completely different gun with a completely different caliber, with a completely different design of bullet. No comparison. I agree. And there's also additional evidence that there was additional shooters in the JFK. There was alleged, and again, I don't know about you guys, but now like these conspiracies I used to have fun with and buy into, like I question all like my beliefs on those. Like I need to go back, because I see some of these things, these narratives that get shoved into this discussion that even we start to accept for facts and other people start to accept for facts, and they're not based on anything. Whether it's the dogs missing the gun, that was Candace Owens that put that out there. There's nothing else that confirms that. The whole idea that he was interrogated on September 11th at 6:25 p.m. Hopefully most people understand that we debunked that. But these things will continue on from now. 20 years from now, somebody will be releasing a documentary and like, hey, he was actually in custody at like 3 p.m. on the 11th. And he was, look, this is proof of this interrogation. Like some of these things where I've heard that there was rounds that hit the overpass. I don't know if that's true or not anymore. I do know, but this can be more, there's more plausible and can be explained potentially that somebody that was near a curb, a round ricocheted and hit the curb, and some spalling from that injured a bystander. I don't know what the trajectory of that is, but a lot of these things that I used to rely upon to believe in the JFK conspiracy, I question completely, and I just see how this all takes place now.
Yeah, I'm confused because the magic bullet theory with the JFK thing was based on the fact that the bullet pretty much went through like everything.
Yeah.
But now a magic bullet stops. It doesn't go through.
Yeah.
So
Just
now
as
I'm
magical.
wondering maybe JFK is no conspiracy, and that's actually how bullets are supposed to behave. They're supposed to just go through everything.
Right.
Well,
So now I'm just confused and I don't know.
Well, I do know. I've seen both sides of that. I've seen people like talk about and put people in different positions where it makes sense that the bullet hit what it hit without doing all sorts of kinds of ricochets and things like that. I don't know.
Not 7 times.
Yeah, I don't know. But I can tell you that it is a straw man argument to say, oh, you know, just because we have one example where it ricochets 47 times and changes direction. No, like I would believe that if we had 4 other examples of that, I don't think that's possible. Well, here's 4 other examples documented that exact thing happened. It wouldn't, obviously, it defies physics, a lot like the exploding mic theory. But again, you would have a leg to stand on, and then to use that as an example of why this is a conspiracy or why this particular terminal ballistic outcome is impossible. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. It falls on its face. 5 separate confessions, but Lee Harvey Oswald. Exactly.
Well, don't they usually unalive the patsy?
Yeah, seriously. They don't let us stand
according to Jack Ruby, it's pretty funny how these fake skeptics only really apply their skepticism to actual evidence, but not the conspiracy theories they entertain. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Not skeptical of these people at all pushing the stuff. He's sea lining, Gary. He's not a good faith actor. I would agree with that. I don't even know if he realizes it. That's the problem. I mean, like, do you guys think that he realizes he's being dishonest, or?
Well, he's the only one that I can think of on that side who was like, listen, if he's convicted, I'll totally believe it.
I think that was probably the most dishonest thing that he said. I don't even, that's not even congruent with everything else that he said. If you're thinking that they planted evidence, then how can you believe that if he's
convicted with the planted evidence?
I guess he believed the Gene Carroll case as well then.
Yeah.
I mean, if by some crazy chance, well, even if, regardless of the way it goes, if Tyler Robinson is found guilty, I believe that a lot of folks like that, they're going to be, sitting in a cabin with a real long beard, eating beans out of a can and reading the internet and saying, I know it wasn't true. You know what I mean?
Vera,
give us that voice again, Jared. How's it going to go? I know.
That's a joke.
He's just going to turn into Project Constitution when he's old.
Oh my gosh.
How many people have committed murder seem totally normal until they slaughter people? People internalize until they snap. That's the other thing. Like, they point to things that as proof that aren't proof to any rational person. Like, just because we didn't know that he was going to do these things. And again, I would argue that there wasn't indicators, but that there was indicators rather. Barron was going to say what movies he worked on, titles, what genre. We never got there. I think he was worried that we were going to dox him or something.
I was going to ask if
that's your side.
Bruce Willis. That's what I wanted to know. Did he get to work with Bruce Willis?
Great point. Dirtbike Viram, are you a flat earther or sovereign citizen? Just curious.
Yes.
Dirtbike is convinced they're all flat earthers.
I don't disagree. Digital hugs, everyone. Thank you, CJ. You are the man.
Thank you.
Edie Marie.
Hey.
That's on one of your guys. That's on Jared's. Or maybe it's Jay Witt. I can't tell. It's a J up there. Mass killers with no history of radicalism. Stephen Paddock. Great point. Aaron Alexis. Sung Hu Cho. George Hennard. Louis Shooting. And there was a bunch more I actually had. But the problem is what they tried to do is that, again, they're moving the goalpost to political killings. The problem is we have very few political killings to begin with here in the United States.
Wait, Stephen Paddock.
Yeah.
I'm a little skeptical of that Las Vegas deal.
I am too. I am too.
We're not just throwing Stephen Paddock's name out like he's for sure the guy, right?
Well, I mean, we know that Tyler was framed because Las Vegas.
Right.
In Afghanistan, I watched 60 millimeter land on top of a truck, and the guy get out of the truck and ran off. It completely blew my mind. I've seen so many things, and I know of so many other incidents in combat where, like, the round passed between the body armor, the actual plate, and their shirt, and it didn't even hurt them. I know multiple people that have had rounds hit their helmet, actually pass through their helmet and like go around and not hurt them or just graze them. I mean, when it comes to ballistics, there's so many. And the other thing we didn't even get to talk about was the fact that if we don't have his rifle, we don't even know what happened. We might be able to reproduce that shot 100 times out of 100 if something is going on where that round is not stabilized and it's an extreme yaw and or tumbling. I do think that the entrance wound is extremely atypical. It's larger. But I also have a book back there and a digital copy of it too, talking about how wounds to the neck do tend to open up more. So, I've definitely seen guys shot in the neck, but I've never stopped and looked at like, what happened here? Let's see what happened. Let's take a look. Did it go through or not? Never did that type of BDA.
You didn't rewind it in slow-mo?
I didn't watch it in slow-mo over and over and again. The last video was redacted by about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Wait, we're not going to shout out that Billy Ray Cyrus profile pic right there?
I was going to say that too. That's so funny.
Oh, that's who that is. I was wondering who that was.
Don't break my heart.
His achy breaky heart.
Just don't think you'd understand. Verum, a lone wolf violent extremist, was always on the top 10 list for national threats for a reason. It's also clear you have zero experience about how evidence is handled. No GSR on the rifle is not a thing. The rest is ATF. And then, like, Verum, you have been so rude. You were a guest here and you've said nothing of substance. You owe Jay Witt an apology. I work in the movie biz too, and I have no idea who you are. Grow up, son. Show respect. Please do. You're a total, I don't know what CXNT means.
You just leave it alone.
I do.
See you next Tuesday.
Well, the problem is he's
See
from
you
the UK.
See you crossing next Tuesday. Seriously, so disrespectful. We love you, Lynn.
Can you say that word on YouTube if you use an Aussie accent? Don't they get a pass?
Probably. That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
On your channel, try it, Bronson. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah.
They use it like
You can't call that UK guy an Aussie word.
Viram, I have experience as an actual officer. We don't test guns for GSR. The whole thing, and again, I wasn't ready to refute that because I didn't know, and I don't want to say something incorrect. I didn't think it made sense, but we look it up, and sure enough, this Texas Sprit is insufferable. I'm British. Viram, have you had a drink? You can't have done any research. This is so embarrassing. You're waffling about nothing, mate. All you're saying is anything is possible. There was moments I felt like I was back with Zach Costello.
Oh, that guy sucks.
Oh, wow. That hurt.
Yeah. Viram, you are giving Gary and the other 4 members on the panel way too much content. It's not looking good for you, though, bro. So, in the wise words of the great Jay Witt, peace and grace. Kudos to Gary and the team for at least giving this guy the opportunity to state his case. While it was clear he had no knowledge about the facts, his opportunity is far more than Candace Owens and groupies would offer us. Yeah. I mean, have me on your show, Candace. I will talk through every bit of this. Be happy to do it. You don't sign off with a body camera. You just dock it and dump the video. I've had faulty camera that wouldn't last 4 to 6 hours, and sometimes you actually leave it on, then it lasts 10.
So that was a question I had too. I understand the whole body cam. It is convenient that the body cam timed out, but I'm sitting here right here and I realize my phone has died while I've been going today because I haven't charged it up.
That's completely different. That's so different.
Well, tell me what's different.
It's just so different.
Wait, but this is my other question. But this is my question.
Body cam timing out, like what are we
body
not
cam can't
doing
time out?
because of that?
Well, I mean,
so this is my question though. Let's
Mr. Conspiracy guy, Mr. No Conspiracy. I don't believe in conspiracies. That was going right into a conspiracy. The idea here was that something's fishy. They turned off the body cam, and it just didn't happen to catch whatever the body.
So this is my question because Viram is in the chat still. So this is my question. And y'all flood the chat with the letter V, by the way.
Viram, that still works.
No, I'm leaving. If that dude comes on, I'm in the wind. That dude caused me to sin, man. I gotta go. I took a walk. I literally went and took a walk, my guy. Like this dude is this. I can't deal with unregenerate people like that.
Yeah, I was not expecting Jay Witt to choose violence tonight.
I wanted violence today, man. I had to walk out to the mailbox. But again, like, okay, fine. The body cam died. What does that mean? What do you want me to, what am I supposed to ascertain from that? Okay, fine, the body cam died. And what?
Well, that's what I mean.
Tell me what that means.
What are we missing? Like,
He was insinuating that there was planted evidence and that the body cam did not actually die. They turned it off so he could plant evidence.
Got it. Because that makes more sense that a decorated police officer would sacrifice his career for this to plant evidence, or that makes sense.
Wouldn't they just
an officer would sacrifice his career, or Tyler Robinson killed him?
Jay, you've never heard of the Epstein files?
No, nope, I never heard of Fort Hakatua or Epstein files. So fill me in on all of it. But I know that. But I know that the pictures are not true.
You don't think people get
Wait, I'm a black male. What are you saying about me? Wait, man. What? Hey, how has this show gotten this far? Yeah. Gary, I thought we were friends. How did we get here?
I didn't realize that is a racist term.
Wait, how did we deteriorate to this point?
Calm down.
I need reparations, man. I need reparations for this.
I can't be white male.
I don't know, man. I need some kind of reparations.
Sounds too nice. It just sounds too nice.
It does.
There is one point I want to make about that body cam, though. Just fun little fact: if the camera dies, it says it dies in at the end of the video. If it was turned off, it tells you if it was manually turned off. So we'll find out in the court, no matter what.
And here's the problem with all of this. Every time they come into a fork in the road where something like this happens, There's 100 possibilities, plausible possibilities. And no matter what, they always pick the most extreme, implausible thing. Anytime you come to any of this stuff, every single time, and they won't even admit that the other 99 possibilities exist or that they're more plausible. And that's the problem with this. And when you have something this big involving this many people, you're going to come to a lot of those forks in the road, and they just won't even admit it. I did look it up on Grok with body camera batteries. While they work as they're supposed to, sometimes they do go out, rare, not ideal, but there is further evidence to say it was more than what it is. Verum doesn't know, but he seems to know no. There's no further evidence to say it was more than what it is. This is the point. Yeah,
Yep.
I agree.
I want to read something real quick.
Uh-oh.
So no, this is we were talking about the conspiracy a minute ago.
Yeah.
And this is do you know who Chuck Colson is?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so
Guy
Chuck
from
Colson,
Watergate.
yeah, he was part of Watergate, and he became a
But he
Christian
wasn't a
later.
part of Watergate. I've never heard of him, but I know he wasn't a part of Watergate.
Well, either way, he was in prison when he found the
Lord, right.
Lord. And so he said, I know the resurrection is a fact, and Watergate proved it to me. How? Because 12 men testified they had seen Jesus raised from the dead, and they proclaimed that truth for 40 years, never once denying it. Everyone was beaten, tortured, stoned, and put in prison. They would not have endured that if it weren't true. Watergate embroiled 12 of the most powerful men in the world, and they couldn't keep alive for 3 weeks. This is part of when the conspiracy stuff goes down. It's so many people have to keep it together. And in Watergate, he's like, yeah, there's 12 of the most powerful people in the world insulated from everything, and they couldn't keep a lie together. And they think that this is going to be.
Well, and Robbie Starbucks laid that out really well. I don't know if you've watched his video.
Very
Definitely
good
worth
video.
watching if you haven't watched it. The other thing I meant to bring up was the fact that Julian Dory had that forensic pathologist on, and Julian Dory is, I mean, head first into the conspiracy portion of this, but even that forensic pathologist, he said, look, the 30-06, all I see is physics, nothing weird, it happens. So I don't know, like when you have actual people that do know what they're talking about and have researched this, the conclusion's always the same. It's possible. There's nothing crazy here. It happens more often than people want to admit. And that's just true. But Grace said, Gary having a battle of wits with an unarmed man. Candace says the force is strong in this one. I agree. This guy's parents met at
Oh my gosh.
Let's do it. This dude has Candace Owens on speed dial. He's a whack job. See, you can't concede to idiots like Verum. I agree. You like, and I like, again, I was really taken aback by, you can't concede anything. You like, no, like, there's nothing to concede here. I've never used that argument. Has any of you used that argument in a discussion or debate about something like this? Like, just give me something. Like, just
give me one win.
I may have asked my wife like that during an argument. Like, can I just be right one time? One time.
I've seen Dr. Evil make that argument once. Just throw me a freaking bone.
I would be more than willing to concede if they would like make a good point every once in a while.
Yeah,
I'm happy to concede. Verum, I'm going to troll the crap out of you all year in social analyst, son. I can't wait. Lynn, you're the best. I love you. We don't know, but we know a hypnotic suggestion and is a command to the brain to obey it. No amount of real evidence gets past it. UNC alert. What this is one of your people.
Uncle alert. I don't know what that is. I'm somebody's uncle.
440 gens.
Shout out.
Call the tip line. Oh, that was Candyland Biker Babe 7000 too.
Yeah, there we go.
Candyland Biker Babe 7000. The tip line wants to hear from you, Verum. Dude, that is so good. That whole skit. A movie is not real life, you idiot. This is an awesome debate. Civil discourse, possible Paramount Tactical Live footage. I'd really like to send Gary along with the questions about it. Where can I find your email address? Thanks for all you do. Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't often get called beautiful. I'm not going to lie. I kind of appreciate it. I wish more people would call me beautiful. Babe.
Y'all type beautiful in the chat. Just type beautiful in the chat.
Beautiful. Hey, beautiful.
There we go. And we know that you're talking about Gary.
Jen, make sure you throw an email down there if you haven't done it already. I bet she has.
And then also make sure you throw beautiful.
This guy has the same opinion as Candace. They think they need to show them all the evidence before the case is even tried. Yeah, but then they won't even, that's fine, but they won't even concede that what they think is evidence isn't evidence. And they won't concede that they're wrong, like at every pivotal portion of this. Like the whole reason that Viram thinks this is because he thinks that they should have done a GSR test. He thinks it's impossible that 30-06 wouldn't go through. He thinks that Baron Coleman was right, that they actually had him in custody at 3 p.m. Therefore, the Discord chat that was sent at 7:57 p.m. couldn't be legitimate. And I guess it was a, sheriff's deputy. And by the way, as they stated, the Washington County Sheriff's Office had no jurisdiction over this crime. They wouldn't start interrogating him. It's it's wild. Anyone else resort to drinking through this? I wanted to. I don't even drink. I would have felt better. You can Mirandize someone multiple times. The arresting officer can do it. Then the transport officer can do it. Then the detective can do it. And this, like, they can be Mirandized 100 times. But again, Utah police, like, they're directed to Mirandize upon arrest and anytime there's an attempted interrogation. In other words, he won't believe anything. Gaslighting, so 1990s. Authentication of the message is required by the rules of the evidence before they can introduce it into the court. What is the royal subject talking about? It's a great question. 1,000 gems, goat trophy. I don't know what this is.
Nice.
It's called a non-custodial interview. We was free to leave at first, but he was free to leave, but he spilled his guts and they kept interviewing. Pretty simple. Actually, there's no indication of that. There's no indication of any interview that ever took place. I think the information was exchanged between the former investigator for Washington County Sheriff's and the sheriff himself. Nothing came directly. We don't have an official confession anywhere. I will cede that to them. What we have is multiple admissions on multiple different platforms, including the parents. 1 hour of Viram and his self-musing. Was it only an hour? It felt so much longer. I'm a victim of a crime, DNA, fingerprints, cell data. Yeah. Netflix should fire this guy and hire me because it's obvious he doesn't know how the process works. Idiot, I've arrested and booked people without questioning them all the time. Impossible. He read somewhere that didn't take place. This is fire. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I know it's entertaining. Why does he want you to prove everything incorrect instead of being objective when looking at his evidence? There was no objectivity in him. I really wish I can hand some law books to this idiot. And Colton is a veteran law enforcement officer. Embarrassing us. Sorry about this, guys. That's okay. We forgive you. I'm not supposed to drink because I just had thyroid surgery on Tuesday, but I really need some serum to block out Viram. Oh my God.
You need some Viram serum.
This is effing amazing. Zip it, Vermin. We changed the name.
They call him Vermin. That's crazy.
It's all in good fun, Viram. I'm sure you're down there. Now you're all
he's still in the chat. I mean, he threw his kids in the bed.
Those kids are. You got to be lying because I know those kids. However old they are, they had to be sleep trained.
They had to be sleep trained, man.
Wasn't
no?
there?
He was in the chat like right after he got off. I'm like, what did you do? Just throw them in the bed? You threatened them? What melatonin? What happened?
He's like, I got to wank online. I got to do some things. I don't even have a good English accent. Wasn't there a 1960 study done after Korea showing a full metal jacket will rotate 90 degrees and 3 inches of human flesh? The 556 is designed for what? Yeah. It's 1 in 4.3 million to be bit by a shark. Then it's impossible that anyone's ever bit by a shark.
Right.
Paramount tactical bullet fragments that were removed prove it couldn't have exited. That is the proof. The fact that the jacket is in one piece shows it had jacket and core separation. I don't disagree.
Yeah, has anybody ever answered that? Like, okay, fine, but we know that the bullets are in the fragments were inside of Charlie, and they weren't anywhere else.
Behind. They planted the fragments in there when he was in the SUV. Don't you? I've been paying attention.
Yeah,
no, I'm not.
Exactly,
I'm not.
It's exactly what Baron Coleman has stated. That's how he had to finally.
They put him in there.
Yeah, that he thinks Brian Harpole, but it could be anybody, had a pre-fired round in his pocket and put it into that wound.
Where did the wound come from, though?
It came from
the exploding mic.
Oh, so Barron is the exploding mic as well, but there's no
he's more than that. He's more than that. And I got the video. I don't even want to play it again. It really
no, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
But
Oh, no. Wait.
Play it again. What he says was they were they electrocuted him with a hand mic, and then they had something goes off, explodes, and they were trying to do something to him 6 ways to Sunday, and then when they got him in, we have the dispatch audio, and he thinks
send me that video.
He thinks what they're describing is that Charlie was fighting for his life, and they manually broke his neck, and then they took this projectile pre-fired, and they all planned this out, and they stuck it into his wound.
Let me make sure I got it right. Can I make sure I got it right?
Yeah.
They electrocuted him.
Yes.
They exploded a microphone.
Yes.
They broke his neck and inserted bullet fragments. Can you please send me that? I want to violate Baron Coleman. I will absolutely violate him with that. If he says that, I'm going to absolutely.
He said it.
I'm going to be put on church.
I've played it. I've played it multiple times. Clearly, you're not watching all of my content. I'm really sorry.
I think Baron's going on Julie and Dory's show.
Virum's in Hollywood. There's his next movie idea. There you go.
He was just on. He was on Redacted today, which not surprised.
Baron was?
Yeah, he was on Redacted today.
I don't know if I know what Redacted is.
You're not missing anything.
I wish he was redacted.
It was a guy from he used to be on Fox News, and then he went full conspirator, and he has his own show, Redacted. I'm trying to think of the key word that I used to look this up. Let me just.
I found it.
How long was it?
It's an hour long. Wait, is this today? Yeah, 6 hours ago.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. You guys are making me do this. You guys are making me do this.
Let's do it.
We're not.
I'm along for the ride here. Let's go.
And he doesn't fill in the final point, but I'll talk to you about that. You guys see the screen?
If I say yes, will you not put it on there?
I don't see the screen.
Oh,
all right, hold on.
It's not up.
Darn it. Hey, Bronson, here, I'm gonna send it to you.
All right, let me finish this super chat.
right,
Dr. Altoids, here's to Gary's pesky facts, Jay Witt going hard in the paint, Jared's common sense, and Bronson's hat. See, Bronson, you offered you gave us nothing on that whole thing. What are you doing?
I gave you everything.
You gave us a hat.
I gave you
It was a hat, my dude.
You're a hat hack.
You're gonna have to go watch it back.
Listen to this amazing I don't know, fictitious insanity by this man that would not like just layers upon layers of elements here. Zero evidence for any single piece of this. Zero.
But look at his
But
face.
I don't
He looks serious.
understand if he supposedly died at the scene, like Frank Turek describes in his different discussions, as Brian Harpole described. If he supposedly died at the scene, just fold him up and close the door. Why are you risking someone falling out of the car at highway speeds?
What, Zach? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You just bend his legs. It's not like he's got rigor mortis yet. That takes a while to set in. So you just bend his legs and you close the door. Why would they're going 65, 70 miles an hour for 12 minutes? And you got 3 police reports of someone hanging out of the car, and they think it's a victim. What in the hell else could that mean? I can't.
Know.
Go ahead.
Well, I want to say that I believe that when Brian Harpole went on the Sean Ryan show, they may have been anticipating this because they would have known these broadcasts existed if they'd have done any kind of research. And I think they anticipated that people would hear about this. And so Brian Harpole goes on the Sean Ryan show and Frank Turek goes on the Megyn Kelly show, and they describe that, on the way there, they were holding each other. You know, Charlie's such a tall man, they couldn't close the door behind him. So they're holding on to each other, and people are, trusting each other that they don't let each other fall out of the car. I'm looking back at that and saying, no, that sounds to me like you guys were setting up a story that you knew we would eventually trip over these calls, and you guys wanted to preempt any reasonable conclusion and go ahead and try to plant your own version of events.
Can you expand on your working hypothesis?
Yeah, I can. There are so many things that went wrong, starting with the t-shirt moving in the way it moved, that is totally and wholly inconsistent with a gunshot to the neck. You know, the whole t-shirt comes up, a medallion on his necklace flies into his neck. His hands, the way they grip the microphone, looks to me like he got electrocuted. His ring disconnected from his ring finger and then sticks to his pinky finger for about a full second. It's not affected by gravity, almost as if there's some sort of an electromagnetic pull.
What a freak! The
Please
body
stop.
doesn't create electromagnetism. You suddenly can't like attract ferrous material because you've been electrocuted. What?
Hold on. We put me on big screen. Let's pull a big screen. Come on.
All right,
I figured it out.
Here we go. I got to find you. Big screen. Boom.
Baron Coleman is trying his very best to be the next director for the MCU. And he's talking about Magneto. He's very much trying his very best to talk about Magneto. That's what he is. This is his application. This is what he's going to submit to.
Oh, it gets better.
Marvel. That's it. I figured it out.
Well, this is definitely an exercise in creative writing. There's no doubt about that. I mean,
the only problem is his creative lawyering. This is why this dude is no longer a lawyer.
Well, really, what it is, I mean, it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting
On that ring. And then you have this medical report of a broken series of vertebrae from the C1 or 2 all the way down to the C7 or T1. It's and then you had the couple of wounds on his arm that almost looked like a taser or some sort of puncture wound.
Better.
I just think that they brought Charlie into that what looks like a death arena and said, we're going to go after
death arena.
When did they bring out the taser? I don't remember the taser.
The taser is crazy.
There's a picture, and I have it somewhere, where you see it's blood.
Yeah.
He has 2 spots of blood on his arm. It's clearly blood, but to these guys, like the next thing you're going to say, like they actually had a giant cobra in his pants and bit him.
After him 4 or 5 different ways.
But I mean, I just wonder how many people have like walked out in to see the atrium, that whole area right there, and been like, you know what? This is a death arena. This is clearly a death arena.
We're going to break his neck in the car, and he's not walking out of this alive. There's a 0% chance he leaves Orem, Utah alive. And that is my working hypothesis that yes, something exploded under his shirt. Yes, something went wrong with the microphone and caused an electrification. Yes, something punctured his neck. I don't know if it was a bullet or what it was. Yes, his neck bones were broken. Something happened there. Yes, something wounded his arm. There's just too much going on. It's like they didn't want to risk him being Rasputin and live through a 1 or 2 attempts. They wanted to make sure he was finished off no matter what. And I think what they're describing in the police, at least a way to interpret it, what the police are describing on the way to the hospital is a guy fighting back, a guy struggling is what it sounds like to me. But I don't.
I want you to understand, like, as stupid as that is, it's actually pretty sophisticated, because what he's doing is he's given an explanation for multiple things. Number one, what we have is decorticate posturing. The decorticate posturing because we have a round that actually hits the vertebrae, the spine, and then most likely on top of that, we have such a significant hydrostatic shock that it damages his brainstem completely. That's what the causes the decorticate posturing. So Baron Coleman, being the sophisticated liar that he is, like, how do I explain that? He was electrocuted. And then he goes on, well, okay, if he wasn't shot, how do I explain that he has crushed vertebrae? Oh, they manually broke his neck and then he was still alive, which again adds to the sensationalism. And then what you don't hear in here is an explanation for the bullet. In a follow-on episode, what he says is, oh, look, he's showing pictures of the SUV inside there. And you can see like this sort of silverish looking stuff in the corners of the seat. And what he says is, hey, you know what? They actually had a bullet they pre-fired. And once you fire a bullet, the lead will actually flake off. And that's what that is. And they actually shoved that round into his neck. I mean, absolutely disgusting. accusing every single person, incriminating every single person that was in that vehicle trying to save Charlie's life, and goes through layer upon layer upon layer of conspiracy idiocy with zero evidence of a single portion of it. And then again, his retards in his audience, his gullible morons are like, oh, this is amazing. You want to be entertained and you want to revel in evil. That's what you are playing with right there. And you got no evidence for it. And you are just like, it's like, I don't know how you could, I don't know how any person with a conscience could come up with that nonsense and say it out loud. Between it being so stupid and so low IQ, and then on top of that, have an entire audience that never calls you out on it. It's wild.
I don't know how
Also
you
find it
watch that
weird that,
video of Charlie Kirk and then think that he's somehow in the SUV struggling,
fighting for his life, right?
They don't, and that's the thing is like Baron Coleman, Candace Owens, and many of these, they don't believe anything that they're saying.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are gullible enough to believe it, and they're duped. But it's not them. They know what they're doing. They're vividly aware. And Artie's calm demeanor. Don't forget about Artie. You guys are trying to show truth to someone whose whole career is fiction. It's evident that he's only seen clips by the liars. How does he not know about Fort Huachuca? Yeah, I don't know that he doesn't know about that. Gary asked Viram if he's aware of Major General Julian S. Hatcher's notebook. It extensively charts the penetration of 30-06 rounds of various media. Gary, we're done with him. I hear you. Jack did say 4K. I understand he said 4K, and I don't even know that it wasn't 4K. Folks, the thing you got to remember is that these are security footage. They potentially are in 4K, and they may have even been streaming something in 4K onto that TV. But it doesn't matter if something's this big in 4K. And by the way, that's 4K over like a 270 degrees. It's so the resolution while the camera shoots in 4K, and it can even be the resolution in 4K. It doesn't mean I can still digitally zoom into something very far away and be able to see what's going on. So while it could have been hyperbolic and it could have been an exaggeration, all they were basically saying is, I see what this person is doing. And you can kind of interpret it one way or the other. I don't know if they could tell if there was recoil, but I know these people that are saying they can't. And where they're getting this information, by the way, is from Billy and Brandy, who were in the courtroom. But they're also like all these people that are talking, they're like on the front row and they're right there by the TV. Billy and Brandy and these other people that are waiting all night to get in, like they're at the very back. I got a 60-inch TV here and like I'm really small right now. If somebody's freaking 40, 50 feet back, they can't tell what I can actually see and what kind of resolution or what clarity I can see what's taking place on this television. Like this isn't hard. This is like grade school level logic, and these people can't even freaking muster enough, like, I don't know, brain cells to just say like, okay, whatever. I don't, hopefully we get that footage. That's what I want to see. I want to see exactly what that footage is, and I might actually reach out to Jack to clarify that, or Benny Johnson, but I can definitely get a hold of Jack pretty easily. To be fair, Benny Johnson is a grifter too. I don't disagree with that. I'm not a fan of Jack either. Yeah, he said it looked like 4K. Again, I don't know if they checked to see what the resolution or that resolution of that was actually posted. I think the point here was we could see it very clearly. There was a person, at least in the position at the exact time the shot took off, was taken, and then suddenly he gets up and he moves. Like that's enough for reasonable, beyond reasonable doubt. Like we also have cameras on the ground. They sync up that footage. Like, this person was right here. The trajectory was right here. Everything lines up. Yeah, I mean there's that. And then you do have clear footage of Tyler, which, by the way, even Lance Twigg said, hey, that definitely looks like Tyler in that footage. And I don't know what other security footage that they showed, but Benny Johnson and Jack, take it for what it is, both said that you could clearly see his face. I'm pretty sure that there is footage that you can clearly see his face. Just because we didn't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I want to say something about the 4K footage, because 4K footage go through different lenses makes a big difference, because you're taking that same 4K image and you're either making a fisheye. So if it's an ultra wide, it's still 4K, but it's encompassing a lot more data. And if you want to think of it in terms of what you see on TV, 4K is 4K. And then you can go down to 1080p and then 720p and then 460 or whatever it is. And the resolution keeps getting more and more and more pixelated. And this is why when you look at X, it's not a great place for video, because by and large, you're seeing 720 at best. And that is standard definition. It's not even high definition. So they're making a lot of judgments off of some standard definition footage. And when this gets shared and moved around, it also gets degraded. 720 is still pretty good. Like, you can still see a lot of detail in 720
for sure.
When it's shared, it gets compressed. So think about there's a lot of factors that go into this.
And again, it goes back to, what Candace Owens and these other people did say for sure was like that portion of the footage didn't even exist. Does everybody remember that? I mean, that was very clear that they were saying that. They said that there was no footage of him in the Washington County Sheriff's Office. We saw a small clip of that. So we know that does exist. And by the way, he just so happened to still have his cell phone. So like everything that they said has been wrong. And if you want to give them a lot of grace, fine. They're not lying. I think they're lying. But no matter what, they deserve zero credibility because they've been wrong at every single turn point in this entire thing.
Yeah, that's fair to bring that. They really suck at this. Like, they're not good at it at all.
No. Like, they get the facts wrong every single time. Viram learned about JFK from Oliver Stone. I don't disagree. Viram, you're an idiot. Stop talking to people that shoot for a living and calling them the R word. You're punching up way too far. I don't care. You can call me an idiot. If I call you an idiot, and I did, I called him an idiot.
Does Viram do content aside from
his
his Hollywood life? Because I'm wondering if he wasn't just trolling.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he said in the chat that he started at 15% thinking Tyler Robinson did it, and he ended at whatever 25-30%. I forget what it was. It's lost in the chat now.
Well,
so he said,
look,
you guys should consider that a win. I don't know.
Oh,
I you know what? Again,
for sure, then.
I actually, me and Viram could be friends. All right, I'm gonna make fun of him all the time, like I do my other friends that are retarded. But I like Viram, and the fact that he was able to concede that much, good. I mean, that's more than you'll ever get on X in a X space. As soon as I can find clips from this idiot, I will be running this on X. Thanks for the spirited discussion. Changing one's beliefs are not easy for anyone. I agree. That is tough. He had an excuse. He had to excuse himself before he embarrassed himself further. Thanks, Gary, coming with facts. And this community, we know because we have facts. That's right. Numbers don't lie. People do. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Kimberly says, Viram wanted to control the conversation, move the goalpost, and talk over anyone he thought would speak truth. Then comes the chat after, plays nice, and then plays the victim. Classic narcissist. I don't know what he's doing in the chat. How does this turd know those aren't Eric's kids? He doesn't know. And by the way, so what I never asked specifically, I was sent that I had doubts of whether or not the boy in that. And by the way, you can see pictures of Jen, if you're still around, there's some pictures of Charlie holding his son before he was killed. That kid is long, man. It's unbelievable how big he actually is. If she's not around, I'll find it in just a minute. So, and by the way, just recently, somebody contacted me and was like, Gary, that was her son, just so you know. And so take that for what it is. And again, that picture was not meant to persuade Candace Owens or anybody else. I don't have, all I can do is take Erica Kirk's and the people sent me their word for it and said, hey, this was a picture from that day at this time. She was with her kids. I take that as, I don't have any reason to doubt that. No matter what and the fact that the picture had their kids in it was irrelevant. I just needed a picture that indicated, indicated that she was somewhere, not at Fort Huachuca, and it just so happened to be a picture of her kids that she sent. The picture content didn't matter. Like, all we needed was like a timestamp and play. And again, I'm not a forensic expert. That picture could have been sent straight to Candace Owens. There's no way she could confirm or deny that one way or the other. It wasn't to convince the retards. It was to convince or to give further evidence to the reasonable among us that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca. And the fact is, she wasn't at Fort Huachuca. Brian Harpel wasn't at Fort Huachuca. And Candace is going to pay a lot of money because she wouldn't accept that. The way that Candace Owens, her minions, and their followers nitpick testimony and evidence is maddening. Good thing they weren't around when the gospel was recorded. They would have disputed every account. Invite Michael Francis on to talk about the mob and JFK. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I would love to have that. That would be great.
He's a good guy.
Hot Dad panel. Thanks, Gary.
Oh,
I mean, I'm getting all kinds of compliments. She's talking about you guys too.
But you're beautiful, though. You're beautiful.
Bunch of dilfs.
Don't ever call me that again.
Whoa! What did you say?
Oh God, we got to get it off his face.
Got Artie smiling over there.
Say that and then
Oh,
bring
yeah.
up
Freaking dilf.
Hey, I'm just having a good time.
I didn't see that one coming.
Oh gosh, I hit the wrong button.
Okay.
Let me get rid of that. Thank you. Yeah. So this is. There's another one. Okay. Anyways, yeah. This is great. Like that's a big looking kid, and he was like, I don't know what. Like, there's another picture that's even older than this where they're all together. Jen, I don't know if you can find it, but you can see how long he is compared to Charlie. And obviously, Charlie was what, 6'4". This might be the picture. I don't know if this is it. No, that's not the one. But it's still, I don't know how old that is. But there's one where Charlie's holding his son. So, not a big deal one way or the other. Oh gosh.
There's
Yeah.
one that says the last photo of Charlie holding his son.
Yeah, I know. Number one, I don't even know if that's. I know it says that. Doesn't mean that's true. But there's definitely another one where they're together. It's similar to the other picture you put up there, but it's more recent than that one. The son is obviously older at that point, but he's extremely. They're in like dress clothes. I wish I would have found it somewhere. I said the members only that Barron was dissing Diligent. I meant Blake. My bad. They will eventually eat their own. Yes. Without you three guys, nobody's watching. Without you and three guys, nobody's watching Jay Witt. Venom admitted his conspiracy had no substance. Gary wasted time when he should have brought on the second guest. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like a lot of shade being thrown and no substance. Gary, please, I'm begging you. This man called you a liar 15 times and yelled over your guest. Please, can we stop him from commenting anymore in the chat right now? No. I mean, as long as he's not just trolling, and I don't have time to police that. I got mods that do that, and I trust their opinions and what they're doing. So if they decided to boot him, that's on them. If I believe in Santa, evidence might convince me otherwise. If I want to believe in Santa, there's nothing you can say. I agree. This is motivated reasoning or bias.
Confirmation.
Bias confirmation, yes. Julian said he's having Barron on and basically referred to him as an expert. Of course he did. Well, I think Julian lost a lot of face by having. Matter of fact, I know he did because he actually sent out another response. Have you guys seen that Julian Dory episode with his friend that's a forensic pathologist?
Yeah.
I mean, he had to send out a video response to that. Like, hey, I know a lot of y'all are upset about this, and this about what he said. I trust him. He had to do a lot of hedging and basically apologizing to his audience. I mean, his audience capture 101. So now he's going to have somebody like Barron on to kind of mend the fence with his audience.
100%. These guys are cowards.
They really are. After a hard day's work and I finally get to relax and I'm excited for a live stream, imagine my disappointment when the first thing I see is my screen is Barron being a colon. Shame on y'all. He didn't tell us the movies he worked on yet named dropped Netflix, giving Mitch Snow, claiming he's related to the Zodiac Killer. I claim BS. Yeah, don't doubt that. Thank you, Melanie. Woo. Well, that was a turn to. We took a wrong turn in Albuquerque somewhere.
Yeah, we did.
It was good. I think it was clearly. I mean, we have. I don't know. I saw something like 4,000 or 5,000 comments already, so people were clearly energized by it. I don't know if that's good or bad or one way or the other, but those discussions need to continue to happen for sure. Real quick, let's go around the horn. Artie, give everybody some final words and some encouragement out there.
Well, you definitely see what happens if you don't watch the court case, and come on and you know what I mean? Just be prepared, keep an open mind, don't get black-pilled, you know? Look into everything. Don't say things that you don't know for a matter of fact. And you know, I'd say that's just it's about the philosophy I think I took away from this.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Bronson.
I'll just go with what Artie said. That was good.
Yeah, that was good. Jay Witt. I'm just gonna keep Bronson here though.
No, I would say, I guess leaving out, I would just tell everybody, check out Matthew 7:16-20. Looking at a tree, you can tell a tree by its fruit. And we can see the fruit of ongoing, repetitive conspiracy theorists. And we see that in Vermin tonight, that, I mean, the guy's fruit is totally decrepit. So anyway, that would be it. Like, check out Matthew 17.
Awesome.
7:16, please forgive me.
Yeah, I would say don't be black pilled. And I thought it was, I have to say that it was very interesting to see Jay Witt get that amped up. I was like, man,
Oh, my bad, bro. I'm disappointed.
It was one of the most unexpected parts of the evening. But no, you're right.
I'm disappointing myself, man.
It's
Don't
good to
be
have
disappointed.
conversation,
You were good.
But I think that even folks that have that think they're in a more moderate position, you can see that when they're presented with information, they completely throw it to the wind, and they leave relatively unaffected. And that's why honestly, Gary, that's why I respect the work that you've done, and all you guys, you and Artie and Bronson and Jay Witt. You've been like just absolutely elbow deep in this stuff for so long, and like the facts stand on the facts. That's it. And it's just easy for people. Yeah, it's just easy for people to get pulled into this, and that's kind of leading back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the show. It's Matthew 7, Jay Witt.
And look, I think this also highlights the importance of debunking this stuff and making sure the facts are clear and going through and separating fact from fiction, because there's a lot of people that just believe utter fiction. And folks, I would highly recommend that you share this. And by the way, all you creators out there, feel free to cut this. I think this was a perfect example of time and time again where people just believe things that are incorrect. And when you are building your assumptions on a whole lot of other facts that are incorrect, obviously your conclusions are going to come out wrong every single time, and that's what happens. And when there's a little bit of incorrect information here and a little bit of incorrect information here, it adds up, and next thing you know, we've created this sense of suspicion that wouldn't exist if we'd gotten the details right to begin with. So this is why it matters. And no, I don't care whether or not at this point that Tyler Robinson is guilty or innocent. I will advocate on the side of Tyler Robinson tomorrow if the evidence changed or stronger evidence on his behalf came forward. And there again, if there were people that were lying about that evidence, I'd be going after them. That's what matters to me, is the truth. And just like we've talked about before, folks, there are foreign adversaries and political adversaries that are exploiting this situation, and they're using it to undermine and destroy this country. And it is serious. And we need to identify it for what it is and understand. I'm just still shocked at how many gullible people out there. I'm shocked at how effective this actually is, to be honest with you. So with that being said,
can I add something?
Yeah, please do.
So I thought we did a good job, and I just want to encourage people not to make the facts personal, but rather just let the facts be themselves. The facts are not the facts because Gary said them, or Artie Troll promotes them, or Jay Witt, whatever. No, the facts are the facts. And they're just like, you just let truth do its thing. You don't need to caveat it or protect the truth or anything of that nature. Just let the truth out. And as you said, let the truth and let the facts out and let them do what they do. And we saw him squirming and riling about the screwdriver, about the body cam footage, the shoe. I mean, everything we put out there, all the facts that we put out there, he kept riling and frothing at the mouth about. Why? Because he didn't want to deal with truth. He did want to make it personal. He did want to make it more of a Artie said this, Jared said this, Bronson did that, rather than the actual facts in the table. And I think if everybody takes that from there, say, hey, let's unleash the facts on people and let the facts do what they're going to do.
Could agree more. Well, listen, folks, I'm very optimistic for the future. I think we have a lot better chance than midterms, and I don't know, I go back and forth. But what we are going to do is we're going to continue to work everything that we can on our side with whether it's Dom Luker, whether it is Scott Pressler. I want to turn this channel into something that is, again, it's always a call to action. So we want you in the fight. I appreciate all of you gentlemen that are in this fight every single day, that are pushing truth. It's not always fun. It's definitely not popular, but you guys are in it for all the right reasons, and I applaud you and I thank you for what you do. So keep doing it. And for everybody else out there, thank you for all your love and support. Make sure you go follow all these guys. Make sure you share our content, and we appreciate you very much. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.
There we go. Now you guys should be able to hear me there. Ooh, that was a long stream, wasn't it? Let's see. I'll just let's turn that off for now. I'll just blow up my room here. There we go. Whoa, so what'd you guys think of all that? Anybody a little behind in chat? Looks like I'm a little behind in chat here. There we go. All righty. Oh, man. I am very, very, very tired. I have not been up this late in a long time. So, sorry, guys. There was some behind-the-scenes stuff, you know. I was talking with the guys right after the stream stopped, so I couldn't live stream that. That would be rude. So, you know, ended up talking it out a little bit with the guys, just, you know, having a few laughs backstage, and then we all left because every one of us has to go to the bathroom and go to bed. But before I do that, though, guys, I definitely have to read through some of the super chats that came in. It wasn't much, but, you know, still got to do it. Got you through work? Heck yeah, Angela. Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you all for sticking around. Like, what a crazy, crazy, crazy stream tonight. Ended up getting 5,300 views during the live stream. That's rare. That's awesome. So, ended up getting a super chat from Chels Hooper for $10. Thank you so much, Chels Hooper. And then GN ended up sending $40 as well. So he said, the first one was, this guy is not a wound ballistics expert. The bullet did what it was designed to do, fragment and deliver all the energy to the body. Absolutely. GN also says, this idiot thinks if bullet fragments, you can't find defendant guilty. Oh, if a bullet fragments, you cannot find a defendant guilty. Wrong. You can. Exactly. That would be such a terrible, like, what a terrible example to be like, well, the bullet was unidentifiable, so now we can't do anything about it. It's like, oh, because this guy ended up killing somebody, but you just couldn't quite identify the bullet, that just means it's fine. Like, that's a little bit ridiculous. Like, we haven't been solving murders now for, I don't know, decades. Decades that we've been solving murders. This isn't the first situation that investigators have ran into that was like this. Yeah, absolutely crazy. But let me read out to everybody. GN for the 25. Mama Owl for the 20. Fat Samurai for 30. Ninja for 10. Barbara Gunnels for 20. Mama Owl for 10. GN for 40 here. And Chels Hooper for 10. Man, absolutely awesome. I did see that Lady Luck stop by here. If you're still here, thank you so much for stopping on by. All you guys have been just absolutely amazing. Rebel Rider says, salute to you, Artie Trolls. Awesome shows, and your video I sent you will show how all different rounds act from a 30-06. Absolutely. I'll be checking that out for sure. Thank you so much for sending that to me. Before I do, though, I am going to bed. I ain't checking out anything tonight. It is way too late. I still have to get up pretty early in the morning, get my routine going, hit the gym early on, and all that good stuff. And, I'm going to be tired tomorrow for sure. For sure. And Boggs, thank you so much. No, you're good, Boggs. You don't even worry about it, man. Nobody is ever required to send a super chat. I'm just, grateful when it happens. You know what I mean? Like, that's just icing on the cake is what super chats are for me. Like, I greatly, greatly appreciate it, but I would never ask or beg anybody to be sending super chats or anything like that. But thank you all so, so much. Genuinely, thank you guys. Hey, Irule. Hey, Scarlet. Good seeing you here. Hey, Grits. All you guys, and y'all are just absolutely amazing. Also, Madness, please stop calling him my BF. I know that probably means something different in Dutchland there. What do I always forget where you're from? Oh my God, you're Dutch. What? Netherlands. But that's not quite right. I mean, you are from Netherlands, right? Right? Is it Netherlands? Oh man, what am I thinking of? It is. My brain ain't working right now, man. I am so tired. My brain is not working. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a BF. I know you mean best friend. In America, that means boyfriend. Just letting you know. So, yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious though. It's hilarious. BF can either mean best friend. No, yeah, for sure it can. But believe you me, it don't. Not in America. Oh, it's hilarious though. No, I'm not getting onto you, man. It's funny. It's funny for sure. Good stuff though, man. No, I appreciate it though, Madness. I appreciate you being here, man. Seriously, y'all are amazing. I have got to go to sleep now. I'm dead tired. My wife is like right over there trying to sleep while I'm yelling into a microphone. I'm sure she's appreciating that too. Seriously, thank you all so much for being here. And yeah, I'll see you guys here in tomorrow's videos. I'm probably not going to get a morning video done tomorrow. I'm just letting you know. So I'm probably going to do 2 videos. I'm probably going to get a noon one and a 3 o'clock one, then go live. I'm tired. I'm not even going to bother. I need to catch up on sleep. So as much as I possibly can. So thank you all so much for being here, guys. And I'll see you all here in the next one. Later.